through A look goes.
Oh, wait, Ronan missing ever.
Nate straight to the face.
Right up on top of Game Home. They're just shooting fish in a barrel. They don't even have to worry about.
What's up, PUBG Esports fans? Did you catch the games from Week 2's Weekly Survival? The 16 teams heading to Week 2's Weekly Final have been determined after all the teams went through a series of bloodbaths to win a chicken dinner, which is their only way out. As 7 new teams made it to this week's Weekly Final, the competition to stack up as many points as possible to qualify for the Grand Final just got more intense. First things first, let's check the Pick'em Challenge as of December 3rd. Gen G, New Happy, and Petrichor Road are currently at the top of the standings. Which team did you pick? If you haven't made your picks yet, check out this week's Weekly Survival Up and Down and submit your predictions. Without further ado, let's get going. Multi-Circle Gaming successfully qualified to the Weekly Final in the first match 2 weeks in a row. They are definitely the best team in the Weekly Survival. Their game strategy exemplifies a perfect understanding of the WWCD rule and a skillful playstyle. They finished 15th in Week 1's Weekly Final, but we will have to see if they can prove themselves in the upcoming Weekly Final.
这次周决的感想就是进周决，把上次丢的分给他拿回来这一周。
The bottom 16 teams turned the tables and showed exceptional performance in Week 2. And BBL Esports led the way. They fought till the end with New Happy over the chicken dinner and qualified. This team successfully carried on the momentum gained by finishing first in the bottom 16. BBL Esports is currently ranked 13th in the Pick'em Challenge. But based on their current form, they may get a lot more votes.
İlk günden finallere çıkmak çok bizim için motive ediciydi. Finaller için çok güzel olacağını umuyorum.
As Multi-Circle Gaming, GNL Esports, Buriram United Esports, BBL Esports, and ENCE secured chicken dinners on day 1, the rebellion of the bottom 16 teams continued on day 2. Dignitas couldn't play in Week 1 because they finished last in the ranked decision. But in Week 2 Weekly Survival, they were able to qualify in just 2 matches. However, being consistent is something they need to work on.
I think our goals right now is to fix our game style because we had a really big change it from the NA game style that we had in NA and the game style we're having here now. So we are aiming to fix that and getting better.
Navi picked up a chicken dinner in just 1 match right after they joined the Weekly Survival. Their strategy early on in the game was something else. They dominated the battlefield and directly qualified for the Weekly Final. I would call this a highly efficient chicken dinner.
Ощущения хорошие, потому что вышли с первой игры и сразу же в финал, поэтому все замечательно. Ожидание на финал – это показать максимальную игру, которую мы можем, и, в принципе, продемонстрировать уже тот агрессивный плейстайл, за который мы известны.
Danawa Esports, Heroic, Dignitas, Navi, Space Station Gaming, and Virtus Pro also made it safely to this week's Weekly Final. As many potent teams failed to qualify, Day 3 started off with only 5 tickets left, and the intense competition began. Team Liquid finished 4th in Week 1's Weekly Final and won the first chicken dinner of Day 3. The rest of the chicken dinners were secured by teams from the bottom 16. Global Esports Exet, Petrichor Road, Mad Clan qualified, and New Happy won the last chicken dinner, wrapping up this week's Weekly Survival with a happy ending. New Happy received criticism that they struggle when playing the WWCD rule, but it was different this time. Hwansum picked up his teammates one by one to prevent any loss. Thanks to his remarkable meticulous playstyle, they won the last chicken dinner. Gen G struggled big time throughout the entire Weekly Survival in Week 2. Although they went all out for a chicken dinner, they came up short. Oath finished 3rd in Week 1's Weekly Final and received a lot of votes in the Pick'em Challenge. It seemed like their strategy was to play defense and stay alive till the end of the game. but the results were unsatisfying. Sonic seemed to be back on track after finishing second in the bottom 16. But they got second in 4 matches and failed to qualify for the weekly final once again. The tides have turned for the top 16 and bottom 16 teams in Week 2's weekly survival. Make sure to check out who will survive the bottom 16. Another way to enjoy PGC 2021 is the Pick'em Challenge. The polls for Week 2 will close on December 4th at 6 p.m. Korean Standard Time before the weekly finals kicks off. As soon as the vote for Week 2 ends, Week 3's Pick'em Challenge will start right away. You can win 187,500 EP by successfully predicting the top 4 teams of the weekly final. But think twice before you cast your votes, because many of the popular teams in the Pick'em Challenge failed to qualify for this week's weekly final. Furthermore, don't miss a chance to win 150,000 EP by predicting the weekly kill point MVP. KPI Gaming took the honor in Week 1. Let's see which team will win the title in Week 2. PGC 2021 is heating up as it continues to unfold. We'll be back with the latest news next time.
조나영 씨, 당신은 눈을 감고 게임을 하고 있습니다. 이 섬에 있는 사람의 목적은 하나죠. 죽이고, 속이고, 살아남는다. 나 죽인다고 이 게임이 끝날 거라고 생각하나?
이 섬에서 믿을 수 있는 사람이 있다고 생각해.
다 끝났다. 너 이 섬에 왜 왔어?
Can I lower volume? 저기요, 저 알트 눌러 설정도 되나요? 언어 설정 좀 할게요. 내 대상화 L이었냐?
L A죠.
N.
언제 저걸 다 외울까?
뭐지? 여기서?
몇 번 알려줘.
야, 노래 잘하는데? 진짜?
무슨 노래 부르는데?
I'm gonna get a PO jersey and Jake's not.
와, 킥스 나한테 그 어디를 갔네. 진짜 댄드러스가 아니다.
시작합니다.
Но не разлетается.
как-то разрозненно. Да. Давай
Окей,
фейкнем.
скип.
Фейкнем. Я в дерево упал.
Тебя можно спасти?
Если, ну, только зацелишь просто. Он пытается, возможно, найти.
Не будет
Да, не будут пробовать рикошет.
Можешь убегать.
Я могу, да. Добьете?
Мы тачки можем найти на метке.
Нет, не могу. Не могу убегать.
Мы можем успеть, кстати.
Звук, саунд.
Нормально, 4 поинта есть.
Нет, блядь. Они
Нормально
лучше
пойдет?
летят мейн. Нет, они лучше летят мейн.
Не, они хуже.
Давай.
나 AK 먹었다.
나 총 먹었어.
나 내 쪽 총 먹었어. 총 먹었네 기절. 내 쪽 개피야. 3.5.
민준이 와봐. 계단에 상점. 내려간다.
권총이야 권총이야. 가가가가.
Мы лучше падаем, потому
쭈쭈해주고 있어요
네.
고민이 형을.
많이
예.
아쉬웠지? 오늘
네.
두 번 매치 우리가 4대0 완승 거뒀어 라는 걸 좀 보여주는 것 같은데요.
Right now, hold stage show presence. Come up the hill with me. I'm gonna get out of my car for a second, okay?
out. I can't see dick.
Wait,
here.
watch out, watch out,
Can't
watch
see
out.
dick.
Yo, no way.
I'm dead.
Holy man.
Why are we pulling up right on top of people?
There's a solo somewhere.
You sure?
It's 8 alive.
You sure
That
they're
is-
free?
No, you're 3.
Yeah, we're free. Yeah, so. We got
Good
third, so.
Good, sir.
We need to hold the top half.
They're pushing. Not one.
Nice knock.
In far away.
2 guys. Nice.
Remember we have a
3
solo somewhere.
3v2v1.
Yeah. Two guys on blue rocket, one low
Oh.
info. Two on blue rocket, one low. Last solo is there. He's shooting them behind.
Yeah, let him shoot. Let him shoot. He's on orange somewhere. Last guy
Fury, one up.
in orange.
Don't
He's
throw.
at the smokes.
Yeah, play. Go and get angle.
MP3, MP3.
Nice.
Easy game.
I'd want you.
2. So 10 kills. That's good. Like we said, just end off with a good game and we're good for tomorrow.
Chicos, se le esperan en amarillo. Ahí está. Dead árbol. Lo tengo. Landing, están atrapados, ¿ok? Ahí. Otra.
Izquierda.
Le puse no quiero.
Una. Ahora, vamos juntos, ¿ok? De tono.
En el humo. ¡Vamos! Bien! Holding far right. Yep. If we have stuns, use them maybe?
Just spin guns.
Take D3 with me.
I know that guy.
Nice.
One up.
I'm healing. I'm healing.
I got tagged.
I'll kill him in a sec.
Middle smoke, baiting smoke.
Let's go, boys! We're a team, bro. We're a team
How much
now.
kills? I
Look
got
at
3.
us. We're playing.
I had like 5.
I got 3.
I do.
Nice.
12 kills. 12 kills.
Good job,
22
guys.
points.
Save nades for end game.
Nice. We win the game.
Save all nades and util now. Don't smoke us off. Don't smoke us off any.
Stop smoking our ankles.
That might be them.
There's hella people alive.
We can see through the smoke. Southwest. You wanna let the
You can jump on the light pole too, okay? I'm gonna do it. Jump on the light pole late.
Jumping across.
I got an instant in the guy who smoked Southwest.
Watch out. Jumping across to get me.
There's someone under. I'm nading it.
Knocked another guy in smoke. I'm nading that.
Molly's down. Throw Molly's down. I'm jumping on the light pole.
I right under it.
Don't fall down.
Jump light pole.
I'm going with you.
Move.
Go.
I fell off.
Right on you.
I'm healing.
Another one. Same
It's
spot.
smoke.
Can't
Prone
kill
on
him.
me. I'm
I can't kill him.
Yo, Dr. Blue.
He's
blocking this guy. Dr. Blue. Shoot my body.
They are.
大家好，我们是 GES 战队，第一位选手是 Last Luck 选手，第二位选手是小林选手，第四位是 Xavier 选手，第五位是正南选手，我是燕里选手。
我们这次进入 PGC， 这次是线下赛，所以我们其实能遇到其他选手可以交流的话，这次我们真的很开心。然后对于比赛来讲，我们是希望首要目标就是进入总决赛。
我觉得最强的是飘柔战队，因为他们里面有一个小叮当，就我觉得他特别猛，然后还有麻木指挥，就是也指挥的很厉害，所以觉得飘柔战队挺厉害的。我想对飘柔战队说的一句话是：我们 G 叉会超过你们的。
大家全力以赴，好好享受这次的世界赛 GS Fight。
안녕하세요. 이번에 PGC 2021에 진출하게 된 그늘 e스포츠입니다. 저희 팀의 강점은 근접에서 이제 팀들하고 붙었을 때 강팀들에 비해 꿀리지 않는 팀이라고 생각합니다. 저희가 이제 패고 저희가 이제 땅 뺏어서 저희 전략 준비한 거 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
이번 대회에서는 저희 랜드마켓 핫바트는 아무도 넘볼 수 없다라는 모습을 보여드리겠습니다.
눈에 띄면 다 죽여버리겠습니다.
이번 픽댐 챌린지 저희한테 투표해주시면 후회하지 않는 경기로 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
GNL e스포츠 화이팅!
感想，激动就完事儿了，第一次嘛，第一次打世界赛肯定是激动啊，开心。
感想就是第一次打世界赛嘛，冲就完事了，随便玩玩。
我们队的优势就是我们都是 PCL 的顶尖个人能力。
感谢支持我们的粉丝，然后希望为我们投上一票。
我们目标肯定是希望拿个冠军，我们多拉钱回家，哎，你们懂的。
VIP 加油！
연습 빡세게 안 해도 된다고. 어차피 우리가 1등으로 해서 올라갈 겁니다.
I don't think we want to say anything to the other teams in the lobby. We'll just show them today.
We're known for stamina. We're known to reset over and over. We'll play for however long we can. We love to play PUBG. We'll keep playing.
Em cảm thấy cả team rất là mạnh, nhưng em thấy cả team rất là mạnh, nhưng team của bọn em cũng mạnh hơn.
PGC 이번에 2021년 챔피언을 차지할 수 있게끔 열심히 해보겠습니다.
We're gonna finish in first in ranked decision.
TSM fighting!
Hello everyone and welcome to PGC 2021 presented by Alienware and Toomey. I am Porosaurus and joining me in these first 6 games will be Toby. Inside Flood, now the last one up. The grenade will do some nice damage but won't get the knock. Pio will be the one to do the damage though, and that's going to be Genji.
진행하는 과정이 중요한 것 같아요. 1등을 잘 모르겠고.
Has clear line of sight, and so we'll just absolutely demolish you. Just gonna be trying to play for dips. Americano does the same, tries to get himself over to that tower.
초반에 많이 말려가지고 힘들었는데 탑 파트 되찾고 지키고 먹도록 하겠습니다.
다들 아마 저희를 어떻게 보면은 가장 낮은 티어로 매기는 경우가 되게 많았어요. 만나면은 이거 생각보다 너무 강한 팀이다. 그리고 우습게 보면 안 되겠다라는 팀을라는 걸 좀 보여주고 싶어요.
We're not too worried about other teams. We're more just focused on ourselves. So we're just gonna play exactly how we play, and you know the results show from previous tournaments. So hopefully the same thing happens.
Now, really put the pressure now. Not a knock, just got a little bit of damage. No knock. SSR stuck behind that vehicle. A lot of damage. H-Win trying to just get some damage back, but he's already lost all of his teammates. Unfortunately for Sonics, he's looking like another.
You know what? We've seen the carry function used so much, haven't we? We've seen it up into 3 versus 1. For Faker, he takes down.
Thanks for all the fans who've been cheering for us, and see you next week in the Weekly Survivor. Hopefully we'll get a chicken dinner really soon.
Tranquilos, confiados, tenemos que ir puliendo los errores. Estamos teniendo muchos errores que nos están costando puntos, pero vamos bien.
Level low.
Check in with Oath. Looks like they were hanging. Oath has spotted him out there. The flashbangs are going to come through, and wouldn't you know it, Snakers will be the one to get the last one. And look at how.
What's up, baby?
What's up, baby?
Hey guys, I'm Rello, and I'm the IGL for Oath Gaming.
Hello, I'm Kickstart, and I'm the co-IGL for Oath Gaming.
And wouldn't you know it, Snakers will be the one to get the last one.
We just try to relax and have fun with everybody. We go out and eat, have some drinks every now and then, just pretty much just relax and try not to think about the games at all.
Winning a game on the first match day for Weekly Survival is honestly super relieving, because we had 3 days off, and we've just been hanging out as friends and just taking time off to reset mental and prepare for the weekend. Kick has taken over like a co-IGL role, and he's helped me out with a lot of the in-game leading. So it's taken a lot of stress off me personally, and I mean, his input leads to so many more just options in game and just game-winning plays that sometimes I don't think about things, or our other 2 teammates don't think about things. So he just brings a lot to like the strategic like play in the game.
I mean, we have some like teams that we don't like, but like strategically, we have Pero and Brew, which they are like kind of annoying on both maps because they drop right beside us, and we hot drop them for our spots. But strategically, those 2 teams. But there's some other teams that we don't particularly like, so we watch out for those as well.
The last match when Buri Ram got the chicken and got qualified.
No, yo, not okay.
Check in with Oath. Looks like they were hanging out on the eastern side of Montenuevo, but they go for the long wrap down.
So the reason we chose the pipeline is because it's the only high ground spot that seemed available at the time to gather information on the west side of the zone. There's a spot where New Happy is, which is a rocks and a shanty compound to the south that we could have gone, but I couldn't really see like the buildings they were playing or get info on it, so we just chose the info play and drove up to the pipeline, which seemed safe at the time. And it's actually a really good spot in the circle, so that was our play.
Purdy, well, the smokes are there, but I don't know how much further you can get. Yeah, there's no way.
I would say for like defending spots like high ground, like Snakers was in, you need to be careful of like over peeking, so like peeking too long or like standing on the open to the enemy, because when they're looking up, you're pretty much all they can see if you do over peek. So you need to try to be like fast about it and peek on peek, peek on peek, because they're in the open, so like they're at a disadvantage, but you aren't. So you just need to slow down and take your time with how you ended up killing them.
Oh, have to kind of worry about what they're pushing into while.
So in like this right here, there wasn't any like predetermined thing. I think Rella was watching the south flank the whole time because we knew that was a danger and that could like ruin our game. I know me and Bell were like sitting on these rocks because we knew that all these teams in the north were out. And I know I had specifically said that there was 3 teams in like that red box right there. And I think at this point, Snakers is just like sitting on the top, just turning people for fun pretty much for me. That's normally what he does a lot of the time. He just shoots people for fun.
Just a shooting gallery for Oath. I mean, KPI, BB.
I can definitely get jealous sometimes because back in the past I was definitely like the star player of the team, but now that I've taken over the IGL role, I just kind of watch the more boring angles and let the talent do their work. Just him and Snakers and Bale, of course, they do all the hard work now.
Is going to find a connection onto Relo. Balefrost gets a lot of...
When I got direct impacted by a Molotov, I kind of thought our game was over, so I tried to keep my comms quiet and do pretty much nothing other than just feed information if I could, and there really wasn't anything to be, fed for information. Him and Snakers both peeked and saw one of the Danoa players knocked, and as soon as we saw that, just slow everything down, and we know there's just one player alive, and he's at a complete disadvantage, and we know the game is free.
But it looks like Oath has spotted him out there. The flashbangs are going to come through.
I mean, it felt amazing. I think I instantly jumped up and like grabbed Belfrost's hand or something like that. And I know Snakers was screaming because he had 10 kills and he was screaming like an idiot, saying that he was the best in the world and stuff like that. So let's go.
I'm the best.
It felt amazing. It was great.
To all our fans, our friends, our family back home, we appreciate all the love and support. As always, we're here to show up and make you guys proud.
Good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back. It is time for the final day of our Week 2 weekly finals here at PGC. My name is Tavies. I am joined by Stephanie and Jordan, Elfish and Clover, respectively, as we get this thing underway. 5 games left to play. 5 yesterday that gave us surprises up and down the entire board, whether it was crazy finishes, teams at the top that we didn't expect, or favorites at the bottom. All we can say is that when it comes to winning chicken dinners, it can be anyone's game, Clover.
Absolutely, and it's been as close as possible right now between so many of these teams, which means today is going to be even more stressful for those that are really trying to make sure that they secure their spot into the grand finals.
Elfish, yesterday, what was your biggest takeaway as you watched those 5 games? What lessons could some of our teams learn? Like, what do you got for me today in terms of what you're looking forward to based on what we learned from the past?
Well, I think for me, the most important thing to remember is that the tournament is not over for you if you've had a bad start, and that was evidenced yesterday by quite a few teams. GEX, they've been having a horrible run. They came in yesterday, they absolutely smashed. They're sitting at the top of the pack right now going into day 2 of the weekly finals. You can even say the same thing for GNL and BBL, who admittedly haven't been quite as having the same kind of struggles as GEX have, but I feel like they've kind of been flying under the radar a little bit so far here at PGC, and they had a great day yesterday. So for me, those 3 teams definitely putting down a bit of a gauntlet, showing to the rest of the teams that haven't been playing well so far here that all it can take really is one good day to get the ball rolling. And I think there are a few teams, definitely, like what Clover said, that are going to be thinking about that coming into today and probably even next week's finals as well.
Now, Clover, I know that you're a big fan of funky circles and strange endings. In fact, who isn't outside of maybe the player base? That said, this has been a wild week. During the Survival Series, we saw the Roth, Keenan, Batman play. We saw the crazy 1v1 with Tiggleton and Batu. But all of that perhaps was topped yesterday by game number 4. Have you ever seen anything like that in your PUBG casting career?
I mean, actually, yes. I've seen it a handful of times, never quite in a Miramar situation, and never quite that close. Oftentimes, you usually have one person who's just a little off center from a circle, maybe not quite in that perfect position. But given that high ground, low ground situation with the caves, that really made things just absolutely intense. And I know we were talking about it behind the scenes that we could really break this down in further depth and talk about it for a long time, just because there were so many moving parts to that situation.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, though, like, there are a lot of moving parts, but was there a moment where you were like, this is really the choice that ENCE took that changed sort of the game for them? Because that was the only win they had. That was their best moment of the day. How'd they get there, for those who are maybe just joining us?
Sure. I mean, honestly, too, something to think about as well. I mean, ENCE did kind of have that one push into the cave, right? And they lost most of their team, except for the one that left out to play Anchor. And that's something that we've really been seeing help out more. But the other thing too, what we've talked about is that med kit, the ability to use that med kit, having low enough health that they could pop that med kit, and on the flip side, everybody who is down inside not having one. And I believe that moving part as well of the booster, just kind of ruining the use for the first aid kit there.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I mean, really, the upside is it comes down to knowing your equipment, right, Jordan? I mean, the fact that they had a med kit, you don't have to, you could use that at, 98%, doesn't really matter. Start whenever you want. Let them just dominate on that top. But it was a really fun game to sort of watch the strategy of. Now, we're moving back to Miramar. We're starting there today. We've got 3 games to sort of get this party started. But I think a lot of teams are in unique positions. I would venture to say, and I'll just put myself out there and go, I did not think GEX would in any way, shape, or form be in a position to win the weekly final this week. What was I missing during the lead up to this event, Jordan?
Well, I don't think you're necessarily wrong, to be honest. I think the whole discussion around GEX coming in, and even after the first couple of weeks, has been that they've been, average at best. So going into yesterday's games, I don't know that anyone really expected them to be sitting in top spot. But the thing is, I mean, it's obviously a little bit tenuous, right? So when you say that they are in a position to win today or to win this week, yeah, they definitely are. I don't disagree with you at all. But you have to consider GNL is literally 1 point behind them. BBL is 5 points behind them. Team Liquid is 6 points behind them. And these are kind of numbers that can be easily overcome in even one game, and we've got 5 games today. So it's definitely not a job done yet for GEX. There's still a lot more work to be done. And there was a couple of awkward games for them yesterday, a couple of, a 13th place, a 14th place, games where you're not really being able to get the scoreboard ticking over all that drastically. And if they suffer from, even another couple of games like that, there definitely is a world where someone's going to sweep them from behind, because we've seen some consistency coming through from, again, the likes of GNL and BBL. And I actually think Team Liquid have looked really good so far this tournament. I've enjoyed the way that they've been playing. So I'm kind of thinking Team Liquid might be a good shout for today as well, to be honest.
I would love to see that. And they've been consistent. Before we get into more breakdown, let's go over. You just saw the schedule. We're in our second week of weekly final. We have one more next week, and then the crazy starts as you go to Grand Survival and the Grand Finals, and you got to earn your spot there. You see the scoring system. It's different than ranked decision, different than the winner chicken dinner format. This is the classic. 10 games. Every point counts. Whoever has the most at the end of the weekend is your winner. And more importantly, Clover, they get to punch their ticket to the grand final. KPI did it last week. And I'll ask your opinion. You're the analyst. I'm the host. I felt like they didn't make the most of it. Do you think KPI utilized that sort of freedom to do what they want last week? And do you think that whoever wins this week will do something similar?
That's always, I think we've joked about a curse. You know, the team that does really well in 1 week has a tendency sometimes to fall off a little bit when it switches forward to the survivals. So that said, I mean, I don't necessarily want to discount that. We've had so many different styles of week, the way that the teams are playing. I can't really say that week 1 and 2 have been consistent with each other in terms of the performance for those teams. But real quick, too, I want to kind of double back on what Elfish said earlier about Gex and GNL, you know, being 1 point behind. GNL could potentially be one of those teams to also watch today because obviously, you know, a little bit behind Gex on kills, but they've actually been the most consistent in late game performance without yet getting a chicken dinner. So the fact that they haven't won one yet is really surprising to me, considering how often they found themselves up to the late game. So if GNL can figure that out today, another team that I really want to watch between those two.
We'll save a little GNL because they're one of our featured teams coming up in just a couple of minutes. Guys, we're going to show you some of their highlights as we look at the board right now and where everyone stands. 49 for GEX, GNL at 48, BBL 44, 43 for Liquid. Something that we bring up here is, yes, last week, Jordan, KPI had 49 starting the second day of play. Ghibli had 47 starting the second day of play. So not only is this a GEX, GNL sort of surprise for some, but they're doing it even more aggressively and more effectively than our winning teams did last week. That, to me, is kind of wild.
Yeah, again, though, that is only off the first 5 games, you know,
That's
so
true.
It's always going to be a discussion point around consistency being the key. It's quite easy to sort of overvalue some individual games, and when you've only got like 5 games to look at, you think, well, for example, GEX, they had a 3rd place with 16 kills. So take the amount of points that they got out of one single game, take that off of their scoreboard, and you drop them down significantly. So, you know, if they're not going to be able to pull off another game like that tonight, which I don't think you can necessarily bank on, can you say we're going to get a 16-kill game tonight? No, not necessarily. So they do have to be a little bit aware of that. I don't know that, for me, we saw enough yet from GEX across the course of the tournament to say that they're going to really sort of scoot home here. And obviously the same can be said for GNL. So I sort of feel like the standings are kind of blown open a little bit here, right? Because you've had a quote-unquote overperformance in terms of the form, at least from these 2 teams in this tournament coming into yesterday, kind of overperforming their current form. Are they going to be able to do it again? That's the big question. Are they going to be able to do it again today? If they don't do it again today, then are one of those teams that's been, you know, maybe a little bit more consistent but hasn't had the high peaks going to be able to overtake them today? And that could definitely happen. I think, like I said, with Team Liquid, I think they've probably been the sort of consistent factor for me of the teams that are sort of in the top 5 from yesterday.
So we'll pull back into Team Liquid because I think Team Liquid, BBL, and VP, these are teams that have been very consistent out of European region last week as well as this week for some of them. But I'm also curious. It is a lot closer, it feels like, this week after 5 games, Clover, in terms of 1 through, say, 6 or so. Whereas last week, it felt like our top teams were starting to really separate themselves a little bit more. We were seeing a larger sharing of points on the bottom of the board. Is that a problem for some of our mid-tack teams? Can they catch up? Do you think it's more open this week? What's your take?
I mean, I would argue that it's not even just 1 through 6, but I would say it's probably 1st through 10th place are 1 game apart. You know, we talk about a 16-kill game, with the win. That's a huge leap on the leaderboard. So if any one of those teams has a performance like that today, they could find themselves on the bad side of the leaderboard without really anything to show for this week to suddenly being in the lead. And that is something to keep in mind, because when that pressure's on, these teams will pop off in that performance. And we do have a couple of underdog day 2 performers in this lobby.
All right, Jordan.
I did want to say,
yeah, go ahead.
I did want to say, by the way, because just to back that up, like you look at Mad yesterday, they literally get 25 of their points, 25 out of 28 points. Sorry, 23 out of 28 points, I should say, from one game.
True.
Right. So what you're saying is someone can jump up from middle of the pack up to the top of the pack. We literally saw Mad do that yesterday. Final game of the day, they went from almost the bottom of the pack to middle of the pack. So it's very much possible.
Yeah, no, and I think last week we saw it too. Gen G went from bum tier to mid tier literally on the last match or two. VP did the same thing, and so it is anyone's game. That's sort of the nature of 10 games and this point system, is anyone can blow up. Now, earlier when we were in the green room, you were talking, Jordan, a little bit about research. Actually, let's look at the highlighted teams, and then we'll talk about teams that had rough tournaments that have seen a resurgence so far. But kick us off. We'll start with you, Clover. GEX coming out strong.
Yeah, I mean, again, we kind of touched on it just a little bit. It's not quite the performance that we often see from them. They usually tend to keep their head down low, don't necessarily play overly aggressive, or if they do, they get punished for it, oftentimes entering the zone in places that don't really give them a lot of breathing room. And so, especially in games like this, I mean, Savior having 13 kills yesterday, having such a great game to pop off, really took those scoring chances. We saw them engage in fights. We saw them with that drive-by, and that's kind of what we've really needed to be seeing from them all along. And so if that consistency, if that confidence in that style of play can find itself here today, that will be huge.
Yeah, I'm certainly looking forward to watching New Happy today. I feel like in terms of the three that we've got here to highlight, they are kind of the outlier in that they didn't really have the best of days yesterday, though we did see some flashes of what they were able to show us maybe back in ranked decision, right? You go back to those first couple of days of the tournament, and the way that New Happy came into it and looked like they might be the team to beat. Obviously they didn't quite manage to keep it up over the entire course of the ranked decision, but they were certainly absolutely popping off in that first day. And in that fourth game yesterday, they had 16 kills. They didn't quite manage to win that heal off against Ents. There was a little bit going on there that you can really dive into, but I think we saw flashes of that yesterday from New Happy. But I'm kind of hoping that they're going to be able to have a little bit more of a consistent day today, because the one-hit wonder from them yesterday, I mean, I don't know that that's going to be enough to get them into a particularly amazing position on the overall standings for the weekly finals, considering this is their only week that they play, right? They didn't play week one, so they kind of need to put up the numbers here today.
New Happy was definitely someone we expected to do better. One game, maybe it's an indicator. We'll find out. It's 5 games left to play. Let's look at the head-to-head, Clover. This is Savior versus Heaven, and we've talked a lot about GEX. One that we haven't talked as much about is GNL. This team, if GEX was hot and cold, GNL seemed a lot more consistent.
Yeah, I mean, the average placement for GNL, all 4 players, again, have been up there. And neither of these teams have won a chicken dinner yet yesterday, even given their great performance. You can see, we've got the kill, the headshots, the distance, the survival time, all almost equal between these 2 players. The big difference really has been that Savior has kind of put in more of the work for his team versus the rest of the players. Heaven, while featured here, I think is actually almost on par as another member of GNL, and that's Korn. And it just goes to show, again, that I think GNL could be primed for a chicken dinner today if they play at all how they were yesterday.
Yeah, it's that system of consistency. I think we saw that last week with KPI, right, Jordan? This idea that, if you can just keep your placement up, eventually the chicken comes, right?
Oh, dude. Look, I mean, I was almost on board with that. I was almost on board with it until you said the chicken comes, because if you go back to the week 2 survival for KPI, I mean, you'd make the argument that they were almost, I mean, were they the most consistent team? I'm just having a quick look back, and they certainly had a lot of second places, a lot of third places, a lot of fourth places, but
I think
they
had 3 seconds. Fury had 4 seconds. Sonics had 4 second places.
Yeah.
And through that all, you're right. There were no chickens. They're not here. They are not playing this week because they got the silver. Is that tough? Let's dig into that, Clover. I mean, the idea that, I guess I grew up with that. My dad used to say second place is the first loser. And in this format, I guess it's true. How hard is that on the players, though?
I mean, definitely. You do see that mentality affect players. We oftentimes talk about how whether or not, the up and up, coming off a win, what that's going to do for teams. Likewise, for the ones that aren't hitting the positions where they want to be, things aren't going right. You can really see that frustration kind of run rampant, even in their decision making. They're starting to second guess themselves. They might try something new, and that's where sometimes those struggles can really come out.
All right, Jordan, in the green room, you said yesterday was a bit of a resurgence for teams that have had a rough tournament so far. I thought it was a great insight. Let's dig a little bit deeper into that. Maybe which teams you're seeing resurgent, what they need to do to be effective. We're more than we're actually halfway through the weekly finals to determine who gets to go play in the grand finals. But give me your take on who's thriving.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think as we mentioned already, GEX, GNL, BBL, they're all the teams that have been a little bit up and down so far over the course of this tournament, and I think they came back strong yesterday. So for me, it's more so about waiting and seeing what we're going to get from them today before we really start to lock in that discussion point. But it's certainly some good early signs from them coming in through the week 2 finals.
All right, so we'll put a pin in that, and we'll check in throughout the day and sort of teams that need this week because they didn't make the last week. Before we go a little deeper, though, let's take a look and listen to what some of the players had to say when we talked to them this week.
大家好，我们是台北 Chinese GNG GES。虽然很多队不看我们，但昨天我们拿到了第一，我们还是很开心。
GX 5위? 예, 저는 이런 중요한 단계에서의 GX 5위 처음 보는 것 같습니다.
전성기예요. 네, 전성기를 맞이했어요.
아, 진짜 축하드려요. GX한테 이런 날이 또 언제 오겠어요.
너무 귀여다.
대회 다시 돌려보느라 잠 잘 못 주무셨죠?
被发现了。真羡慕你们没有这个烦恼，所以你们没有很累。我会采访他，采访也是第一。
I would say that Gex was never really a top team, but this week they made some progression, and the fact that they got first today, they also made it to the weekly finals, just shows that they progressed and they played pretty well. And yeah. I mean, just this week, I guess.
听不到，听不到。反正其他队也是看我们来玩的，我们也没什么压力。
2021 PGC의 어떤 지각 변동이 이번 주차부터 시작될 것 같고요. 이 명품 조연이 이제는 조연에서 주연으로 올라갈 수 있는 시간이 된 것 같습니다.
사실 첫 세계대회라 많이 긴장되고 떨리거든요. 그 아마추어 때부터 꿈꿔왔던 꿈의 무대였기 때문에 지금 온 것만으로도 굉장히 만족하고 있고 좋은 성적까지 내고 있어서 정말 기분이 좋은 것 같습니다.
Batı 16'da birinci olduk. Şu an Weekly Final'da da 3. sıradayız. Dünkü hissiyatım bugün için bana bir rahatlık kattı. Bugün maçlara çıkacağımızda daha rahat oynayacağız. Bu da daha çok puan yapmamıza olanak sağlayacağını düşünüyorum.
Yeah, I consider BBL definitely as a strong team. They're always like really hit or miss. So they play really good or they play really bad. There's not really any in between. If there will be a winner from the European region, it will definitely be us.
위키드는 강팀이라고 다들 말하는데 상위권은 계속하지만 우승은 못하는 팀?
Americano and Corn. I don't really know anything about GNL. Other than their nicknames, I don't really know anything about them. This is also the first time I see them on the international. But they're here, so I guess they're good at the game.
저희가 지금은 신예팀 정도로 불리는데 저희의 팀은 여기까지가 아니거든요. 강팀들이라고 불리우던 팀들이 좀 많이 못 와서 지금 이번 주 파이널 꿀입니다. 아, 달다.
So we don't really care what other teams say, how much they badmouth us, how much bad things they have to say about our team. We'll be in the grand finals first.
这次2021 PGC 有很多的变数，在这些变数之中也有我们战队，我们会守住第一名的。
Welcome back. My name is Toffees. I am joined by Clover and Elfish as we continue to get ready for game number 1. We're just a couple of minutes away from kicking this thing off. So let's go into some predictions. The two of you have the advantage over everyone else. Yesterday, we made Godspeed, we made Toby, we had literally everybody pick who they thought would win this thing. So now, I'm going to make you do it. But you have the benefit of 5 games. You do not have to pick who you picked at the start of yesterday. You can pick based on what you see right now. So, Jordan, who is your pick to come out as the winner of the weekend? And be aware, there is more pressure here. Because when Martin said new happy yesterday, we thought he might be right. So you got 5 games informing this.
Look, I think last time we did this, I completely debated myself and didn't get it right at all. And to be fair, my fantasy picks have also been pretty awful. So I'm not sure I'm the gospel in this department.
Yeah.
But I have been talking a lot about Team Liquid on the desk so far today. And I feel like of the teams that are sort of in a position to actually push for a win today, they've looked, to me personally, like the best of the bunch across the course of the tournament. And I tend to value that consistent approach more so than the big day that we might have seen from the likes of GEX yesterday. So I'm going to go with Team Liquid. They've only got a 6-point deficit to overhaul from GEX, though they are sitting in 4th place at the moment. I'm going to back them. I think they've got the ability to do it.
I like it. Very tortoise in the hair, Jordan. So he's going to go with Liquid. Clover, are you going to go with Slow and Steady, or are you more of the kid who cheered for the hair when you read that book?
I mean, typically I am the kid that does cheer for the underdog. My first instinct is to say MCG, but they do have a little bit of a deficit, and I agree. I mean, especially having 3 Miramar games today, Liquid is definitely one to keep an eye on for it.
So who's your pick?
Team Liquid. I will also go with Team
Liquid. All right, so you join the likes of Porosaurus and Jordan. The 3 of you are Liquid fans, and I like it.
If I knew Poro picked that, I don't know if I would have picked that. But
I wouldn't have either. Y'all crazy. All right, so no, but Liquid has been consistent. You are right. Let me ask you this real quick, Stephanie. Is there any other team that's really blown you away with their consistency or sort of their mid-game style that competes with Liquid?
I mean, I'm going to say it again, GNL. I still think that we're going to see a chicken from them today.
Nice. Who's been, besides Liquid, any other consistent teams that you've fallen in love with, Jordan?
Can I go in the opposite direction?
Yeah.
Consistent teams that I haven't fallen in love with. I think we haven't touched on the teams at the bottom of the leaderboard, and we really need to. New Happy, Na'Vi, Dignitas, Pero, all of these teams have not played in a weekly final so far. They really struggled yesterday as well. So I'm looking at them today to be the ones that really need to step up. In particular, I mean, Pero, like how many times did we talk about these guys going into ranked decision, coming into the tournament? This was supposed to be the team to beat. This was supposed to be the team with one of the best players in the world on their roster, and they haven't shown up to the tournament so far. So this is their opportunity today and next week. Who knows if they're going to get into this position next week? They have to do it today. They have to at least get some points on the board. They need a big one. 60 points, 70 points, something like that. I know that's pretty unrealistic in 5 games, but it has to happen sometime, surely.
Yeah, I'm into it. We'll actually put that on the docket right now. Let's pretend I'm writing it. That when we get back, we're going to focus on the bottom, talk a little bit about what we need to see from those teams. So if you're on the bottom and you're watching, which you probably aren't because you're playing your game right now, then you need to do well in this match so that you avoid being critically accosted by Jordan and Stephanie in the Nest segment. Guys, we are just about 1 minute from taking the field. It is going to continue to be a story of does GEX pull through? Do they keep putting up big numbers and shock everyone with a victory that some would argue KPI pulled off last week? So we know anything can happen. On the other side, GNL's been nothing but consistent. The favorites are at the bottom. We spoke about the bottom of the barrel, but it's time now for us to focus on the top shelf. It is our casters, the original Texas two-step, Porosaurus and Matro.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to PGC 2021, presented by Alienware and Toomey. I am Porosaurus. Joining me again is my best buddy in the whole wide world. It's Matrim, and we are starting off our final 5 games of this weekly final on Miramar. Matrim, I know that this is an exciting map for you. After everything SSG did a couple of days ago, you got to be still hyped for seeing this.
Dude, that, and then we had the heal off. There's been so much going on in Miramar, and I gotta say, I've always been a Miramar fan. After the rework, everything is significantly
Miramar,
better.
man.
But there's just something about watching how pros can navigate this map. It's so fun. I also gotta say, I really missed hearing the Texas two-step comment by Toffees. That's a nice throwback.
That's a
that we haven't
throwback,
gotten
isn't
in
it?
a while, yeah.
I know. I'll take it. I'll tell you, hey, you know what? It's just now 4 a.m., so we're both going to be working at the same energy levels, I think, here. But you got your Chuck Norris water. I got my Red Bull. We're ready to go, as the plane is going to be very, very far to the south here. Not looking like we have any hot drops just yet, but we might have a vehicle fight here, Matt.
Oh, Trellis does manage to get it, and I think we're going to see Maxi get away from that one. Yeah, just use the tree. No big deal, all considered. At least a little bit of a fun situation to kick things off. Really, everybody's just going to be waiting to see how the circle goes, given the plane path. Hopefully, it shouldn't be too anything like super crazy by any regard. Well, apparently not.
Here we go again. It's El Pozo yet again. We'll see where this one decides to go. As we've seen El Pozo getting a lot of love here, is Ling Du gonna just spam that APM. Just get the APM up. Good shots. Good stuff. We love to see it. Okay, so we got a chance to see BBL there going for the hot drop with the vehicle. BBL's been having a phenomenal weekend so far. Currently sitting where are they with 44 points? I mean, they've just looking super strong, man.
Yeah, specifically, we saw them trying to take fights in the first week. Sometimes good, sometimes bad, and it looks like they cleaned up what was going on inside those early rotations and those early fights for positionals. Now they're managing to make it into the later stages of the game a little bit more regularly, feeling a little bit more comfortable with it. GEX, though, I'll be real. If you had these guys for anything in your picks this week, you are a god, and I respect you. I was sleeping on this a little bit. Like, whenever we look at GEX internationally, I've always enjoyed watching them play, but I was not expecting the level of success that we're seeing this weekend.
I'm going the opposite direction. If you pick GEX, I'm calling you a troll. Like, there's literally nothing in their body of work leading up until this point that has given any indication that they would be capable of pulling this off. But they had a phenomenal day yesterday. Everything was clicking on all cylinders. Everything seemed to be going. You know, I was talking to Toby about it yesterday in the cast. There's some days, Matt, where it just seems like everything is working right. Like, all the calls are the right calls. Everything is going exactly how you plan it to. And yesterday was one of those days for GEX. Now, let's see if they can put two days together and they cement their ticket to the grand finals.
Well, this is the type of thing that we need to be looking at with them. The circle is the complete opposite side of the map for GEX. So how they navigate these rotations, can they keep up the consistency and how they were finding their performances? Because yes, sometimes everything is just hitting on every single cylinder. And to a certain degree, we can talk about that with GNL as well. Now, keep in mind, guys, yes, we were making jokes about your picks and la-da-da-da-da-da regarding GEX. That's just more... it's not to diminish anything that they have done, because let's be real.
No,
yesterday,
not at all.
they were phenomenal. It's just came out of the blue, and I'm really actually hoping that we can see continued success for them, because these two squads have a lot on their shoulders, and if they can come through and have a big international showing, that is phenomenal for PUBG as a whole, worldwide. So we really want to see success coming out from them. And then to follow it up with BBL, Team Liquid back behind this, we got let's be real. We do have a pretty thick EU pack that's going to be coming up right back behind them, nipping on the heels of GNL and GEX both.
Hey man, we're from NA, all right? We love the team that catches fire on one good weekend and has success that they can brag about for the rest of the year. Hopefully this time we'll go in the way of GEX. So we take a look at Melvin doing a little scouting around here for Navi.
Oh, okay. Navi, not having the best day yesterday, but we know that this is a strong squad that can do a lot of firefighting, and they're in a pretty good position right now. Got a lot of scouting capabilities based off of the area that they're going for. SSG looks like they're going to navigate in and get themselves a pretty popular spot as well. South of Pozo tends to be the way that most of our teams are leaning at the time, and this is no surprise. The hillside that we see both SSG and Navi playing for has got a lot of strength, specifically in the later stages if the circle does stay this direction.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Mad decides to play this one. Now, they did get that last victory in game number 5 yesterday. It was a very well-earned victory. But again, that's another team that we've seen not really having a lot of consistent success. They do get that one win, which is huge, especially when you come into the grand finals, right? But even with that one victory, it's put them only in the 9th place. So we'll see what they do with this circle position here. Rex going to take a little bit of shots from range, and though this could be dangerous, he's pushing right into BBL.
Oh, looks like they are going to catch them while they're trying to
Good
get
eye.
set up. So is going to navigate, does manage to get away from this one. Heroic does spot it out as well. So Danawa, you're going to get away with that one for at least one member, but it's going to be a little bit more problematic. BBL on the other side of it. It's going to be Soul. It does get spotted out. Already down to 1 HP. Has to try to get away from it. Code Marco has the read coming in very strong. Narrowly getting away. No, doesn't get away either. Rex comes back into this one. Runs in very quick. Mert on the other side of it. And now it's just going to be a collapse. Both teams trying to come in and reinforce as fast as possible.
What a spray from Leklo to find that knock on a Code Marco. Now Mert holding the edge. The AKs are in full effect. Matrelli's going to come and provide him some backup. Where's the rest of Donaway here? Salute I mean, you can see him in the vehicle just off to the north, and he's got Keenan giving him kind of an eye over there as well as the grenades are coming through. Leklo still alive. Keenan will find the knock on a Mert as BBL. This is getting third party now, and this is kind of falling apart on them.
Yeah, I mean, they had good positional around the outside of it. they're starting to lose members left and right, and you can see it's just trying to maybe reset, get into a stronger area. It's going to be Smash that finds the angle. Last one up for his squad. He has now been spotted out and has to reposition away from it. Looks like Rex is going to be making the push. It's going to be 3 members up for Danawa. How much more can Rex do from this position, or Smash do from this position as well? Smash, here's what's going on. Peeking around, has to be very, very careful with it. Here's the footsteps, leans into one side, goes for the spray, gets one of them down, tries to go for the second one, leans back into it, almost! So close. Rex comes up big at the very last second.
Dana was they're done though. I mean, look at this. Heroic knows exactly what was going on. They've already got Paige in the vehicle trying to make his way over here, see if they can maybe third party this. Actually, they send the other two down to another. What is Heroic? I mean, I would figure that they had an eye on the kill feed, keeping track of what was going on down there. I thought the crash was maybe going to come out. Instead, they just decided to let him go. Meanwhile, SSG has problems with Team Liquid now pushing up on their backside. Keenan and Roth all alone here.
Yeah, it looks like it's just going to be a little bit of a reposition coming out from SSG side of it, trying to hold this off. Roth gets some damage coming his way and has to step away from it. Keenan really on this outlier position, trying to get some more information, but I think he's already been spotted as well. The moment he goes for these shots, he's going to be instantly playing to pawn. Keenan gets the spray, gets dropped on top of him. Actually just gets that one easy peasy and steps away from it. And now SSG is in a lot of trouble as it's going to be Oldless trying to, I don't know, maybe set up. I think that they're just going to have to leave Roth back behind on this.
That was a beautiful play by Mexi. He ends up using Ibby as kind of his bait almost, as Keaton peeked up over the top of the ridgeline to take the shots at him. Mexi just able to sneak up there and get that down and knock, and we'll see if Roth is able to make his way out of that, but it's looking pretty troublesome there for the SSG boys. Heroic, meanwhile, Paige, they're all rezzed up now.
This is too late, yeah.
I mean, I don't know what are you trying to get out of this?
I guess third partied, because you can see a couple of shots are coming at him. Ints being a little bit more brave in their rotation right now, is looks like they're going to be coming in right next to Carreria. Should be pretty okay, but you never know. Whenever you're rotating near Burram, you never know what you're going to get in any given second. Looks like the nade is going to be cooked, and that could be tossed right out there. I don't know how the timing on it's going to go. Nope. Looks like it's just going to be setting, waiting for it. First bit of it's going to come through, looking to see if they can spot out the tail end of it. Edie's going to get the shots, and Nawadra picks off Tiksu. And this is just Burram and how they like to play it.
Just Buriram things as Ents trying to wrap their way through La Cobe on the very northern part of the circle. Never in the world would you expect to have a camp here, but Buriram does Buriram things. As you said, Naraja will pick up 1 kill, and that'll be a point in the bag for Buriram. Ents, it looks like they've been able to pull away. They might have somebody overlooking this, taking a few shots back towards Buriram just to keep them honest, but I think this fight has probably seen its end.
All right, so where's the new circle going to go? We still have a ton of the western wall that's going to be in play. Teams still caught up in having problems in rotation. As you can see, it's going to be Ints. Still getting some weathering fire coming at them at the time. It's Buriram that's still bringing it. Still keeping Pozo in a very hard western shift. Still staying constant.
That's a brutal shift. Okay, Mad has the center of the circle. They've got some ridge lines to work around and some high ground that they can play with. A little bit of a compound. Heroic just off to the south. Ants, meanwhile, Squeaky going to be leading the way through Crater Fields. They find their way into circle pretty safely, coming in through North Pozo, but SSG going to... Oh my God, Roth.
All right.
That was filthy.
Roth turning back around says that he wants that one. I mean, he did manage to get out of the position just a little while ago. Now Navi has to play this one pretty cautiously. Are going to spot out Ayla. Lots of damage going back between both of them. Roth does get the flush into what's going on at the time, but it's going to be continual harassment coming out from everything in this high ground point from Navi. Melman does not get the knock, and we're going to see that SSG managed to regroup a little bit. This is almost just like a way station, though, for SSG. They're just going to stop in, get their meds back up, get that kill, and then just continue on their merry way.
SSG and Pozo, name a more iconic duo this week, as we see Example getting lit up as they try to make the run past. SSG not wasting any time, getting in a position to defend themselves. Oldless will provide Sharp some support. Roth already off in the distance. Example a little bit low. He's going to pull a little bit closer in to the city, but should remain out of this line of sight of MCG for now. Mamu, meanwhile, part of that troublesome Petrichor squad, man. They have been having such a rough go of things so far this tournament, and yesterday was no exception.
They are not the smell of rain. They are more the smell of napalm right now, as they're having some significant trouble. Let's looking through. You can see Dignitas trying to figure out what they're wanting to do off this position. All these teams really trying to adjust on what is a difficult point. I know it's kind of a running meme that I like to make jokes about getting a trailer park circle, but Buriram is leaning that direction, and there is just not a lot inside of a trailer park and Pozo circle right now, specifically when we look at these rotation points. It's going to be Page that spots out Sparking, gets him down. New Happy also still continuing the harassment. Dignitas, who's trying to play along this wall, but I mean, it's really just angles that the only thing are providing any form of safety for Dignitas. So they're going to continue this path right into New Happy.
Oh, everything is bad. I mean, you would never expect this compound to be occupied here. Not at this point of the game. And New Happy going to send 2. HSM going to find the knock on a Honey Badger, and the vehicle explosion is going to take out Poonage as Dignitas's woes continue. They are still stuck down in 15th place. One still alive. That's going to be Shinboy in the high ground.
I mean, that's stuck in one of these shacks at this stage. We haven't even seen Circle 2 firmly commence down.
Great, man.
This is, yeah, New Happy is now coming in after it. This is, all right, Shinboy, what can you do? Because I'll be honest, I feel you're pretty dead right now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, New Happy they still got to be careful about this, right? You don't, you've got a solo guy pinned down here. Zipion just going to try to get into throwable range, I imagine. Just lob a molly in there, well, you got a grenade. Yeah, you got 3 in hand. Why not? Lob those grenades in there. Try to finish off whatever's left of Shinboy. It's going to fall just shy, but it's going to do the damage. Shinboy will be there. The molly will fly. Yep, there you go. That's as clean as you can do. Okay, that might be a little excessive, but okay.
You never know.
CP on.
You never know. You got to scare off the ghost sometimes. You know, there could be just something hanging around that box. You got to get the juju off of it so that way you can go get the loot easily. No surprise, Circle shifts into Pozo, and okay, we still got a lot alive. Pozo can support a lot of teams, but all of them are playing to the west, and a lot of teams are already holding that western wall of Pozo, so this is about to get messy.
Jeez, I know what happened the last time we got a Pozo circle and you were casting. It was SSG had the light pole situation. We'll see if we get a little repeat of what got SSG here to the grand final or the weekly finals. As Soul going to take some shots at a passing GNL. They're having to make this wild rotation. And oh no, they're coming right into Navi.
That is about the worst way you could have pulled into that. Tossy now out in the open. Last one up. Where are you gonna go? Looks like this one little house is gonna be all he can find, taking a ton of damage trying to get in there. And I think he at least managed to do it using this opportunity. While everybody was focused on GNL, it's going to be Navi as well as Team Liquid that's slipping just to the south of this position. The West is alive with teams right now inside of Pozo. And if you were trying to rotate in from the Western position, you're just not going to be able to do it. You need a distraction of another team coming in first. Otherwise, you are just going to get ripped apart.
Yeah, most of our teams that are remaining all sending it toward the city. We still have quite a few teams though working on the edge. You got New Happy and Petrichor Road, Mad, all kind of on the edges of the fringes of this circle. Buriram up to the north. Ents also hanging out on that high ground. A beautiful position for Ents. Now that they're down to 3, we'll see if the circle favors them a little bit here, or if we're just going to get some more El Pozo craziness. I feel like this fight between New Happy and Petrichor Road though is about to pop off. I mean, New Happy can avoid this though if they want to.
If they know who it is, do they want to though is the real question.
I mean, that's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think that they would, because I don't think that we've seen Petrichor getting any knocks from this angle right now. So I wouldn't be surprised if New Happy plays this a little passively. I don't think that Petrichor's got any angle to get any knocks either. So really it's just, do they want to be gate kept off of this angle and maybe go for the push into it, or does New Happy just go find a new spot? Ming, I don't know. I think that with shots like that, they might be contemplating the push.
Jeez. He saw just the pixel and nailed it. Okay. All right, New Happy on one right now. They've already got a foothold inside this new circle with HSM, so they can kind of hang out here, wait for the blue to get there. No harm, no foul, really, as Ming's down again. Non trying to see if he can maybe get that knock, but not going to happen, so they'll just go ahead and make their way up to where HSM is already holding down the fort. Take a little blue damage before they're trouble. And are we going to stay on El Pozo, Matt?
I feel like it. I'm casting. Of course, the first game has to be bad. They're going to not let me cast anymore if this goes... Oh, my God, my career is done. These players are going to be so against me casting anything from this point forward. All right, Pozo we go, and Burram already shifting. Mad's got to make the move. You can see Danawa already hopped inside of vehicles trying to make the rotation of their own. We've got New Happy coming up back behind this one, as well as Petrichor Road that should have an easier rotation. Rex, I don't think that's the way you want to come into this. There's a lot of people over here. The Salute's going to be coming up back behind him. Burram already getting a foothold position inside of this one. Looks like they did find an angle to approach from. Earlier rotations kind of paying off as Danawa just leaning into like crates right now, and I don't know if that's going to pay off too well. Rex already down. There's a lot of angles to be spied from over here.
I was going to say, as soon as this circle popped, you knew VP was on the clock. They've been kind of hanging out on that northern side, but there's so many teams that have to make the rotation in. And what a nice grenade from Perfectix. Doesn't find the knock on a Salute, though. 2 HP. Oh, it's so close. And I mean, you know Ents wants to get rid of this guy. They don't want to have to worry about that solo snake up there. They've got enough to worry about in the form of Buriram just off to their west, and Ents up the hill with Squeaky just taking shots on whatever he can see.
Yeah, Ince is starting to get a little bit nervous. Usually when you play this hillside, you're hoping the fact that the circle's going to shift in this direction, and it just keeps going.
Push.
Very, very centralized for Pozo. So if they do have to leave these hillsides, they know it's going to be a problem. I mean, we still have 45 alive inside of this circle. New Happy gets vision on Mad. End is going to meet his end as he's going to get dropped quite easily. New Happy, though, they still need to crest and make their way into the circle, and you can see it's going to be a lot of people. Oddly enough, it's heroic at very long range. I want to say about 600 meters. They're taking long range shots into him. And yeah, this is the angle that they've got. And just think of the angles that everybody else could have on this as well.
I got a little question mark above my head over that one for Mad. I mean, they were holding that big wide split for so long, and I mean, New Happy just rotated right into him, and they never left. The solo player just never left his compound. So, I mean, that was the easiest kill New Happy's ever going to get, really. The rest of Mad does rotate up to the north, but Petrichor Road, as you said, they're clown carring it down to the south. But fortunately, look at that, tailor-made.
Look, see, just avoid the west. Everything is fine. Just circle back around. It's been multiple hard shifts that lean to the west. Now rotate back in the other side and come in from the east. Nobody is playing over there and heavily rewarded. So Petrichor going to come in with 4, find themselves comfortable, oddly enough, not having too many enemies close by. But I don't know. It's a lot of very difficult angles to deal with. At this point, you just have to assume if you go for a peek, somebody's looking at your window.
Absolutely. I mean, there's just no safe angle to play here in the city. Is Non slowly going to bleed out? I don't think they'll be able to get that res. He thought about going and maybe picking him up, but nope. Goodbye, Non. You're done. New Happy still in it, and they're landing shots right now too. That's the sad part for New Happy, is that just based off of what we've seen so far in this game, they are hitting their shots today. Like they are looking pretty dangerous, but losing 2 right there is obviously not what you want to see, as the circle does pop, and it's going to go to the northwest side of Pozo.
I mean, New Happy is doing so much work, and they are hitting their shots. It's just the fact that while there's the 4 of them and the remnants of them now as they're losing members, they're going up against what is about 16 people looking back at them. So you got to hit a lot of shots to try to make a rotation, and they know they're trapped outside. Mad, similar boat right now. They still have their vehicles, but you can see so many people are looking at them. Clib went for a little bit of a reposition, and SSG quickly said, nope, we don't like that idea. You stay back over in your house. We'll stay in our house. Thank you so much.
Oh, man, I think Liquid was trying to they were in a 2-2 split. I think they were trying to regroup and get back together as 4, and they just get caught out by the SSG boys. Unfortunate there for Liquid, but they still have Mixie and James up. 2 dangerous boys in their own right, as we wait and see how New Happy decides to try to get in this circle. As you said, it's just nothing but turrets pointed in their direction.
Oh,
it's already on the move.
No, don't flip like this right now. They got to jump out of the vehicle.
You don't need to be kick flipping.
There's nowhere to go. Squeaky is down, but I think that might be able to get a couple more in. Using the distraction, New Happy rolls in. They get to a spot. And this is what I was talking about. Ince was hoping that it was going to go to this hillside, because trying to drive down it is so scary. At least Diggory is going to find somewhere to stop at, but it's just kind of delaying the potential of having to make a rotation. Mad, what are you going to do, man?
They refuse. They just absolutely refuse to go into the city, and I can't say I blame them. There's no reason for them to. I mean, look how much space there is available on this northwestern side. They can just chill and wait and play their cards and hope that the circle breaks away from the city and that they can just be there to feast off whatever comes out. MCG, you can see what's going on in that city right now. It's just, again, every angle is covered. Tosi,
still alive?
Maybe lost lost track there of where they were.
I mean, Tosi's still alive. Last one up, we saw it. Tosi having to make the send over here. Still taking shots, not afraid to let people know where he is. That could be to his detriment, is trying to bounce that one into an angle, it looks like, as Na'Vi knows where he is at this point. And I think just kind of holding out on this one and hoping the fact that he doesn't step out, because they don't want to go too loud off of this, as they do have a couple of teams, specifically Team Liquid, that might look their direction. I don't even know. Whenever we look at this, the way it's stacked up, Poro, there's going to be a lot of exchange knocks. It's really just about the attrition war. I feel like burn off helmets, try to get meds, get grenades, and good toss coming out from James. I thought that was potentially Resbul, but he just timed that one perfectly.
I mean, we've seen what Jimbo can do as a solo player in these city situations. He had he was one kill short of almost just pulling off the impossible a couple of days ago, as the circle will cut down to Pozo. Oh no, Mad just shaking their heads right now as they wait and see, try to figure out how they're going to get in here.
Dossie's not too happy about this, as the circle has now abandoned him.
He's got a shotgun. He's happy. He's fine.
Let's see what you want. Dossie opens the door a little bit, leans into it, now just leaning into the counter, defending up his convenience store. Got to be careful. Gets away from the Molotovs though, and grenade's going to come through. Tossie's going to continue to play it patiently though. Just lean into this one and hope the fact be a little sneaky with it. Lay down, avoid the nades. Let's see if Na'Vi wants to play this one. They know what he's got, and they do not want to come through that door. You can see the hesitation. Like, no, let's see if we can find a new angle. And he's just reading this. He's listening to all the footsteps. He might have an opportunity to play around off of it now. Na'Vi, what are you going to do? I feel like you're playing with fire at this close to the shotgun. And Dossie steps out, but Melman reads it. Goes for a peek on the other side. GNL now out.
Oh, Na'Vi trying to rob the convenience store. Tosi did his best to defend his territory. Is Mad. Well, what else are you going to do? They had to send it somewhere. They're going to send it right into Buriram. Deva does make it, and Canaxi took a lot of damage at the same time. And Deva actually going to find Canaxi, so he wins that trade. Canaxi gets flushed out, and now Edie and the rest of the Buriram boys are going to have to leave their spots, and that is dangerous stuff right now, as Virtus Pro will spot out Petrichor Road trying to make the cross.
I mean, there's going to be a lot of little firefights going on right now as different people are jockeying for different positions. Buriram does go ahead and finish out Mad Clan. They do lose Connexy for it. You see, Na'Vi has now made the position into Team Liquid, and it's going to be Mexi that's trying to hold it up. Grenades are now coming out. Rotation's coming on the other side. Diggory narrowly making it in a position to stay alive.
Okay, Diggory.
Leans into the wall, and man, just one more bullet or jumping out of that one wrong could have been a problem for him. And it's going to be Mexi that goes down. It's going to be Roth that spots him out and gets the flush onto him. So now allowing Na'Vi a new angle of approach into this, as Team Liquid now only has James up, and he's going to have to surrender some space.
Well, Batu going to come and see if he can maybe finish off Diggory. Yep, he will. Good stuff from VP. I know VP is fully aware that Petrichor Road is right there, so they could only play it a certain way and avoid that line of sight from the Pero boys. So keeping 4 up for VP, 5 kills already in the bag. SSG might be down low. They're down to 3, but they've got 7 kills already. They're looking pretty good. Na'Vi trying to make their way in a little bit further into this circle, but you can see Melman has been spotted out. They're taking some big damage.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a little bit of an area they can play, but they're having to just surrender knowledge time and time again. They've really just been chasing the circles for a while now. SSG realizing the fact that they've got some threats around them, and it's going to be James that's actually pretty close off on this angle. Looks like he's just trying to scare them away, saying, nope, look, you stay back over there. I know the fact that you told our team just a second ago not to approach, but that's fine. I'm just going to be comfy. Stay right here. Now, where is the circle going, Boro?
Raid boss James. Terrifying proposition. Okay. All right.
Good for VP.
Centering up. And look, I mean, look, there's still 28 alive, 11 teams still in this, a number of them with 4 up still, as you can see Petrichor, GEX, and VP all still 4 up, all have good position. As Salute still just a thorn in the side here of VP and Buriram as the grenade comes through again, and it just barely doesn't take him down. This last one might do it.
Let's see if it's timed right. Gonna bounce over there. Yeah. Oh! He's just tanking it right now. I mean, he's having to burn through some meds, but Salute is just, I mean, you got to be a little pissed right now if you're off to the side. But, sharp shot. That was just dirty. Cooks it right up on top of Na'Vi and gets him down.
Oh, Example just barely making it out of the Molotov there as well. Sharp shot still looking. As soon as Example peeks his little head around, there you go. Picked up 8 kills now for SSG.
Feeling pretty good over there. Salute finally goes down, but
Finally.
I mean, it only took 3,000 nades, probably Lord knows how many Molotovs to finally get him out of the way.
He's a tank, man.
I mean,
he's an actual tank.
What really do New Happy and Buriram have left to throw at each other? Because they've thrown it all at Salute at this stage.
I mean, ZPN sitting on a nice little stack of utility there, surprisingly, as you said. I mean, they've just been trading so much back and forth, you'd figure that they would be sitting a little bit lower, but you can see New Happy still finding the damage onto the Buriram boys. 8 kills in the bag for them as well. HSM, oh, he gets him so low, Naradra. The follow-up molly, is it going to be close enough to land? Doesn't look like it is.
Jan's going to be careful with this. Looks like he's going to be leaning into it. Oh, no. Gets picked off. It's going to be Perfectix with the angle into it, and HS just has to drop down to his belly. I think that we might see a res on the side of this one. And here we go. Petrichor Road making the push into GEX. It's the top of the leaderboard against the bottom of the leaderboard.
Petrichor Road looking pretty good so far on this push. They got the initial couple of knocks, but Yan Lee! What a save there is. Ixlef will finish him off, but Savior's still in it. Hasn't been able to take him out just yet. There it is. Petrichor Road should be able to get those reses back up as well. And boy, GEX gave him problems though, didn't they?
I mean, Yan Lee gave them problems. He was just holding it down, but all right, so Mamu is going to go ahead and get fleshed out. Looks like we're leaning into the stadium area right now in the open point inside of Pozo. All right, I don't know. There's a lot of very good vision on what's going to be going on inside of this Poro, and we're starting to lose buildings real fast.
Oh, we really are. Okay, I mean, at least there's card cover still to be had out there, right? The thing you got to look at is VP. They're building on that northern side of him, and Multi-Circle Gaming still in as well, but VP now having some problems getting rid of the last remnants of Buriram United here. Naradra will go for the res onto Godmian, but you can see he's pretty beaten and busted. VP, they'll carry Spiro out of the line of fire before going for the res. Love that feature, man.
Especially in these type of circles.
Oh, I know, man. It's just been so fun to watch it getting used as we check in with T-Bone. Last player up for Heroic, and he's got a little bit of work to do.
Yeah, I mean, VP are feeling pretty good inside this. They do have Buriram that's pretty close to him. Multi-Circle Gaming, SSG, Jeems, the last one up for Team Liquid, all pretty close to each other. Petrichor Road, with that push and the fight that they got a second ago against GEX, now finds themselves in a beneficial position as well. T-Bone says, no, I'm just going to go ahead and feed it over to this blue. I mean, that's not the worst of ideas, given the fact that whoever's going to walk away from this one is going to walk away with a ton of kills.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, he had no smokes left. James had him dead to rights. So it was just a matter of time. So he'll just deny the point. Oh my God, Meow. He will get traded back by Batulans and flushed out as well. So Buriram just so difficult to get rid of, but they finally will go down as Roth, using that high ground to great effect, does find Mill. Take some damage back in return, though.
The space station up so high with all of this vision right now. And remember, Space Station Gaming, they benefited a lot from an urban circle and high ground before, and they remember and are trying to do it again. No telephone poles really close this time, though, but man, they can see everything that's going on.
Yeah, this one's gonna be a little bit tougher, for sure. We still Skyrim jumping over it. Well, okay, Oldless, that one. Maybe.
You gotta bend your knees when you land.
I thought Roth was about to do the same thing. He's getting shot at too, and he's gonna go down. Lou with the bolty, but Roth, I mean, might actually be resable, but Sharpshot is on this high ground.
Look at this loot. Why would I go down there for you guys?
Oh no, I don't think. Yeah, they can't go for those reses. So Space Station down to just Sharpshot. We'll see if he can pull off some solo magic. VP, meanwhile, 4 strong, but you can see they have nothing but open field in front of them as they are going to lay down the smoke wall. Sharpshot still active.
All right, everything's leaning into that center point, and everybody is making the push in for it right now. Sharpshot's got the high ground and is monitoring everybody in rotation down below. VP is trying to use smokes as they come through this one, but really, Sharpshot is dictating so many people's rotations and movement. Multi-Circle Gaming is aware of this, and they do have the threat, and they know where he is, but they just don't have the angles for it. Sharpshot is going to at least be able to get the flush out on this one, but angles are now starting to become a bigger problem, as it's going to be Sharpshot being a little bit too loud and has drawn attention to himself. We are very quickly going to be moving into that top 4 point as we still have 10 people alive. And oh my God! Multi-Circle Gaming spins away from Sharp Shot and just drops a nade right on top of VP. Space Station Gaming finally goes down. VP in a ton of trouble. Multi-Circle Gaming just has a read on everything that's going on. Petrichor is going to be on the other side of it, and really it's just going to be Batulin right in the thick of everything.
James, we got some solo players, but oh no. Well, that's unfortunate. If you look at the wall, maybe it won't hurt me. Okay, James does go down. We are down to our top 3, but it's a 2v2v1 matchup. I don't know. Batulins, we've seen him clutch these out before for VP. It's nothing but smoke and mirrors right now as MCG is trying to make a push. They've got a little bit of hard cover to work with, but do they know that Batulins is watching this angle?
He took down 4 members by himself when he went up against Sonics earlier. Does he have it in him yet again to come up big for his squad? Batulins very carefully moving in, very aware of where Petrichor is, creeping right in, has an idea it's going to land right in the thick of everything that's going on. Spots out, excellent, is going to be able to take him down. Ming's already in a ton of trouble as well, repositioning away from him. Batulins dancing around inside the smoke, very close to the center as everything is going to be condensing into that point. We can see that it's getting a little bit more hectic. Nobody has a good idea on exactly where anybody is lined up. Multi-Circle Gaming with 2 members up, now looking at 2 prone members on the opposite side. There is going to be
Look at the shoddy on Mings.
firefight between this one. Everybody is down, trying to see if they can hear anything but Tulins. Here's the footsteps, goes for the spray, does manage to eliminate Petrichor Road. Now crawling into it, it's a 1v2, and it's going to be Multi-Circle Gaming. They spot him out.
Multi-Circle Gaming gets another Game 1 win. Game 1 of the day. They come in so strong, and they win the first game yesterday, win the first game today, but what a wild finish there, and all credit in the world to Batulins. He almost pulled it off, man. It was so close.
I mean, Multi-Circle Gaming dropping the nade on 3 members of VP, sticking it through, and then also spotting out Batulins. It just felt like Multi-Circle Gaming had VP's number for a while. They didn't feel like they had their number, and we didn't think they had their number, but in the end, they ended up having it.
Just wild stuff, and the fact that one grenade took out 3 people, yet the one grenade from doesn't take out the 2 MCG guys is beyond me. I don't know what happened there, but let's throw it over to the analyst desk to hear what they have to say about game number 1.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and congratulations to MCG. I'd say I'm surprised, but I'm not, because it was game number 1, and that's just MCG doing MCG things. They call themselves Multi-Circle Gaming, but really, they should just change that to game 1, because it was another epic game 1 for them, Jordan.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to give you some credit here, because I was saying about 10-15 minutes into that game when Buriram looked like they were in a good spot, I was like, man, Buriram might win here, guys. You know, a bit of APAC pride, kind of bias caster sort of thing. And you were like, hang on a second, Jordan, because MCG is sitting in the center of the circle. It's game 1 of the day. Like, are you even paying attention, mate?
Right.
And the answer apparently was no. You were, at least, so that's good. But yeah, Multi-Circle Gaming. I can't complain. Hey, I am very happy to see them get that, because that gives us another team to sort of put into the race for a top placing today.
I hope that they say that during the interview. I hope that, you know, they get to talk to the interviewers and they just say, game 1 belongs to MCG. It is ours, and it shall forevermore be known that way. Honestly, I don't know why everybody else jumps out of the plane. We should just skip game 1 from now on. Just start at match 2, Clover, because it feels like kind of a gimme.
You know, it really does. And now I'm really regretting the fact that I doubled back. You asked me before this match started who I thought I was going to win. I said, maybe MCG. I thought maybe they were too far behind. Picked Liquid. Nah, it could very well be MCG after a performance like that. But another performance that almost got pulled off Gex. We talked about the need for consistency, but it was actually the bottom team, Pero, that finally popped off and kind of ruined a good start for Gex.
Yeah, look, I mean, geez, where do you even begin with this whole Pero situation? We were sort of cheering them along as that game was progressing, thinking that maybe this was going to be a little bit of a resurgence from them. You know, we sort of highlighted them at the start of the day, said Pero in particular was one of those teams that really needed to have a good day here. Oh, I love this, by the way. Hardcore parkour. Probably gone wrong a little bit for SSG. I almost thought that Oldless had made the right play there. I actually thought he was potentially going to be Reservoir, whereas Roth, I mean, he was just I mean, he was up the creek without a paddle. There was no helping him. Ultimately, it didn't really seem to help SSG too much, but I did like the fact that they went back to their roots and jumped off a building roof to try and get to another one. Didn't work quite so well this time. But anyway, on the topic of Pero, yeah, it is nice to see them actually get themselves back into the groove a little bit, right? 6 kills there, 3rd place. It's not a win, but it's actually some consistent, decent points out of today. And if they can manage to string another couple of games like that together, maybe we're going to have a bit of a different discussion around Pero at the end of today than what we were at the start of the day going into things.
Yeah,
So
I mean, Pero really, before we flip back onto MCG, that is singly the best game that they've had out of the 6 they played thus far. It's good to start with that energy because they can only climb from here. You see right now with a total of 11 points, but Space Station Gaming, VP, MCG, all starting out strong today. A lot of these teams really did need the points, and we saw quite a bit of movement for the overall leaderboard. We'll get to take another look at that here in a sec.
Yes, we will. Let's take a look at the numbers. Roth comes in with 7 kills, so despite the hardcore parkour, they were putting in some work from the roofs. Evily and Zipian is well, but good numbers. You saw that match leaderboard. MCG comes out on top. Virtus Pro is able to put some numbers on and keep that consistency going, largely on the back of Batu. It seems like we just keep seeing Botulin coming down to these sort of endgame 1v1, 1v2, 1v3s, Jordan.
Yeah, a bit of a little maestro in that kind of a department, isn't he? He manages to swindle his way to another 2nd place. We were wondering, we were kind of almost hoping that he was going to pull off that one on 2 inside of the smoke. It was a bit of a weird situation, wasn't it, with so many smokes going down? It could have really gone any way, but I think what ultimately sort of undid it a little bit for anyone that wasn't Multi-Circle Gaming was that there was like a gap in the smokes that Multi-Circle Gaming was able to sort of just sweep their side of the circle, clear that little area of territory out, so to speak, and obviously they also had a numbers advantage. So even if it did come down to a little bit of a weird situation inside the smoke, chances are you're going to trade that one out. But I mean, you got to give credit to Batu, like 2nd place. This is not chicken dinner format anymore. So take the 2nd place, be happy with that. You'll walk away with a decent amount of points out of it, and that's good.
Well, because it's the first game. Like, if that had been the last game, I think Batu clutches it and takes home the victory, but you can't beat MCG in that circle in the first game. It's just not doable. Play for 2nd. And we saw some teams do that very effectively. Let's talk about Virtus Pro, Clover. This is a team that started, I don't want to say badly, but it was. Because the reality is they got stuck in a hot drop that they just could not win. They got continuously kettled, and until they quit the hot dropping last week, it was hot trash. Now, though, these guys seem very strong.
Yeah, and, they played the mid to late game of that one really well again. There was, I think, a moment where we saw them kind of 2-2 splits to keep pressure on, actually, Pero. So, again, their ability to have control up till the very end, there with Batu, just kind of showed, I think, how they're coming back into form, right? And you take some of those distractions away, they're not wasting resources, not wasting mental resources, time resources, and actual resources from the game on fights they don't need to earlier on, and that gives them what they need in the later game. So I'm really excited to see how they play today, especially a little bit later when we switch back over to Erangel.
You brought up resources, and I think if you guys haven't had a chance to at home, PUBG has released sort of a comms episode to walk through some of the events of this week, and one of the things that stood out in that episode was SSG, Keenan in particular, yelling at his team, as Keenan is wont to do, no more utility, stop throwing smokes, manage your utility. That brings to the, kind of pumps your point, but also SSG, again, in this game, they are allowed to go up into the air, and they do really well, Jordan. 11 kills is a big deal for them because it moves them into 6th place. 45, I mean, that's only 5 points away from weekly final right now.
This game is actually the dream, not just for SSG, but for us as viewers, because at the start of today, we were talking about maybe 4 or 5 teams that were, like a team that we thought might be able to make a run for first this week. Now, you've got a difference of 5 points between 1st and 7th, which is absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
It also further sort of reinforces the discussion that we were having, at least around GEX, GNL, and BBL, where we were sort of saying, we're not too super sold on them based on yesterday's results, because those were just, let's be real, like really big. It was a big day, but they were inconsistent over the course of the tournament. And what do you know? I mean, Gex gets knocked out in 8th, 0 kills. GNL gets knocked out in 14th, 0 kills. BBL gets knocked out in 16th with 1 kill. So all of a sudden you're going, okay, yesterday was their day. Let's not take that away from them. But the teams that we were mentioning, the ones that have been a little bit more consistent across the board, are now starting to flex their muscles a little bit. And with that one rougher performance, you really collapse the field a little bit and make it quite close and quite tight towards the top end. So I'm happy to see SSG performing there, getting themselves a lot of kills, even though, they don't manage to get a super high placing. And obviously, Multi-Circle Gaming, Virtus Pro, Team Liquid as well was one that we talked about at length. In fact, we were big favorites of Team Liquid, if I want to reiterate that point again. So, things are getting a bit exciting, I think, off the back of those first game results.
All right, we promised that we would talk about the bottom of the board before our next game starts up, and we're getting close, so I want to go there. I'm going to start off with Clover, and I'm going to let you choose if you want to talk about Buried Rom or Dignithrow, your choice. What's going on with these two teams?
Ooh. Okay, I just real quick, I do love Buried Rom, but Dignitas is just not clicking, And, okay, sorry, I thought we were throwing just for a second. No, really quickly on that, Dignitas has a tendency to perform really well when they're the underdog. I think when they get put in situations where they can get those kind of high pressure kills, right? Getting everybody in a bit of an area, it works well. We're not seeing that level of play. We're not really seeing them play their game, whether or not they're not getting a chance to, or they're trying to switch things up. Now that we're on an international stage, things just aren't clicking for this team. They're not finding those opportunities or even making the best of the ones that are given to them right now. And that's the struggle and consistency that we haven't been seeing right now from Dignitas.
All right, I want to give you a Buried Ram, but I don't think we have enough time to go into it right now, Jordan. So I'm going to have to put a pin in it and say we're going to come back and talk about Buried Ram, either for the good or the bad, depending on how this game goes. It's just about time for game number 2 to kick off as we take a look at the players from VP, currently sitting in 3rd place, 5th on the pick'ems, and honestly, the upward trajectory due to continue as we continue to prep for the next match. The plane is about to take to the air. Petrichor Road had a strong last match that's gotten them all the way up into 14th place. Will it continue as they continue to grind it out and try to put up another big match as we prepare for Miramar number 2 of our weekly final? We're going to head over to the two gentlemen who put the fun in the cast. It is Porosaurus and Matchup.
Thank you very much, Toffees. And yes, we are back for PGC 2021 presented by Alienware and Toomey. I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Matchroom. And some things just remain the same no matter what day it is. Multi-Circle Gaming getting another Game 1 win, Matchroom.
I'm still just caught up looking at Summer's hair, dude. That shows you how tense that game was. He is just, you can tell he's been running his hands right across his forehead. Oh my God.
Yeah, he used to have bangs. He just ripped them all out in that last game. That's how stressful that situation was.
I could feel that at that stage. I mean, that was a tense ending, to say the least. And Miramar has been providing some games lately. Let's be real.
Dude, yeah. I mean, hey, we've had a lot of games delivered this week. It seems like Miramar's definitely one of those ones that's delivering a little bit more than most, as we see MCG getting a little bit close to BBL on the drop here for vehicles. Lingdu way down south here, as the rest of the boys up here in Power Grid. I guess now that they know that they got it for free, they're comfortable stretching out, I guess.
There are some big quotations around that free, though, but
well, sure.
They finally got it. Oh my God. All right, GEX. You get Center of Circle in Impala and Islands in play, Puerto in play, and
don't say it. Why did you say it?
Look, I'm trying to curse it, man. I'm trying to say, look, there's no chance it'll go to the island. No, wait, I have to say, there's a big chance it'll go to the islands. That's how it works. I'm sorry. Gotcha.
I mean, honestly, like, if it go, no, just please. I don't want to have to deal with it. Anytime it goes to the island, that's when you look at it and you're like, okay, the team that won that probably shouldn't have won. Like, they just got lucky. And I hate talking about luck in terms of PUBG. I hate it. It's one of the most played out memes I've ever heard. But Island Circle on Miramar, yeah.
Look, this is the way I'll even say it. I like cruel circles. Everybody knows that. I like the fact to see players come up in those situations. I don't like island circles in this. All the firefight happens along the beachhead to the west of them, and the game kind of feels over like several circles before it actually gets to the end. It's cool to see, I'm not going to lie, but it's it's not as really hype as you think it is. Like I would,
in theory, it's a lot better than in practice.
yeah, it's one of those things like you end up with like a couple of solos limping onto the island and just kind of floating around for a bit. It's definitely a treat to the eyes to see one time, and say you got to see it competitive once or twice. You got to see it live. You know, it's cool for that reason. That's about it. I do want to shift conversation for just a second, Poro, about how freaking close this leaderboard is. Dude,
I mean, it's, what are we, 5 points between 7th and 1st? I mean, you want to talk about parity in a global championship. I mean, this is about as close as you're going to get here. I mean, even outside of 7th, I mean, you go down to 8th place, Ensign 38 points. I mean, that's not that far. That's 12 points out of 1st. It's so close.
I mean, that's a game win with a spattering of kills. You don't even have to have a big kill game for that one. I mean, there's so many
Dignitas
stats.
might be a little screwed, but everybody else.
Yeah. We'll leave that alone right now with it. I do have to say, I am glad to see Multi-Circle Gaming having themselves a big game. You and I were kind of talking about that before we got going. I thought that a couple of people were kind of sleeping on them. Whenever we see them, it feels like the longer that they go into a tournament, they have the capabilities and a strong firefighting squad. Like, how many times during PGIS did we talk about Tank?
Yeah. Well, I mean, how many times we talk about Tank, because he's got probably the best hairstyle in the entirety of PGIS, and so good, in fact, that it has been replicated and copied all down the line here, as we've seen mullets aplenty. As oh no, how is it that Team Liquid just always seems to run into another European team in Circle 1?
And every
Just
single
always.
time they're inside the bus of all vehicles as they're trying to make this. All right, so looks like BBL is going to see if maybe Team Liquid gets too close. But I mean, with this rotation, I know we talked about Impala's kind of a flatland. Smash is going to get vision. Not going to hit enough to even really make it scary for Team Liquid. They're just going to step away from that one, and that was almost a problem.
If that was Ibby, he would have been down the first shot. I'm just saying, Ibby is a bullet magnet.
It's true.
Somehow it seems like James got the happy feet, can avoid the fire here. But now Team Liquid knows that BBL is up here, so BBL's got to have to make some decisions about what they want to do. I think the best play is what they look like they're doing, and that's just kind of pulling everybody together into the compound and just peacocking out a little bit. Say, Liquid, if you really, really want this, Liquid, you're gonna have to push us right here.
So I do want to talk about the circle for just a half a second.
I told you Ibby would get shot.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably somebody that's playing like an Erangel, and somehow the bullet managed to make it over here anyway. Who knows how he gets hit off with some of these? We still have a lot of war rooms.
I need to stop picking on him, man. I really do.
I don't know. Like, he'd be such a nice guy, and here you are just ripping him apart for no reaon. Do you feel good about yourself right now, Poro? Do you feel good?
I always feel good about myself, man. That's the secret. But no, like, and it's just funny because, like, I mean, Ibby's probably one of the most. He's been around since before Methuselah. I mean, the guy's been playing for Team Liquid forever. I mean, he is basically Team Liquid right now. I mean, he's just been there for so long. And oh no, Tanky, how do you do this to yourself? So he's just Austin Powered himself.
Yeah,
I hate to say it.
I just talked you guys up, and now you can't even drive. Well, like, Tank, what do you think is going to happen? Why are you getting back in that vehicle? You think that motorcycle is going to come up and slam you out of position? I mean, there's a chance, but come on, get in there.
God.
Go for it again. Go. You got it. Go. Safety and freedom.
I don't know why that was so funny to me, but the just the cutting from the stuck US to the flip buggy just tickled me in such a way.
And this is why you don't look at the map when you rotate, people. You've got to be careful with that.
All right, that's good stuff. Okay, seems like we're gonna make their way through. A firing ground, really. I mean, New Happy and GEX all having pretty good position on this, and they're actually gonna lose the vehicle, as they're going to be forced into playing Impala. So hopefully they got a plan. Hopefully this is where they wanted to be. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it.
I feel bad because I laughed whenever Evie got knocked in that, just because of our previous conversation. I love you, Evie. It's going to be hard to res him on top of that one, but
they should have smokes. They should be fine.
Yeah, but
just don't. Oh, why do I say anything?
This is your fault, Poro. I'm just letting you know.
It's my fault.
I mean, you're both like giants. You think that you would bond and have each other's backs, but no.
Dude, I love Ibby. It's a string of bad luck is what it is, and sometimes you just get them. I mean, we've seen so many in North America. We've seen teams just catch those strings of bad, like TSM for like months. They just could not find a way to make things happen. Like Purdy was getting caught out every single game trying to scout by some rando just hanging out. Like Ibby is in one of those streaks right now, and it's unfortunate. It is BBL again defending home turf here, but MCG, they're a little bit split.
I like the fact that how BBL is playing this one. They went ahead and stepped up around this one. They are seeing if maybe they know where Summer is. They just don't want to crest the hillside, seeing if maybe they can cook it in there. Rest of Multi-Circle Gaming is coming through off of this one, and I don't think that they want a firm commit in just quite yet. We'll have to see. Uh-oh, that's not good. James, GEX of all teams, again, finding momentum, spots it out, and Team Liquid goes out early. Impala definitely belonging to GEX right now.
Okay, that's not the way they drew it up. Unfortunate there for Team Liquid. But again, sitting in 4th place, 49 points overall. Shake it off, move on, move to next, and do what you can do with the rest of your day, as MCG still lurking around BBL like sharks, looking for that first knock.
Yeah, Lingdu flanked back behind this. Evil Lee often never land there, seeing if maybe he can get vision on what's happening. I don't know. This is a weird fight for Multi-Circle Gaming to wanting to commit into, and it's just kind of due to what we're seeing go on with this circle. I was trying to allude to it before we started seeing what was going on with Team Liquid, but there's a lot of water. We still have the fields that are west of Impala that are in play, and
what an angle.
That just hurts to see off of that one. That's just well played coming out from Non, though. There's just not very much territory, so everybody's having to lean into that eastern wall right now, Poro, and this is kind of what we were talking about with what happens if you get an island circle.
Look at Mad.
Yeah. Oh God.
Boy, you want you
can't even see Mad. They're so far northwest.
They are on the peninsula. They want to be the island boys so bad right now. It's not going. It's not going to do. Okay, thank you, Jesus. Whew, okay, cool.
Feels good.
All right, moving on. We don't have to deal with that. GNL does have the central position right by Ents, but Ents in a 2-2 split. They got gonna have some work there for Diggory and Tixu to get back north. They're already on the move, so we'll see if they get there. BBL, meanwhile, already in the vehicles trying to leave. Ling Du was spotted, kind of serving that anchor position for MCG. Takes a few shots, but not gonna really find any joy there, as of course our two yellow teams are going to be moving right next to each other.
Let's go ahead and add in a third one, as it also is going to be Navi that looks like they're coming in over here. BBL, Dignitas, keep track of the slight variations in yellow, as it is going to be Dignitas going to the high ground position. Just to the east of them in the distance, it's going to be Navi. I do have to say that BBL's positioning is pretty strong, but this compound that we saw Dignitas rotate into also very strong for the later sections of this game if the circle does go this direction. Danawa, playing up along this like scenic route right now, getting some Rex, right? I guess. Trying to avoid Burr on taking the shots there. Yeah, gonna go ahead and use that little bit of a dip to get position away from him. But guess what? Where's that gonna send him? Right into Mad.
Oh dear. And SSG is pushing right into New Happy. New Happy in a little bit of a split though, but these long buildings are dangerous. And Ola's going to find Non. That's going to be a nice little opening for SSG to try to push in here. But maybe hold on to that shotgun. Oh no, Oldless goes down, but the big damage coming through in return. So Ming's going to have to pull back. They should be able to get that res onto Oldless. Where's the rest of New Happy? You got to imagine they're trying to crash there. Yeah, you can see it on your mini map. They're trying to wrap around from that northern side. Roth giving some support from range though.
You can see stepping down the shotgun, just blaring right now. SSG not content with it. Throw out a couple more nades, going for the spray, just trying to make sure that they get everything finished out off of what's going on. Non just trying to use the smoke to crawl through. Now reinforcements coming in for New Happy, trying to reset this one, get their man back up and try to handle it. You can see what's going on with Mad down in the bottom right there. It's a problem for a couple of these teams and how they're wanting to navigate what's going on at the time. Space Station Gaming, though, looks like they're starting to right themselves. They're just kind of opting into making this a duplex and each one taking a different side.
I mean, on these long buildings, I mean, that's kind of what you have to do. You have to be patient with it. You can't try to force the fight. And it looks like Sharpshot's picked up his own shotgun here as in response to New Happy. Roth is still across the street, I believe, or he's a little bit in the distance. You can't see it on the minimap because right now we're watching Mad and Donawa scrap it out as Leklo looks like he will go down after the trade in Space Station. Yeah, I think this is the call. Just get out of there.
Well, they got to be careful. They got the smokes down. Gonna see Donawa get eliminated. Mad takes a lot of casualties with it, though. Space Station gets away, but, all right.
I like that call.
Yeah, there's not a lot of good, safe places to go. New Happy does have vision in it, so good on Space Station Gaming to get far enough away from them. Petrichor Road's going to be potentially the next closest team to them, and it looks like they're kind of buying that direction. I mean, there's a couple of, like, different spots that you can stop, like, notably around these, like, dip areas. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe SSG stops here, and yeah, I like this.
Yeah.
Just don't overextend. You have no idea what's going on with 54 people alive.
Yeah, I mean, especially when the circle's collapsing, and you just kind of hold up, pull off that fight. There was nothing really that they could do there. Just wait for the next circle to pop, see if you can get a little lucky. Okay, they'll just have to move, make that rotation around. They know the south side is cramped, so they'll probably avoid that, and they hopefully don't wrap too far to the north, because then they're going to run into all that yellow up there as we check in with Heroic already sending it.
Oh, a similar idea to what Team Liquid had, just a little bit further to the north. They're going to go ahead and say, nope, we don't want to deal with Impala. We're going to continue on our way. GNL is to the north of Impala and holding down, I don't know, so many people call it different things. I mean, they call it like the refinery, about pipes, whatever you want to say. Looks like Heroic might be leaning that direction. Americano inside of a vehicle right now. He's going to be right up next to Heroic, and Heroic taking this a little bit slower. They hear the engines around them, and they don't want to push too hard. That read by hearing the engines right now is probably what's giving Heroic the capabilities to navigate through this one. BBL, though, they're coming in on a very similar angle. It looks like they could be stopping into this dip, and GNL is finding themselves very quickly surrounded. As no, BBL isn't even stopping. They're just going to go ahead and send it right around GNL.
Wow, BBL going for that big send to that compound. I mean, that's, you know, that's going to be occupied late. They end up getting in to the dips and the sheds just off to the north. GNL just holding down the fort right now. Heroic, as he said, I mean, they waited for their tailing person to catch up. They keep moving around, but now they don't have the spot that BBL took, so now they're going to be in having a hard time finding that. Oh my God, the grenade. Zenon, that's a bounce, boy.
Where has this Gex been? I mean, they're timing nades perfectly. They're just making sure to take early fights. They're securing positions. They're dictating rotations right now. They're playing so well, and they have so much awareness in what's going on in every bit of the circle right now. New Happy. I mean, look, they're just even massacring, taking shots at SSG at such far range. And SSG tried to go for the rotation that we saw a second ago that I think that multiple teams were trying to take. Now it's just Oldless, the only one up.
Yeah, I mean, it's nuts. Zenon is basically holding the entirety of New Happy by himself. Meanwhile, Heroic, we were wondering where they're going to go. They end up finding themselves in front of MCG, but they're down to just Page as he's got to go somewhere. He's going to push up. He's going to get spotted by Tanky, and Heroic down in 14th place.
All right, New Happy. Send it time, I guess. Here comes the blue. GX not even
Raid
wanting to make a play. Yeah, they don't even want to go in the safe zone right now. He's just kind of patiently waiting for this one. He's like, nah, there's kills to be had. Why would I want to go to the safe zone whenever I can kill more people and they're getting the damage into it? I mean, New Happy, what do you do? You're going to run it through Impala where there's already several other GEX players at? This is just the worst possible position to be in at any point in the circle right now. And let's see how they navigate it.
It sucks. It sucks. They'll get through, and they should be okay, as you should see them coming up on your map there. Yep, there they are in the south side as we see where the next circle goes, and we're going to go all the way up to the north. So BBL, that ballsy rotation going to pay off for him, as now New Happy has been spotted out by Savior. GEX, man.
But New Happy, you stopped just making it inside the safe zone. Now you're just more surrounded than you were a second ago.
I mean, they had to heal, though.
Yeah, but I don't know. It almost feels like taking the gamble might have been a better play for it. Maybe they're hoping that GX is just going to commit and leave. But I don't know. I don't feel like GX is the type of team that's playing right now. The way that they're just thriving, I think that they're just going to wait this one through. They waited it a second ago. Why not do it again?
Well,
oh my God, it's
there
just
goes
dirty.
Zenon gonna find Non as Zepion gonna take a few shots back, but Zenon gonna land those as well. Savior still keeping eyes on all of this from that high ground. SSR finally coming up here to provide some support. Now, the problem with GEX is that they are committing fully to finishing off this new Happy squad, but while all this is going on, they don't have anybody in this new circle. Jan Lee is still off to the north.
Oh, now you can see the push coming out from New Happy. They were trying to go for the flank onto Xenon and do get it. So finally finding some benefit in a firefight, but then it's going to be Jan Lee with the angle, harassing as they move forward. I mean, Savior still got that high ground as well. The blue just tanking, doing so much damage. New Happy at least got a, I guess, an empiric victory by taking down a couple of members of GEX, but Savior's going to go down most likely to the zone as well. I mean, gets a med up, maybe.
Okay.
New Happy? What?
Can he?
I don't know if this is going to work as well as you think this is going to work.
I think he was trying to deny the point, maybe. Yeah. Well, Mill is spotted out by Dignitas. This is good. We see Dignitas actually 4 up and doing damage to people. That's a little bit different than normal. They've got a good spot on the western side of this circle that they can actually work with here. This could be good as they can possibly build up a little bit of confidence moving forward here. Is GEX again going to go down? I mean, that's... What a stupid fight. I'm sorry. I know we're very high on GEX right now, but that was just like, there's no point. I guess getting a few more points, keep your first place position. Jan Lee will play it out here as Petrichor Rowe going to try to take it back to Dignitas.
All right, two teams that are desperately fighting for points right now. Petrichor is going to find themselves a little bit out-positioned right now as Dignitas is separating out, getting a couple of different angles to work with. VP navigating the circle right now as it looks like they're looking into where Matt is pretty far to the north. All right, so Sparking's getting a little bit of vision on what's going on with Petrichor Road, and this is a lot of utility being used by Dignitas, and finally it's going to be Poonage as well as Shinboy that gets the down onto 2 of them. Petrichor Road playing this a little bit passive is just going to find themselves slowly getting picked apart, but at range, some support is going to be coming in on the side of BBL and Multi-Circle Gaming as well. So I mean, Dignitas at least gets to replenish off of it, but don't pick up those couple of kills.
They only get 1 kill off of that.
Yeah.
Oh, that feels super bad. But they're still 4 up. They're still alive. That's what matters as they can continue on in this game, try to pick up some more kills as we go back to another long house push. This time it's going to be VP taking on Mad. Can lash and 2-tap, hold on against the full squad of VP. Good Molotov going to push him back here, at least temporarily.
We're going to need to see some 1-taps coming out of that if you're going to try to defend that position right now. There's a lot of people that are wanting to take it. I do note that Multi-Circle Gaming is kind of harassing anybody that's moving right now, and they're pretty comfortable in position, so we'll have to see. There's a potential fight that could be going on with them and Buriram as the Virtus Pro fight looks like. I mean, Virtus Pro, they're smarter than this. They know the fact that this is not a thing to push. Just leave it alone. Wait for it. You're at the edge of the circle. See, yeah, there you go. Move out, gatekeep them instead. Just keep them locked in that spot, then move out, get yourself a new position, and then pick them off as they come into the circle. That's the way you want to go.
Yeah, and I think that was exactly the plan there. I mean, you can see all of VP just repositioning up the hill. They'll spot him out, probably take those kills. We'll see if Matt actually even gives them the opportunity to take those kills or if they just go down to the circle. Is God Meow hiding in the trench? Does Summer even know he's here? Oh no, Dignitas getting picked apart from weeks away by Oldless.
Oldless can't move. He's just stuck in the spot. He's got people down below him, New Happy's members, so instead he just chooses to take his frustration out on Dignitas, and there you go, VP. Looks like they managed to get in a little bit. Now going to go ahead and rotate inside the circle. They're feeling pretty good about that decision. And Mad, this is a problem, man. You're just kind of stuck here. We're going to start to see a lot of people going down and dying to the blue as they just can't even manage to make it inside the zone.
Yeah, kind of figured that was what was going to happen. I mean, VP had him absolutely pinned. There goes Oldless as well. So SSG going down. Jan Lee doing some damage. Going to find Sparking, gets the knock and the flush. But, ooh, Squeaky going to save Dignitas there.
A couple of odd things that are going on as Buriram does look like the fact that they have an advantaged fight here on a Multi-Circle Gaming's position. Around here, BBL is also kind of dancing around in this fight. With everything that's going on, Multi-Circle Gaming tries to move away from it, but Summer tosses a good nade right on top of Connexy. Now, how is this going to affect Buriram's plan? If Buriram, they're just so chaotic. You never know how they're going to move. For all we know, they could just opt into leaning into the north and just go after an entirely different team. But VP, here's this fight. Looks like they want to move into it. So this is going to very quickly turn into a 4-way fiesta if these teams are not careful.
Yeah, I think Buriram getting Kind of blessed here by the push from VP as Batulins will find Tanky, and Mert's going to go down to Spiro. So VP arrives, and they arrive loud as BBL down to 3. Smash going to take some damage as well. You can see VP very wide split on that eastern side. Buriram does pull back, get the res. Once again, the circle is going to center up. Ents will have to leave their compound. Looks like they're wrapping forward, wrapping to the north, where Navi still 4 strong. They have a lot of territory up there. Navi looking pretty good for the late game.
Yeah, I mean, their closest threats are Dignitas and Burram, who's getting picked apart, as well as Multi-Circle Gaming. So really, VP coming into this one is dictating a lot of what's going on. Do note the fact that there is GNL just to the south of VP's position, and we still have Mad that is med battling his way into this circle and could come up right back behind VP, as VP does have their sights set on these teams that are around them. Circle has popped and has gone pretty centered, so that means that a lot of this eastern fight is going to have to either finish quickly or teams are going to have to separate out and try to find a reposition angle. No, it's going to be no Audra that spots it out, and now Mad finally eliminated.
Okay. Diggory from the other side of the circle. Good shots from him. We'll see if they can actually get the res. I think they should be able to. Doesn't look like any follow-up is coming through. Yep, immediately laying down that smoke and going for the res. But you can see Summer and Eva Lee, that is a problem for Buriram here. That is where they want to move. That is the only spot really that they can move. And they've got to dig out those two guys. As GNL going to pull a little bit closer on the southern side of the circle. They got to be careful about Ents, though.
I mean, Buriram, they don't have any way to manage to make it in this. They have to fight. Connex, he runs right on top of a Molotov that's thrown by No Audra to make sure that that's cleared out. Navi now getting vision onto this one. So 3 different teams with vision and gatekeeping potential onto Buriram as a technical problem flushes out one of their own players on approach. That is tragic, to say the least. Now, let's see how they handle this one. They have Multi-Circle Gaming, and that is just 2 members in that. So that might be the way that they're leaning into it, but Navi just isn't gonna let it happen. They managed to make it into the shack. The shack's not even in the safe zone. Multi-Circle Gaming's got to read on what's going on, and they're just waiting. Everybody right now just feasting on Buriram, who is just struggling to find a way to get in the zone. I mean, look at their life right now. It's just metting up to see if maybe they can walk another couple of feet forward. Smokes are down, but I mean, everybody is just picking on them at this point.
It's just the Buriram struggle, isn't it? They've just been having such a hard time. Okay, well, there you go. Lou and Spiro going to combine to finish them off. Navi takes shots over in that direction. Doesn't get the kills, though. They're still 4 strong. They have this north side. If they can clear out MCG, they'll be looking real pretty. They need to be careful about VP, though, because VP, you can see Perfectix moving up a little bit closer, trying to see if he can work through that smoke wall, get that final kill onto Summer. Summer not giving up easily, though.
This is an important game for so many teams, making it into the stage. Still 6 teams alive, 21 all considering. We talked about the leaderboard being so close. Multi-Circle Gaming now out, so potential for a lot of these teams to really make a climb up the leaderboard, as it's going to be a little bit of shots going. Navi does have one of their members go down. VP still just trying to harass. You can see to the south, it's going to be GNL, but BBL is trying to gatekeep out that point. Good plays come out from VP as they get vision on what's going on with GNLs and their approach into this one. Navi now getting a little bit of a high ground point, is trying to hold this one out, but don't forget about Ints in that western area, feeling pretty comfortable right now and starting to harass out everybody that's making moves into the circle.
Ents have a lot of room to work with here, and it is a very European final circle here, as we've got 4 EU teams and the GNL boys that are getting picked apart right now as Americano and Heaven go down. Korn and Tosi still alive, but they are on the very, very edge of the circle. You can see VP looking down in that direction. Ents has an angle as well. I think Navi can see. I'm pretty sure everybody in the lobby can see him. BBL, meanwhile, down to just Mert, as Ents decided the perfect time to come up over the top and found success against them.
VP is the only team other than GNL that hasn't managed to make it in the safe zone. Everybody has been looking at GNL right now, but Ents is just getting control of about half the circle. Specifically, if they keep their eye on GNL and how they're trying to rotate through this, they're denying any option into it. So we'll have to see. I don't think that there's any way that GNL can manage to make it out this. They're out in the open. Multiple teams have vision on them. There you go. Korn going to go down. Tossi, while he's going to be able to get on the opposite side, maybe from VP, it's just going to be a line of sight for Ents. That's going to pop it off. And now we move full on EU for our final 4 squads. VP making their reposition, do manage to get in the safe zone. And I mean, BBL, you got to be careful. You got a couple of teams that are right next to you, as everybody is now starting to get an idea on where the lay of the land and where all the squads are positioned at.
You go in beast mode here in game number 2, as You see Navi the lowest on the leaderboard, but still 31 points, one good performance in this game. If they could pick up a few more kills to go along with this and try to get this win, they'd be right back in the thick of things. BBL down to just Mert, but Mert, we've seen him pull off some pretty crazy stuff in the past. We'll see if he can survive long enough to be an influencing factor on this final circle here, as everybody's just kind of holding position right now, just waiting to see where that next circle goes.
Do note right now, tied up in first place, GEX and VP. They can now find themselves with the opportunity to move into a more comfortable first place if they can pick up a couple of kills here. That said, BBL right there on their heels. 10 points for getting a victory puts them in a pretty good spot. Ints wanting to make sure that they can pick up every single point that they can, and Navi lower on the leaderboard knows the fact that anything they get here could just be massive for them in the long run. Remember, as we're looking through and towards the finals, it's going to be the amount of points that you pick up on the weekly finals. So however this goes, these teams know the fact that they need to get as many points as possible. VP, though, has the pressure and the knowledge of knowing the fact that they can move in and potentially get a first place point, and now has an opportunity to cement a grand finals, because whoever wins the weekly final is going to be able to be a guaranteed spot into it. So now, with the way that the circle has lined up, VP is leaning into the east. In the north, it's going to be Navi that has to make a move. Ints does have a member that's inside the safe zone, but they could find themselves with a path to get in there and very close to the center as well.
Ints already have one win off of the back of Tixu and his amazing healing performance. They're going to get a little bit of circle love here, as well as Navi is going to have to try to make their way down. The smoke wall is down. Melman taking some damage. But Ents, you got to say, Ents has good position here. Yeah. But VP, it just feels like VP has hit their stride. Once they gave up on the hot drop situation and they started turning their attention towards just playing the game, you can see why this is one of the best teams in the world, why this was one of the teams that we were looking at as one of the favorites coming into PGC, and they have shown up in a big way. Second place in game one off of the back of Batula. Maybe they can clutch it out here, as Tixu is going to find Melman through the smoke.
That little bit of high ground that they have to work with gives them vision on what's happening, and now Virtus Pro knows what's going on. Gonna go ahead, toss out the nade. I don't know how well cooked that is. It's gonna fall just a little bit short. Zone is now coming in right back behind them. Oh, the follow-up from Lou connects. Now Navi, they were in a strong position to the north. Suddenly everything has gone absolutely terrible for them. See if maybe they can get something out of it. Example tries to step up and he goes down. Now, with this perfect exchange, go down inside of the exchange, but it's going to be a little bit of time. Everything condensing in is now we're going to be moving into phase number 8. And I have to say, Ints, very close to the center of this circle. VP has to be careful. Mert is so close to them and can just absolutely decimate them if they don't keep an eye that direction.
Yeah, if VP pulls this off, it's going to be unbelievable. I mean, they are absolutely pinned down. They have a little bit of a hill to work with. They spotted out Mert at least, and Mert's just going to go ahead and die to the blue after he did get taken down low. But this is going to be such a hard push for VP over this ridgeline as Ents is completely spread out. They'll find the knock on a Perfectix, and now it's just a matter of time, it feels like, as Ents is squeezing down onto the VP squad. Another knock comes through, and once again it's down to just Patulins. He's going to go down to the blue, and Ents gets their second victory of the weekly finals.
A massive come up, I think, putting them around 4th place right now. We did see VP pick up a couple of kills, now moving into first as well. That was a massive game for so many squads. We saw Gex go down fairly early, so that opened the doors for a lot of other teams. And I gotta say, big shout out to Ints and navigating what was a peculiar set of circles, to say the least.
Oh, absolutely. They made the right play. They get in the right position very early on. They hold off all comers, and yeah, still, I mean, it's great. Obviously, a great victory for Ints. They're going to shoot up the leaderboard, as you said. But again, VP, a second place in a row, and this time with a nice stack of kills to go along with it. Europe is on fire here in day number 2.
I mean, you got to say it. That was a very clean ending, and it just felt so easy for Ints off of that one. We're going to go ahead and throw it to the analysts. So, I mean, talk about circle baits, talk about end games. You guys got options galore.
This Europe's on fire. I mean, it was a great final circle. Europe going to be happy with that. Congratulations to Ents. It wasn't easy, but they made it happen. VP played it very clean, but at the end of the day, Clover, it felt like I was watching a PCS 5 Europe finish.
Yeah, I think we even joked, where was Team Liquid in this, because they were definitely missed. But it was absolutely wonderful way to play a circle like that. And I think there was even a moment where we wondered whether or not VP might have been able to pull off a miracle here. But ENCE kept their cool, played that one patiently, and pulled off a beautiful chicken dinner.
Patient precision creates perfection, and ENCE plays it well. They end up with 7 kills in first place. That said, though, Jordan, VP 11 kills and their second place. There's a trend. We seem to be noticing second place teams are second place teams.
Look, second place isn't the worst to be unless you're in the chicken dinner format, and today we're not. So Virtus Pro is probably pretty happy with how the day is going.
Yeah.
You mentioned it's their second place for the week. That's correct. But what I think is more interesting is their second place of the day. We've only played 2 games. So they're actually popping off today. They've got 10 kills in the first, 11 kills in the second. They're absolutely fragging out. They're getting into the late game. They're making top 2 every game so far today. And they definitely seem like they're going to be the team that might actually run away with things. They've absolutely smashed through the scoreboard. I'm sure we're going to get into that one in a second. Or actually, quite conveniently, we can have a look at the last match results, and they get 17 points out of that one. So does ENCE, but it just goes to show, you don't need to necessarily get the win as long as you're getting those kills on the board, as long as you're getting a decent enough placing. And they have, like I said, they've rocketed up the scoreboard. They were not even really within our thoughts at all at the start of the day when you asked us who we thought might be one of the teams to walk away with the win. Both Clover and I said we might go the way of Team Liquid, but I mean, a bit of egg on our faces at the moment because Virtus Pro, they're definitely looking like the one to beat at the moment.
They look good on the opposite ends, and we'll go back into this for just a second, Clover, because I think Poro, he said it at the end of that game too. Their first place finish, and yet they're still struggling. I mean, not struggling. Yeah, they are. They're close to not being in the top 5 on today because of the fact that they don't seem to be getting the kill counts to coincide with those wins.
I think that's really the biggest problem we sometimes see with that team. I mean, placement has never really been an issue with ENCE. You give them the freedom to roam, right? And we can see them up in the late game when the cards align. But like you say, it is going to be the opportunity to get kills, the opportunity to score. This game, however, we did see kills and damage come back out, but in comparison to what we've seen from Virtus Pros, you can see here on the side-by-side between Rustin Mar and Lou, but as well as just overall from the event, it is the kills that make VP such a terrifying team to come out of not only the EU region, but in just whole ordeal of a tournament, excuse me. And I think for ENCE, the big right is pushing for those kills.
ENCE has never had trouble with placement, you are right, unless we count the Face It Classic, but we like to forget about that one. And say that they have really evolved as a team. They've become a real powerhouse here. Is this one of those teams, Jordan, that you can look at and you can say the format change has been very, very effective for them? Because this is a pretty big change for the rest of the year. Are there teams that you think, ENCE or others, that have really benefited from it?
Yeah, I mean, the one that I would actually throw out there, and I know they're not actually playing today, is BN United. I know this is a little bit of a hometown bias for me, right, speaking to the APAC region, but BN United was the team that the winner chicken dinner format kind of benefited the most. Now we're going back into a bit of a shift towards Super again, so I'm wondering, is that going to bring with it a bit of a resurgence for a team like Buriram, for example? That was the major storyline that we were selling within the APAC region, and I mean, even touching on this game and the day so far today for Buriram, it hasn't really been able to do that, unfortunately. They haven't really been able to get the ball rolling so much. That was a bit of a mix-up. I'm really not sure what happened there between Nordra and Canaxi. I think Nordra was trying to chuck the molly into the hut to just flush anyone out, but Canaxi perhaps didn't get the message, or I might theorize he was getting shot from the side by Na'Vi, and he just basically had nowhere to go, so he just tried to send it into the hut, and unfortunate timing for him, the molly came in at the wrong moment. But yeah, overall, I mean, at least to touch on Buriram, a bit of a rough day so far. So I don't know. I mean, I guess it's been a rough tournament for Buriram, hasn't it? So yeah, I mean, APAC life, I guess, is at this point a tough place to be. But hey, I mean, look, I'm on the desk with a bunch of North Americans as well, and you guys aren't going so well either today. So I guess we're at least brothers in arms in that respect.
Yeah, and too, I mean, I want to touch on it briefly just because we did see it on the screen a second ago. Na'Vi, up until this kind of final fight, right, we saw them having good placement, almost playing the weekly format meta, right? Keeping your head down, not worrying about not extending, and then when we move into the finals, start looking for those kills, and that kind of cost them a little bit. I think that they waited a little bit too long. They let ENCE grab over that position. And so when we look at Na'Vi, a team that I also thought would be much stronger position on the leaderboard going into this weekend, and seeing them as far down low as they are also has me a little bit concerned. And I'm wondering if that's just their ability to flip from the weekly play into the final play.
Na'Vi may have waited too long, but I promise you guys at home won't have to wait very long for game number 3, as we're going to get into it right after this short break.
Liquid rõ ràng thì Liquid là người có lợi thế hơn và Kickstart vừa rồi có yếu tố sớm và Liquid sang team có Ace đã để bị knock out. Những vị trí không còn là đẹp nữa khi Off họ đã set up một bài tấn công rồi và hạ gục thành công từ vị trí Kickstart tới từ Yangbi.
We're all brought so miles away as you can hear sharp shot. Listen for the footstep. Wait for him to get in. Spots him, and that's going to be just esports either. It's some teams just get up for the big games, and Gen G definitely.
Oh my God.
Well,
we saw that on camera.
You know.
Oh boy. Oh, 在车上，他刚好2条头。都要抢啊！
先到了，先到了！
我要这个小卖部，我要这个牛丸道。赖脚虾一个，今天赖脚虾是我画出这个来。
SSG, welcome to the lobby. Go back to the lobby and wait for the next round, it seems. See a couple long-range shots coming in doing work, but well, I see what you got working with Sills and KPI. SSG gets over kills. Oh, yeah, there it comes right there. Oh, couple of
คิวของนาวีนะขวามือนะครับคุณผู้ชมครับรอดูกันไปครับว่าจะเป็นแบบไหนอย่างไรและโกนดาวเซตเน่ไปรอเผื่อนะเขาไว้ก่อนเด่นลูกนี้สวยหูตัดเข้าไปได้1แต่เปรูดร่วงไป2เลยดับเบิลน็อกมาเพนต้าลงถึงเอโรครับผมเรียบร้อยกันแมวสำหรับของเอโรเกมไปโนด้าซ้ำเพนต้าไป
Hello, my name is Kuike and I'm from Team ENS, and here is my teammates Diggery, Rustamar, Hiksu, and then our coach Sentex. I think we have good vibes in our team. We have lots of funny jokes during the games and we make fun of each other, and overall, like when we play PUBG, we feel kind of happy and like we enjoy playing with each other, and like it's a good vibes.
Well, our chances of winning the tournament are, I'd give it a 99.9.
The only reason we're not going to win this tournament is if the tournament like gets cancelled or something.
It's a fact, you know.
thanks for all the fans who are cheering for us at the BGC and vote for us for big games because we're gonna win.
Remember to be honest and take on it. See you at PGC.
We are Team Liquid, PUBG team, and we are a bunch of clowns.
So we felt really good when we qualified for PGC 2021. The goal is to win. That's it. That's simple.
But the percentages of us winning this tournament, that's a hard question. I don't want to give like an actual number on it, but I think we have a pretty good chance.
I think it's 50-50. Either you win or you don't.
So first of all, thank you again for the fans, especially the ones that have been supporting us for a long time through ups and downs. We really appreciate it. Vote for us. It's that simple. Yes, you know, there were some upsets in the past, but we're going to win it this time.
We're extremely well prepared for this tournament. We've been practicing nearly every single day since we've been in quarantine, and we're just ready to show everyone what we can do. Let's go, Liquid!
Welcome back. My name is Toffees. I am joined by Clover and Elfish as we get back to the play. We are 2 games down with 3 left to play on the weekly final. And, you know, I'm not going to say the rich are getting richer. It still seems relatively break-openable for a lot of teams in this lobby. So let's take a look at that. Jordan, I'll start with you. Earlier, when we got to that last match, we talked about top 10 teams can make a run for this thing. Do you still feel that way?
I mean, it's starting to blow out a little bit, isn't it, at this point in time? I mean, Na'Vi, you look at them as number 10, 35 points. That's a pretty drastic margin behind Virtus Pro. I don't think they can make it into first anymore. I think that's too much to overhaul in 3 games. It'd have to be something ridiculous from them. So I'm looking down the list, do some quick maths. You know, maybe I'm going to give it to BBL upwards as potentials, like 13 points over the course of 3 games. Maybe Team Liquid is a little bit of an outlier, but yeah, I think it's probably a 7-horse, maybe 6-horse race at this point in time. The thing is, though, the way that Virtus Pro has been performing, it's kind of a 1-horse race. You know, they have stacked on the points today so far, and it doesn't seem like anyone else is keeping pace with them. And the fact that, you know, the teams that came into today are barely even part of the conversation anymore, I think speaks to itself, right? We talked about Gex, we talked about GNL, we even mentioned BBL, and to be fair, BBL did get themselves a 3rd last game, but it was a 3rd with 3 kills, and they're just really not keeping that pace up with a couple of the other teams that are just motoring forward. Virtus Pro and ENCE are probably the 2, alongside Multi-Circle Gaming, that seem to have really come into today to party. And so for me, maybe it's one of those 3 teams. I'm already backing away from my Team Liquid prediction.
Absolutely. You know, a lot of predictions. We'll remind everybody of what we did. Martin was new happy. Godspeed BBL. Toby wanted heroic. And Poro, Jordan, Clover, all of you believed in Liquid. Real quick, do you still believe, Clover?
You know, 15 points, absolutely doable to play catch up. But, I mean, as we've seen, VP has been top 2 both Miramar games to start. That consistency is there. We're going to keep seeing that consistency through the rest of the day. So that's going to be the big thing for the rest of those teams, including Team Liquid, to try and push through.
Absolutely. I don't know who picked VP, but if someone did, they are a genius, because VP has, as you brought up, just been consistent. It seems like moving away from those hot drops, focusing on their game, seems to be working very, very well. So we'll see if that continues. Checking in with BBL. They had an incredible clutch yesterday. It has been fun to watch them, but so far today, it's just not quite clicking. They got 3rd place with only 3 kills in the last match. Will that be enough? Because remember, points are important, but what everybody wants today in the next 2 games or 3 games is to take home the weekly final championship, because that means they get an automatic bid to the grand final. They don't have to worry about weekly survivals as much anymore. They don't have to worry about the grand survival. They get to start planning for the future, which is their shot at that $600,000, which is really what everyone wants. $30,000 for winning the week is cool, but cashing that big 6-figure check is why everyone's here while they're working so hard and what they've trained all years for, as well as the ability to heist that trophy, hold it up in the air, and bring it back to their region. The PGIS trophy lived in North America for the last year. Who will take it home? The story continues to unfold as we get into match number 3, our final Miramar match of the day. Let's head over to a duo that puts the ha and yeehaw, y'all, with Porosaurus and Matchroom.
Thank you very much, Tommies. That was kind of a new one. I like it. I like it. We'll go with the Texas two-step. We'll be the Yeehaw Boys now, as we are headed into game number 3 of the weekly finals, week number 2 for PGC 2021, presented by Alienware and Toomey. Did you get all that? There's a lot to keep up with there, I'm sure. But we've got our final game here on Miramar after we saw Ents bring home their 2nd victory.
Squeaky, though. You can see the hands on the forehead. It's like a plane path and different things like that. We'll have to see how that all lines up for them. But, I mean, it's a friendly plane path, all considered. And I'm just hoping that we saw a northwestern circle into a far eastern circle. Maybe chill it down just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little.
Come on.
Give them one good Miramar.
Prison. Let's go.
All right. See, now you sold me on Prison Island, and now I want Prison Island. Why you got to do that?
Prison Poro. I'm ready to go. Let's do it. As we see, one good thing about this plane, it looks like everybody's going to be able to avoid each other for the most part. We did see a couple of close calls as far as dropping from vehicles early on, but everybody kind of spreading out this time around. As I think the closest maybe was Na'Vi getting a little bit close to multi-circle gaming, but I think they should avoid each other for the most part here as we wait and see where the circle decides to go.
Popping any second. A lot of people drifting into the north right now. All right, not a prison island, but Cruz de Valle and Campo Militar still inside the first circle, Poro. That's a thing.
Yep, still a big fan of the northeastern circles. I love circles up here, man. I really, really do. And we've seen quite a few of them in the recent months, and we've even seen one here during the tournament. As we saw, I can't remember who won that game. Actually, it was. I do remember Waikika surviving way too long, but
as he's prone to do.
Yeah, that happens quite a bit. Well, good news is for Dignitas is that they do find themselves in the center circle right up around Cruz de Valle. And we touched on them a little bit last game, talking about how maybe a little bit disappointing. I got to say, Dignitas was one of those teams that when we were coming in to PGC, I think all of us from North America were like, you know what? This is probably one of the teams that's going to benefit the most from returning to super settings and getting points off of kills and doing all that. Their play style just kind of benefits from that. But man, it has just been the struggle bus from them since day one, and they have just not gotten their feet out from under them.
I mean, averaging less than 2 points per game, that's not a place to be at in any given faction with it. GNL, though, feeling a little bit better, as you can see that they're sitting at 53 points. I mean,
400 DPI, man. This guy's he's got his mouse pad is the size of an entire desk.
What, you got to judge 400 DPI people? That's what I am, Poro.
400 DPI? Are you kidding me?
I have an actual switch to take it down to 200 too.
Do you move your mouse by swiveling in your chair?
I
Like,
have an L desk with a
holy-
secondary mouse pad just in case.
You got the whole side of the desk for your 400 DPI. Good night.
Hey man,
I don't know.
I got a little
I'm
bit of
hanging
shake
out with
in
the
my hand.
Me and the 1600 people are vibing.
See,
Okay,
I
with
can't
our
do
with our
1600.
wrists.
You can feel like your pulse is sitting there moving the mouse as it goes through. I'll pass on that. Thanks.
Jeez, 400 DPI. Okay, all right. Hey, I'm I know. Chat's got some strong opinions about the DPI, but 1600 gang, rise up. We are clearly the better ones because I'm pretty sure all the Oath boys are 1600, so that clearly makes us better. As we check it with VP,
Just throwing it out there like, oh yeah, this gives me all my rationale for my DPI settings. Just acting like you really just don't want to change them. I know how you are, Boro. Factory settings coming off of it. I bet you, right? It started at 1600.
and then I know we're gonna get the what are they called, the pedants in chat. They're gonna be like, well, it's not just DPI, it's actually in-game sensitivity. Indeed, nobody cares. All right, look, just let us have our fun with DPI. All right, please, let us enjoy life for like 5 seconds.
Yeah, I know. We can see the VP is at least getting in the circle, so they're feeling pretty good. They're one of the 5 teams in this circle right now. Everybody else rotating at awkward points. I mean, if you were going to rotate into the circle, there's a lot of different ways you could choose to do so and where you want to stop at. I mean, this is a circle we don't see often, so I'm kind of curious on where different teams find strength in this. Like, do you make a Campo Militar gamble?
I mean, I'm not going to be at all surprised to see if a few teams try to rotate up to the north side. I mean, taking that long wrap around to the west is, I think, the obvious play, really. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Mad do it. I wouldn't be surprised to see SSG do it. It looks like Navi is already thinking that way as well. But there's just so much real estate up on that north side. And if the circle does hard shift up to the north, you're going to be in a beautiful position. If it shifts to the south, it's a fairly easy rotation going from north to south in this circle. So I would not be surprised to see more go up there as
Lou gets bullets come at him. There you go. Corn's gonna connect onto it. Lou down early with a headshot. VP, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna try to see if maybe you can? I mean, the vehicle's at least providing some cover, so Lou can crawl away from it.
Ooh. Okay.
All right, so looks like they've decided that they are going to try to defend up. Americano is trying to find the angle for it. If he just peeks around the side of it, he is going to have vision on Lou. BP should be aware of this, and yes, now bringing vehicles into it. The rest of GNL going to be coming from a new angle from this, and this has turned into a much larger fight than I think that either one of these squads was predicting at any given time. Tossie now rolling into it. Perfectix is just going to go ahead and use the smokes to try to step away from it. Tossie is just going to make a move into right on top of this, and Corn just playing this patient, see if he can spot it out, and is going to get vision on Perfectix. He's going to go down, and this is starting to have a much bigger cost than I think BP was expecting.
Yeah, I mean, look, you got to give credit to VP. I think the way that they've been playing right now, they've got the confidence to try to go in there and make that push to save Lou. And even still, I mean, losing Perfectix and Lou sucks, but they do manage to escape off of this, keep 2 alive. Meanwhile, you saw on the kill feed, Liquid again running into another E team as they spotted out BBL, and now Honey Badger. Oh dear. Oh, Honey Badger.
Just keeping an eye out as, again, we can see that it's going to be GNL taking the shots into Honey Badger, as most of our teams that are yellow are very close to each other, and just cruelty there. Team Liquid, though, you can see they do get control
Burning
over this
husk
area.
of a vehicle.
Yeah, just should be able to rotate through. VP, I mean, you got to say with a circle like this, even losing 2, maybe not the worst thing that could have happened. You wanted to make it with all 4 of them, and VP thought that they could have. But this is such a peculiar circle where you just really don't know where people are going to be positioning at, that just being able to make it into it, I think, and be able to get some information is considered some level of value.
For sure. And, you know, VP got 2 second places in a row. They've afforded themselves what's the word I'm looking for? They've afforded themselves the opportunity to make a couple of mistakes here and there and not get, you know, absolutely lit up for it. Meanwhile, they're still 2 up, and if this thing does go Crucivalle, you can play out of a city as a duo and still make it to the late game. We'll see where it decides to go is Honey Badger. Oh boy, he's got them feet slapping against the pavement.
Just running out in the open. He knows where they are, but I mean,
them Nikes burning up on the sand.
Dude, you know it's gotta be so hot.
Tight.
I see these people running around Miramar all the time barefoot. You know that would suck so bad.
It honestly, like, well, we're Texan too, so we kind of have a healthy respect for the desert environs. As Ian going to take a few shots at Oldless, as in retaliation for Oldless's shots at him, and actually 25 HP left on Oldless. He's got to get back to sharp shot quickly. MCG has that high ground as well. They could look down on Roth, going to provide some support. And okay, we're safe. We're good. We're good. Everybody came up to the north side. They ran into each other on the edge, but for the most part, it looks like they've found their little homes to hide in.
And Ince living in my brain, leaning into the Campo Militar just in case. They're not there, but they're very far to the northeast. Space Station Gaming still trying to regroup as a lot of people have vision on them, but I mean, it's at least at range, and who needs people to shoot at you whenever you could just roll yourself through? So
easy.
Fine. See, look, perfect physics. He knew it. He planned it, right?
Ooh, okay. Good shot from Roth there. He has Keenan's just this man struggling so hard to get from point A to point B. I cannot believe that Roth gets knocked and flushed there. Oh no.
Out of everybody, that's what breaks my brain. We had Honey Badger running in the open. We have people just like Oldless rolling cars through it, and Roth of all of SSG is the guy that gets down and flushed.
Oh man, in the compound too, like just right outside of the door. Dude, that's the worst. All right, where are we going, Matt? Krudavai?
Krudavai, Azahar. Yep, there we go. Gonna get a little bit of both. Tierra Branca. Getting the fun as, yes, we are still going to have Death Star's Trench down to the south, but really it's going to be the hills where we're looking at Petrichor, where we're looking at Buron, Team Liquid, Danawa, all stacked up on top of each other. Danawa, I mean, while they are going to be able to run through the split from Team Liquid, I think there's maybe a tip that they could play, but Buron's going to be pretty close to that as well. Danawa, I don't know if Danawa even knows where they want to go now. They're even contemplating maybe making a stop at that shack from the way they're looking.
I'll tell you, okay, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to tell you what it looks like. I don't know if it's the truth. It looks like Danawa is trying to make a rotation to somewhere that they weren't able to scout. Yeah. And that they're just kind of like, they thought that maybe the spot that Buriram was in was going to be open. Now they're in a hole. That kind of sucks. But why aren't you able to scout in Circle 1? Like, I feel like that's just... I'll have to go back and watch the VOD and see what they were looking at before this, but it doesn't. I mean, we didn't see them fighting anybody. Like, that's kind of weird.
Especially if you're going to send it center like that. I mean, you would have some type of idea. Like, if you're already on edge and you don't have a lot of information, there's not the worst idea to just maybe hang out on edge. But we often see sometimes these gamble throws, just trying to send it in the center, pays off. I mean, paid off well for KPI last week as they managed to navigate and get into good positions. I mean, Team Liquid is known for trying to do it here and there, but I don't know, SSG, it looks like you're going to be running into a fully entrenched Na'Vi, and man, it's going to be Dignitas Sparking that actually kicks it off. So just handing in kills right up on top of Na'Vi, and Space Station Gaming goes out, and I mean, that wasn't even a struggle.
Speaking of rotating to places where you didn't scout, okay, SSG out in 16th place. Meanwhile, Diggory is a little bit caught out here. He does pick up End for his troubles. He's going to be able to drop down the smokes. Can he get have they shot the tires out on this thing? They haven't. Okay, he's still got a fully functional vehicle. You love to see it. Beamy does get knocked, but it should be resible as well. T-Bone will get over there. I think that was, who was that in blue that's taking the shots from way downtown? That's going to be Team Liquid.
Let's see, Mad getting harassed at range. A little bit between them and Ince going on right now as Degree has gone down. Lash catching a little bit of air. I can't tell, and it looks like Ince, I think, is just going to go ahead and surrender this one. I mean, with moving into this position, you just kind of got to let it go. Diggory is just going to be flushed out here, and that's just Mad scavenging for whatever they can get at this stage. Is got to be a little bit careful. Multi-Circle Gaming getting vision on Heroic, and Heroic is playing very far to the south. Multi-Circle Gaming coming in, and this is just going to be how they spot it out coming into the circle itself. Team Liquid just to the north of this, and New Happy very close as well. So Heroic not comfortable at all in this spot.
No, this is, I'm not sure how Page ended up down here, but the rest of his squad still kind of uphill to the south. Lingdu's got a bead on Page. It looks like the rest, maybe Corexy going to come and provide some support for Paige here, so he might not be completely dead to rights. But as you said, I mean, you've got BBL just off to the north, TL up to the north, New Happy just down the road. They might have an angle on this. We have to wait and see where the next circle takes us, as Paige just struggling to survive right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is they're right now. The South is just hoping it goes that way, and it doesn't. Goes east. Azahar, very close to wall, and that little, I guess, well, not the wall, but the water that's going to be to the east of this. North Azahar is a place we don't see a lot, Boro, and it looks like Gex already making the play for it. Sorry, GEX. Got to change that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, we've seen North El Azahar before. It's rare that we see North El Azahar on shifts like this, where everybody's already set up to the west, thinking it's going to center up over there. So usually, if you see north of El Azahar, it's coming from the south to the north. So I don't know. This is the first time I've seen this, and coming from this particular direction is, oh no, Donovan just getting picked apart by Canaxi. Rex got knocked low, but he doesn't take the knock just yet. The smokes are going to come out, try to keep him alive. The rest of the boys are just on the other side of that hill, but they can't spot out. I guess they can't take any return fires. Canaxi, the clicks coming through.
Frustration shots. Why won't you die? Just start tapping everything you can in that direction. I mean, this is kind of what you would expect.
Oh,
Dano.
no.
Oh no, the vehicle, is it going to run over him?
The man
Gets
just
shot out
Tony
of the
Hawked
vehicle.
himself.
Oh my god, I love it. I love it so much. Dano down to 2. This is not good for them. Let's be real.
Yeah, it ain't great. It ain't great, but you know what? They're still alive. Soul going to take some damage from Savior, landing some big shots there from range. GEX again in a great position on the. They're the only ones that are east of this road, other than Danawa, who's, well, I mean, we'll see how much Danawa is going to be able to influence anything playing out of a shack at this point.
At this point, maybe their cars can roll over there after they're shot out of them. We'll have to see as it goes. Heroic making the push now to get a little bit more aggressive into multi-circle gaming. With this, now they are in a gatekeeping position. VP, though, they're going to be trying to roll through this one, and Petrichor Road's going to go ahead and finish them off. It was a gamble play, to say the least, as we're starting to see the squads that fared well on our last Miramar having some troubles inside of this one in the early games.
That man just ogged both of those kids off the back of that bike. Okay. Well, not very often we see VP go out this early, as 2 second places in a row followed by a 15th. That's the way it goes sometimes. Heroic, as you said, they have been struggling a little bit here, as MCG has just been causing them all types of problems. We'll see if they can gatekeep them from this high ground spot. You can see Corexi kind of down the hill here, looking for that flank. Rest of MCG, though, pushing in is, oh no, Liquid, it's time, buddy. Let's go.
I like the way that they're making the push into this one. Well used. They're coming in with the walls. You can see that GNL is aware of what's going on as well. Dignitas has shifted out of this position, leaning a little bit more into the graveyard itself. They were stretching out, seeing if maybe they can get some more information, but suddenly getting collapsed on by 2 different teams back behind them. They are aware of Team Liquid, but they have no idea about GNL. GNL tries to go for this one, instead takes some damage and has to step away from it. Dignitas, realizing the fact there are a ton of threats. Tossie is going to connect, take down Shinboy, but now the circle has popped, and they know the fact that they need to finish off this fight very quickly. It's going to be Honey Badger off to the side of this one. Hay is going to go down, and now it's going to be a couple of shots coming in range, as a lot of this firefight is starting to turn problematic. Buram has a vision of what's going on to it. That's becoming a problem for Team Liquid as well. You can see Dignitas just trying to write this one through, but it's going to be Team Liquid. They've just got the numbers and the bravery to triple peek off that angle.
Oh, Dignitas getting sandwiched there yet again, and another throwable going to come up over the top. Meanwhile, MCG decides to leave Heroic, try to make the push for the center of the circle now that it has popped. And it looks like they should find somewhere, but it's nothing but open field over here. Sparking still holding the line. Can he do some damage? Ooh, he's going to find Ibby.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a lot of Team Liquid there. He at least gets the knock into it, but now GNL finds themselves in a little bit more favorable point, trying to make sure that they can get into a gatekeeping spot. Moving into this one, as you can see, it's going to be Americano. It's already got himself in a point. Now, Corn going to go ahead and throw out a couple of grenades. I think it's going to go a little bit too far. It should be fine right now. Question comes in, while they get this res, it is stalling out Team Liquid, and GNL is getting into a position where, oh man, right after the res, Team Liquid, you are now in some trouble.
Oh, they're in a world of hurt. Clib gets knocked super low, but doesn't go down just yet. He's hiding in the smoke. Is Mixie going to try to pull from the side? Finds a... Oh my God, Mixie, you're disgusting. Tosi, though, will trade that back. Clib will come up over the top, find Corn, gets over the wall. No, he doesn't. Tosi will finish him off as GNL cleans up Team Liquid.
All right, so that's going to end, but there's still a firefight that's pretty close to it, and GNL is aware of it. Now popping in, Tank, hanging out in this position, is going to have to contend with Burron, that's just to his west, but also GNL that's pretty close. You can see that Heroic finds themselves in an awkward position, at least trying to hold off. It's going to be Petrichor Road that's trying to make their way into the safe zone, and while they do have a couple of vehicles for cover, that's kind of the nature of the beast in this circle. There's not a lot to be at.
Yeah, this is rough here for Heroic. Good grenade. Will do some damage to Page, but won't get the knock. Mill going to try to find that one bullet to peek through the van and the tree, but Page not giving it up. The rest of his team looks like T-Bone's got knocked. Corexi will find a nice little angle, but he's going to get spotted out. And now Page has gone down. Corexi, the last one up for Heroic. See if he can take out Mamu with him, but he's going to take damage from Mill. Yep, Petrichor Road cleans it up.
Just too many angles. In's now coming in, bumping into where we can see Lash hanging out. It's I would say two teams that definitely don't want to fight at the time and going to be kind of content just to kind of let this one lay, as Lash is the last one up and Ince only has 2 members up. Lash takes a little bit of damage off of it, but we're now waiting for the new circle to pop in any given second here. As it does feel pretty good for Na'Vi, as they've got themselves a kind of centered position where most of the other teams are pretty close to the edge.
Wide open circle this time around too. I mean, 26 alive on Pop for phase 5. This has been brutal early game here. As you said, Na'Vi again looking beautiful in the center of the circle, but they've got a lot of real estate to keep track of. The north side pretty clear, but you still got Ince over here having to dig out Lash from this long building, and Lash just going to be a pain in the butt.
I do want to point, GEX still has 4 members up and is getting control over the eastern part of the circle. They have vision on what's happening. So this is starting to brew into a couple of different firefights that are just going to start to get in step and points, where we can see that Na'Vi is going to be able to get in position, GEX is as well, and now everybody else has to figure out how they're even going to get into this circle. I mean, whenever we're looking at what's going on right now, Lash still has to contend with Ince and then have to figure out how they want to push into the circle. Petrichor Road just says, screw it. We're just going to hop in vehicles. We're going to roll right into this one, but it's going to be Burron that gets vision. And God, now yet again, just finding the capabilities to put in work.
I mean, look at the split that Buriram has. I mean, they've got 2 off to the north, 2 off to the south. Looks like Mamu going to try to just push right up under the feet of God Meow and Canaxi. We'll see if he can at least push them off a little bit with maybe some well-placed grenades. But look at this, Naradra just leaving, coming up over. You're going to leave Edie by himself, though.
This is just what he does. How many times do we see him get involved in all these other firefights while he watches Petrichor Road dance in front of him, showing some trigger discipline there, saying, okay, there's an opportunity to be had, Naradra, but it's a risky, that's too tempting. And he lays down, you just got to take that shot. That's 2. Petrichor Road already in some trouble there, as Naradra is just single-handedly taking down 2 of their members, spots out another. There we go, get some assistance in from range as well. So Petrichor Road now down to 1 member as Jan does get some vision on it.
And now Canaxi and God Meow, they know exactly where that last guy is too. Mamu gonna hide, try to gop in the Murado and dip on out, and looks like he should be able to get away. But where are you gonna go? Right into New Happy? I mean, that's not looking too good here for Mamu. Is he's gonna cut up, turn, maybe try to get away, staying alive. Oh, well.
Now. I mean, that tree isn't gonna provide the cover it's needed.
Maybe, please.
I don't know, like throwing the smoke there maybe can give you some survival, but at the same time, it also is going to draw a lot of attention there. GEX now overlooking what's going on with Ince, trying to make their way inside the safe zone. I mean, this is just vision, so much vision for GEX. Once they finish off whatever's going on over here, because I'm sorry, Ince, this is Rustamar, he's strong, great player. Minimal option, but wait, what? Navi sent a member all the way over here right next to this. Look at how much of the circle Navi owns right now. It's insane.
The man's on a mission. He's got an AUG. He's ready to use it, and he's going to find heaven. He'll get the knock. Will he get the flush as well? And, yep, he sure will. He'll get both of them. Why not? Quizzy picking up 2 more points for Navi, and now Navi's looking real nice. Once Rustamar is gone, I think Navi's got a 100% chance of winning because there's no more European teams in the lobby.
All right. So, what do you do? All these edge teams pretty much know they're screwed at this point. I mean, Buriram still has several members up. GX is going to have to make a move of their own. New Happy has some members alive to the south, but Americano, I mean, dude, you've got so many people that are watching you right now. There's the capabilities to maybe connect a throwable into Buriram that's trying to get something, but Nawadra is so far away from the other three members, he's still going to have sightlines the moment you peek your head up over this one. And Nawadra, almost on a different map with whatever's going on. See, the moment he steps over that, sure, there's three members low, but Nawadra's position still going to provide cover, and so now being herded into, I guess, Navi's direction. What do you do if you're Americano other than maybe try to send it over? Meanwhile, speaking of sins, here comes GEX.
Ooh, they had to go somewhere. They're going to send 3, and they're going to leave Yan Li behind as the anchor man. Melman will spot him out, force him to go back down, but the job has been done. The rest of the gang has arrived at the footsteps of Navi. The grenades coming through, not finding anything just yet, though, as now New Happy going to make their move as well.
Rolling right into this when Yan Li did go down at range here. The good shot's going to come out from Example. Now, let's see how this one lines up. Example still trying to get into a position to get that side position off of it, and it is coming up for him. The problem that comes in with New Happy, they're choosing to try to encroach in on this, and Navi is now trying to finish off GEX as fast as possible. Going to go ahead and throw that one a little bit far. Melman's going to have to peek around a very dangerous angle. There's some support. Ayla drops on top of him. GEX is now down, and that means the fact that Navi can commit into this New Happy fight.
Absolutely huge that Navi didn't take a knock there, cleaning up what it was left of GEX, as now they are ready for this New Happy push. But New Happy does have this high ground. They haven't spotted out anybody from Navi yet, though. They didn't have the information. CP Young going to throw a few grenades down low, but not going to find any damage, and he's going to take a lot in return. Quizzy going to have to come back from his explorations off to the north side to come and support the team, and Non is just a million miles away from his team.
He has just moved right in between and put himself pinched. Somehow he's getting away with this. New Happy finding the angles onto Navi, who are still trying to reset. Ooh. Finally getting some downs in return for this one, but just one member up finally gets spotted, and there you go, New Happy. Can they reset fast enough? Because guess what? Buriram still got 4 members up and knows where the party's been going down.
I cast a curse. I'm so sorry, Navi. I cast a curse the hell out of him. ZP should be able to get that res. Yep, New Happy will get up back to 3 strong. Edie, why is Edie out in space? He went down to blue. I don't know what happened there.
Trying to make the fight
unfortunate.
Fair. Trying to make the fight fair. They want it to be a 3v3.
Sure. Well, they got 9 kills already. Naraja's got 6. Zipion got 5. It's a straight up 3v3. Buriram has the high ground. Can New Happy find some way to use this terrain to their advantage and take Buriram by surprise?
Hey, yeah, I mean, New Happy's been navigating the circle pretty well. 8 kills right now. HS at an off angle for it, and there's just really this hill to work around. So that's why you can see that it's going to be the way that New Happy is trying to play from it. Buriram are heavily stacked all together. I mean, they do have Connexy that's pretty far back, but it's still just a pretty straight bead into exactly where New Happy is playing this one. Not going for too much of a lean. They know exactly where New Happy has to be based off of the terrain inside the circle and how they have the opportunity to push. So with this, we are in phase 7 right now. We could see this slow down for a little while, as it looks like Buriram is leaning in and hoping that they get the circle favor yet again.
Yeah, Buriram just was waiting for information, waiting for that wrap to come around. I mean, New Happy can't fall into the bait of going for that low wrap, as Non looks like he'll spot him out, take a few shots, but not going to overcommit to pushing on that low side. You don't want to take that risk, because you know that circle most likely will pull away from there, and you'll just end up dying to blue if you overcommit there. So Buriram playing it about as smartly as they can. It's just trading utility back and forth, make sure everybody's good to go for this final fight.
I like this from New Happy, realizing the fact that they don't need to push this too hard yet. Instead, go back, go to the crates, get yourself ready for the next fight. I mean, there's tools around you to be had. There's no reason not to take them if they are available. And since Buriram is playing this on the more passive side, that means the fact that you have that time. Go down, get everything you can, get every tool you can possibly imagine for this firefight. And this is for Buriram being Buriram, we talked about it all the time. These guys pedal to the metal in playstyle. Now playing this passive in a changeup, this is very different from what we normally see from them. And even through this, I mean, they're letting New Happy get so much movement for free, really.
I mean, they've got a strong point that they like to play, that they feel confident playing from here. So it's really just waiting for New Happy to be the one to make the mistake. Canaxi looking up over the top. He can see pretty much everything he needs to see. The circle does pop, and it isn't going to favor anybody in particular because it's going to just go to the open ground off to the north. So both of these teams just kind of favoring that cliff side. The only spots where there's really ridge lines to play here. Is Naradra going to try with a probing grenade? Not going to find anything.
Fishing with dynamite does not pay off there. Now, Non's positioning could be pivotal with what we're seeing moving forward off of this. If he can manage to find some way to get a connecting shot into it, ooh, God, Meow takes some damage. Grenade's going to land pretty close to him. Has to be careful, and there we go. It's going to connect. Non with that position comes up big. Now, New Happy realizing the fact that they have the capabilities to go for it. Nawadra already taking a little bit of damage as well. Looks like he's going to move in, try to hold off this angle, try to defend his teammate, but he goes down as well. Just one up for Buriram, and it's going to be quickly spotted. New Happy finding joy and picking up 11 kills.
New Happy, man, you got to give them credit. Once they figured out what was going on, they immediately capitalized on Buriram's I guess passiveness, whatever you want to call it. Buriram just waited for the game to come to them, and New Happy was more than happy to take it to him.
I'll be honest, what the hell was that Buriram? That's not the way they normally play, and I feel like if they had been more aggressive there and really just forced it, there was an entire firefight that happened that they didn't get involved in, and they knew where it was going on, that they could have third-partied in that one. I just don't know what was happening there. Was it just pressure?
I don't know. You can see that they are not happy with themselves, though. They're beating them up over it. But again, a great performance by them regardless. Let's throw it over to the analyst desk to hear what they have to say about game number 3.
Congratulations to New Happy. We'll be very happy with that win. My heart goes out to Edie, who moonwalked into the blue, but it just do be like that sometimes, I guess. At the end of the day, it was a 3v3. New Happy pushed hard, and Non made the difference as he earned the bread for New Happy. Great game, great end, and honestly, Clover kind of opened up the leaderboard a little bit more.
It was tight before this. It's gotten even closer now because so many of the teams that we've been talking about who've been leading the charge this weekend went out a little bit early, and that gave great scoring chances for teams that needed to play catch up. But that also means that as we switch things going into Erangel, it's going to be even more competitive for these teams.
Very competitive. We'll take a look at those leaderboards shortly. But this is a team, Jordan, and New Happy that, honestly, when the week started, I thought, I know we talked to Martin about it, that this was sort of going to be their format, that they would thrive in this points vibe. They'd be playing very, very well. And up until this point, it's been a little bit weaker than I think some of us would have liked in terms of being able to close out games. That changed dramatically on this one. First place, 11 kills. When you put that together with their 2-16 from yesterday, that should jump New Happy up into upper middle, if not like top 5 probably.
Yeah, I think it just about jumps them up into the top 5, so it'll be enough to get them into a position where they could potentially push for first. I mean, there's obviously still a couple of games to go, so, you know, who's to say they can't pull another one of these games out of the hat? But that's the thing for me with New Happy is that at least so far this week, they have been a little bit up and down, right? It's been a roller coaster of emotions for New Happy. They've had a couple of really big games, as you mentioned, that second place with 16 kills. They've had obviously the win there as well with 11. But apart from that, it's been a little bit spotty for New Happy. So I think if they can just, you know, get a couple more games on the board, couple more big games on the board, really, that's what it's going to require for them to walk away with that grand final spot. But, you know, it's probably the best time to get it done, isn't it, right? Better late than never. And it's still at least with enough time left in the tank to, you know, still make that push. So a little bit of momentum heading into those 2 Erangel games. And I think, yeah, much required for New Happy, but you could probably say the same thing for Buriram. I mean, they're not in the conversation to win, but they definitely needed a bit of momentum. Today has been, and you know, not just today, actually, this week has been quite rough for Buriram. So second place, you know, it's a little bit unfortunate how it played out for them, but second place with 9 kills, they can take some heart in that and hopefully push together, you know, a couple more points for themselves to at least give themselves some room to work with for week 3 if they do make it into the weekly finals, because they're still in a pretty bit of a awkward spot in the overall standings.
You know, and I guess real quick while we're on this last little bit of a fight, I do kind of want to talk about that New Happy play because At one point, you know, there was kind of a push where they needed to get across the street. It was not looking favorable, but Navi and Gex started that fight at exactly the same time, and that kind of gave New Happy a little bit of a break. Up until that point, I was a little bit worried how they were going to pull this off because there was a lot of vulnerabilities for them for the position. So, you know, we talk about what they need to bring for the rest of the day, some consistency. I'm not discounting the way that they played this match, but you know, we've really got to make sure that they can take full advantage of everything the rest of the day if they want to keep climbing up in the leaderboard.
I mean, the reality is it did come down to a 3v3, nefarious reasons or otherwise. That was the showdown. And when New Happy decided to engage Jordan, they threw a bunch of grenades up over the top. They threw Non out to a flank position. There might be something to say, like, Buriram did look a little bit gutted going into that last fight, but New Happy never let up. They came very, very aggressive. And, you know, sometimes it's just, you got to go at the end. You got to make that play, and you can't wait for the action to come to you.
Yeah, I mean, I was almost a little bit surprised that Buriram let them get as much time or get as much room as they did. I know there was obviously, you know, other things going on for Buriram at the time, but it did seem like it took them a little while to sort of regroup, and it kind of allowed New Happy to get their reses, get their meds off, you know, prep themselves for the fight. And obviously, when you give New Happy an opportunity like that, they're a very, very solid team. They had a lot of util left because they'd been able to loot a couple of the bodies. They were in a good position to just start to try to pressure forward. And ultimately, yeah, a little bit too good in that 3-on-3 against Buriram. But to be fair, that's, you know, kind of to be expected, right? New Happy coming from a region that's very, very stacked. So stacked, right? China's absolutely crazy, and then they're playing in Asia as well, which has all the Korean teams in the PCS ecosystem. So they're used to really high pressure situations. They're used to, you know, having to really be on point in those kind of situations as well, and they able to use that experience and walk away with a win.
So we can take a look at the winner team focus here. New Happy got that 11 kills, a lot of grenades to sort of supplement that. The lack of smokes, I think, really is a testament to how they late came in. They made a nice little push there, held their position. They didn't have to use a ton of defensive smokes. They were able to sort of just manage those grenades and go for the win there at the very end. But it wasn't just about New Happy. We saw a lot of teams take the field. We obviously saw Buriram come in second place. Na'Vi, for the second game in a row, puts up a heck of a performance. Last time around, Clover, it was 4th place with 5 kills. This time, 3 with 10.
Yeah, it's good to see this consistency for Na'Vi making smart decisions to get themselves into strong positions, but kind of falling apart at the end. In part, I think just because the way that Buriram had, up until that very last moment, you know, again, losing Edie, I think kind of maybe threw them off their guard just a little bit, but it looked like they were going to have that dominant position to hold that out. And so for Buriram, for Na'Vi to have 2 good games like this, very, very much needed after kind of an underwhelming performance for what they had yesterday. Another interesting fact that I'm kind of thinking of is as we move forward into Erangel, those are 2 maps that traditionally Buriram and Na'Vi do really well on. And so I think that if you take, you know, we talked about the mentality for a lot of these teams today. If you take the way that they have been playing and the way that they've been progressively getting better as the day has gone on, as the week has gone on, I think we could see a strong finish from these teams.
Absolutely. Another team that I think really stepped up in that last game, Jordan, GNL. They have been relatively consistent. They had a bit of a quieter start to the day, but they walked out of that one in 4th place with 7 kills and have moved themselves back up into 2nd place overall. Do you think that continues when we get to Erangel?
Yeah, I certainly hope so. I mean, I think you can probably put GEX into that same discussion as well. They finished 5th, 3 kills. So, you know, it's not anything amazing, but it's at least some placement points and some kill points to keep that scoreboard ticking over. And for those 2 teams who put in really big amounts of work yesterday, that's really all that they need to do. So I'm happy to see that. And it's actually closed the gap quite significantly. Remember, Virtus Pro kind of got clapped in that last one. They went out in 15th with 0 kills. So we were talking about a little bit of a gap, a discrepancy. I think it was 7 points, something like that, going into that one for Virtus Pro. That was their lead. And now they're kind of hanging on by a bit of a thread to that 1st place position. So, you know, if you have to make a prediction at this point, I think it's coming down to game 10. I don't think that there's any ways about that. It's just way too tight.
Now we gotta go through 9 first, but you're right. I do think it comes down to the end. Look at this overall leaderboard. Virtus Pro at 66, as you just alluded to, GNL within strike of 2. Gex with another big glow up at 63, Ents at 61. I mean, Clover, when I look at that list, you know, before the last game, we were like, maybe top 8 have a shot. Now, it really does blow it open to maybe 9, even 10, because SSG theoretically could get like a 16 kill win. Theoretically.
Yeah. And even it just kind of shows what a good game can happen, right? Because it is so close. Traditionally, as seen, especially some teams like Team Liquid, like VP, if they have a win, they have 20+ point games before. And we even saw it this last match, right? A 20+ game win there for new Happy. So I think looking at the last 2 matches that we've got going into this weekend, it's been brought up before. Team Liquid, a team that, especially when it comes down to chase, will play for the win. They're going to look for every kill. They're going to look for placement points. They're not going to waste a single opportunity. We're going to see that from so many of these teams in this lobby because, again, not only is this weekly final on the line, but things are getting so heated and so close as we move forward to the Grand Survival and the Grand Final.
I mean, we're headed back to Erangel, and honestly, Jordan, this is where most of these teams learn to walk, chew, shoot. This is where they cut their teeth.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Erangel. I don't think that's any secret. Myself and Xenox both, we are a little bit Erangel biased, so I'm always happy to go towards the last couple of games of the day to head toward Erangel, get the Miramar out of the way. That's how I feel about it. But I'm not sure. I mean, a few of these teams, like, they've been having good performances so far today, so they might be more than happy to stay on Miramar. Obviously, that's not going to be the case for the teams that have been struggling a little bit. Maybe a little bit of a change of pace, change things up a little bit, get yourselves on a new map, see if those fresh legs can help you out, because I suppose you do need to just reset, right? You need that mental reset, and maybe going on to a new map is going to be able to do that for you. So I'm looking at the likes maybe of Team Liquid, who just had a couple of rough games, to potentially turn things around here on Erangel.
Well, let's get into it. It's our first Erangel, our penultimate match of the weekend. Let's head over to 2 men who probably believe that Die Hard is a Christmas movie. It's Porosaurus and Matchroom.
Absolutely is.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to PGC 2021, presented by Alienware and Toomey. I am Porosaurus. Joining me is Matchroom. And yes, Die Hard is a Christmas movie. Absolutely. This is Christmas. It's trees.
I mean, it's yippee-ki-yay, Merry Christmas, right? That's the way it goes.
Yippee-ki-yay. God, I wish I could say that whole quote.
I know.
I have such a hard time, chat. I really do. I'm trying to fight my better nature here. But we'll see what happens here in game number 4 as we are cutting over to Erangel, where you can see New Happy finding a little bit more success over here than they had on Miramar, so they should be pretty happy.
Yeah, looking through off of everything, it's kind of calm for the most part. Feeling pretty good. New Happy's positioning, Yasnaya based, is a good starting point for loot, and really they just have GNL that's kind of close to the position. Have to see how the circle goes. It's going to go east in some variation of that, depending on just how chaotic it is. I'm kind of caught up looking where VP is and how they've kind of stretched out, and Int's position fairly close to them. Circle center's pretty close to the Yasnaya field, just to the south of Yasnaya. But again, VP running this 2-2 split. I've got some people up to the north. Int's running their own 2-2 split north of Stalber. I mean, that's just so awkward to see so many people that far north there.
Yeah, it's a little populated up there, isn't it? I mean, hey, if nothing else, it's VP not in a hot drop fight with Donawa, so they're definitely looking better this time around than we've seen them in the past. We check in with that replay from the final game. Buriram a little bit taken aback, I think, by the disconnected player. Now they're down to 3, and I think that threw them off a little bit. And they just played so passively, Matchroom.
Yeah, I don't know. This isn't the normal Buriram. I know I said that in between rounds. I love watching them play, specifically their hyper-aggressive style. That's not what we saw here, and New Happy in both of these squads came in high kill counts, very strong angles, and I mean, just Nan, I gotta say, he's been having a great day. Him and Jan have just been finding these good performance positions to play from and putting in work for their squad. Oh,
yeah, and I mean, this was oh dear.
Man, that spread never goes that clean for me at that range. I'm just gonna say it. That feels bad.
The shotgun. Oh my god, dude. That's how the shotgun's supposed to work, isn't it? It never does work that way, but it works that way if you're Rex. And Evil meanwhile is just sitting there like, what do I have to do? What do I have to do, man? The guy was down to 4 HP.
Well, I mean, multi-circle gaming, definitely not going that way. So looks like they're going to find themselves a new position and just leave the shotguns alone. There's so much inside the circle. Rotation shouldn't be too terribly difficult for most of our teams, really. It's just preferential points or secondary positionings, and maybe if they dust up against each other fighting for a point would be about it. But, I mean, we're on Erangel. Everybody should be able to scout out before they make their approach in. They should have an idea on how they're wanting to handle it. So really what we're looking at is how teams are stretching into these center sections, and really still how close this leaderboard is and the capabilities of it's so many teams. I would say that if we look down through this, I would say almost down to Space Station Gaming, there still is the opportunity to get first place.
Speaking of Space Station Gaming, it looks like they're bridge camping right now. That's interesting. We'll see if they hold that. But yeah, no, I mean, one of the things that's interesting about this circle in particular for me is that a lot of times you'll see teams just kind of congregate towards the center of the circle, trying to take whatever they can towards the center. This one is so playable. There's so much space, and it could really go anywhere on circle 2. You see it more spread out. So it feels like this is going to be one of those Erangel circles where we see people starting to scrap a little bit earlier as they're catching scouts off, like Savior right now. Savior and Tosi over here in Mansion. And I even got T-Bone coming down. Is Heroic going to get involved?
I mean, Mansion is the place to be, at least in the woods around it, as it looks like that's going to be where Heroic is going to stop up, and that's no surprise. There's a lot of little dips that you can protect vehicles in, and it's a good stop and gateway position to get a lot of information, and that's why you can see T-Bone leaning in, using the scope right now and saying, okay, it looks like this might be an angle. Paige is going to follow up off of that, and this is the way you want to navigate circles along these lines. It's very flat. You have the opportunity to get the information, so just slow it down. Take your time, get to the points that you want to, as now it looks like GEX is going to come in, and guess what? Now we're starting to see it be a little bit more peculiar as GNL also getting reinforcements over here, as a couple of teams now might make T-Bone's life a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, they spotted out T-Bone, but fortunately for him, it's going to be far enough away that he can just kind of pull back, play the hills. It looks like Beamy is actually coming to provide him a little bit of backup, as Heroic just kind of holding a little bit of a spread, not a huge split, but a little bit of a split there north of Mansion, just to gain information about what's going on up there. Is here they're still holding it, and it's of course it's SSG. We've only got 2 NA teams in the lobby, guys. Why you got to do this?
I mean, just cannibalize points, get what you can right now. And Dignitas, do they have any idea? I mean, I don't think so, given the fact that they're just walking across the bridge. Honey Badger, get ready. You're about to have a really bad day.
Oh man,
stop!
He's scouting it too.
This position from Keenan is dirty. I mean, what's going on?
Now, will he spot out? Will they see Sharpshot's feet underneath the bus stop? Oh, Badger. Oh dear.
Yeah. Oh, whoa! Oh, list that was almost a problem there. All right. So 1 dead for Dignitas, and now what do you do?
Ooh. Okay. Well, Sparking's a little bit close. He's just going to throw down smokes, mollies, make sure that the push doesn't come through. SSG looks like they're going to keep holding it right now. As I mean, Dignitas can pull off of this, I feel like, if they want to. It'll be tough for sure, but I think they can get away.
I mean, the trap has already been sprung. They're already aware. Sparking showing one of the reasons why we have so much faith in the capabilities, the firepower of the squad. Now, this is just awkward. There's no other way to say it. From this stage forward, SSG's trap didn't come off as clean as they wanted. Now Dignitas moving a little bit further forward. That nade was cooked just a little bit longer. It would have been big.
Stuck?
Sparking looks like he's going to have to vault into a very precarious position. Look straight down on top of him. SSG. I mean,
what is this camp?
What is? I don't even have the slightest idea on what's going on and what's going through their heads anymore. Is that just... That was about the easiest counter move around a bridge camp I've ever seen.
Sparking just took him to school, man. I mean, look, though, all of Dig was there. It sucks that they lose Honey Badger, but I mean, that was how they were gonna find out about the trap, right? But Sparking, good lord, played that just absolutely perfectly. I thought he was in trouble at the vault, I really did, but nobody from SSG looking over there, and it just cleans it up.
Yeah. All right. So Dignitas should be able to rotate in the zone. Milt is free, farms free, no big rush there. Petrichor Road making their northern wrap as they do every circle, regardless where it goes. I almost feel like this, like if we had seen the Miramar circle go even further right up against the wall, they still would have found a way to rotate north of the circle. Tulin looks like he's got himself a friend, but it's going to be Deva. Not going to connect with enough shots to really make it too scary. VP, though, having to navigate this very peculiar situation that they find themselves around Mad as well as New Happy.
Yeah, this is a real weird kind of situation for VP. They've got two on the very far eastern side of Yaz. They've got Batulins and Spiro kind of hanging out over here on the west. And now that they know about Mad, it looks like Batulin's going to go ahead and trying to see if he can bait some more shots, see if they can figure out where the rest of the guys is, where the rest of Mad is, as that's going to be an easy knock and flush for Spiro.
That's how you do it. Whenever somebody is messing with you and you're trying to shoot somebody that's rotating by, you got to hit the first couple of shots. I mean, Batulin's going to counter up into it and make sure to get the flush off. That makes it a little bit easier and I would say far less awkward to go ahead and regroup.
Okay. Well, you can tell it's 2 games left, as it seems like teams are really are actually centering up on this, which is kind of surprising. I mean, usually on circles like this, you see them a little bit more spread out. Now, the team they're still in splits. They're still in 2-1-1s or a 1-1 here, but they're a lot closer together than usually you see in regional play. And I think that a lot of that having to do with just the fact that we've only got 2 games left. You got to try to get as many points as you can. And the lobby is just not allowing you to get away with these wide splits as much as these guys are probably used to.
Well, also with the just nature of this circle, there are a couple of rotation angles that you can use for it, and we do see some potential gauntlets being set up to the south if the circle goes that direction, if anybody has to rotate through there, most notably where you can see that Danoa is at, the 2-2 split from Navi, and multi-circle gaming that's pretty close to that. There's some firing lines that are definitely set up in Mansion. Staying up in center, we were seeing that in the early games, and guess what? That's going to continue to be a main feature in what's going on. So now our team's going to have to rotate in a little bit, but you can see not too many of them. It's really just the teams that were playing to the west and Petrichor Road in the north.
Yeah, GEX already have 2 inside Mansion. They're going to bring their backup, the other 2 to come collapse back down. As Team Liquid going to be rotating just to the south of Danawa. Take a few shots, but it looks like for the most part they'll be able to roll right near each other without having to worry about open field combat. Although Salute, this is jousting between Salute and Clib here. Nothing landed for either of them, though.
Yeah, neither one pulling off, but they have to be careful. There's a lot already set up around this angle. Buraram is already going to go ahead and shift off multi-circle gaming. It's going to have to look a little bit further to the north away from what's going on. Danoa just going to roll right into where GEX is, and I mean, this is kind of a continuation of what we saw going on with Team Liquid. They are going to spot out a little bit of what's going on, but walks in, do get the early knock into it, and GEX, I mean, they lose that one very early, and I don't think they have a really defendable angle off of this. So now Danoa are at least going to get a foothold here.
And they do lose Leklo in the process. Soul just kind of hiding out here, but it looks like GEX knows exactly where he is. SSR down as GEX trying to flex out a little bit to see if they can maybe take advantage of Soul being caught out here. Page, meanwhile, using this as an opportunity to push in for Heroic. So 2 3-man squads in here, and Danawa just hanging out on the edge. This is some early fighting here.
I mean, I knew the real estate market was bad right now, but all 3 teams fighting for Mansion at this stage, they want themselves a quality of lifestyle. Dignitas is going to go ahead and lean into a dip, maybe? Yep, looks like that's where they're going to stop after the shenanigans that happened early. Jan Lee is going to spot out Page, get the down in the flesh onto him, and Buraram is very close to this position, but doesn't look like they're too caught up in what's happening. I think that they've got their eyes a little bit further set to the north. So, Heroic, GEX, as well as Danoa, all now playing around Mansion, and it can support this, but it's just not fun.
No, it ain't great. There's Petrichor coming in from the north side. It looks like they've sent 2 down here, but they've still got 2 hanging around on the very northern edge of the circle, I guess just to make sure that nobody comes and backfills. They gain information about what's going on up there, and they should find out that nobody's up there. So they should have a pretty easy game here coming from that northern side. Mad, meanwhile, up there as well. They've got a little bit of a split going on. VP holding down that J compound with Lou off to the side. Bury Round, meanwhile, he's seeing that 2-2, well, I guess more of a 2-1-1 split on the south side, doing kind of the same bit.
I mean, it's a quiet tension that's kind of settled on the circle. Still 51 alive, a lot of ideas on what's going on around them, but not really anybody wanting to commit into anything too over dramatic just yet. VP playing to the north. They do have Mad that's pretty close to them. Petrichor Road's already coming in along a similar angle into this. It's really just getting a feel for where to go next. Since there's so much open terrain still inside the circle, nobody's wanting to make a commitment into where somebody that would be terrible to get out of, just with the way the sight lines lay. If you have to move out of some of these more open areas, most notably like whenever we're looking at that area just northwest of prison, that's going to be a big problem. So circle, where are we sending everybody to? And it's going to be south. Prison with a touch of shelter as well as mansion still in play.
All right. Well, where are these teams from the north going? See Pero already in vehicles. VP doing the same. Mad already on the move as well. New Happy taking a little bit of time here. Pero going to make it past GNL as they are getting just shot at by everybody right now. Taking some damage, but no knocks coming through just yet. I have to imagine Dig might have some company here very shortly if Pero gets there. But Mamu is going to get spotted out by Soul. Ike's left very low. He's going to have to stop right here in the dip.
Yeah, and you can see it's going to be problematic. Dignitas got 2 members up looking into it, and I mean, they are getting into point, but it's not comfortable. And with this, we're going to see a little bit of teams that could be in potential throwable range. BBL now repositioning away from shelter right now. Looks like they're going to go ahead and start their send in. GEX trying to reset just a little bit as Heroic is coming in with a little bit more gusto into this position. Beamy, the last one up, got the shotgun just waiting. I mean, this is tried and true PUBG. Everybody has seen this at some stage. You got somebody down below you, you got the shotgun, and you just watch the door.
And Heroic just having such a tough weekend here. They looked very, very strong during survival this week, but not going their way here. Is Beamy going to take a little bit of molly damage? Going to have to pull off as the flash comes through, but he's going to find the shotgun shot onto Savior, but Xenon right there with him. This should get that res right back up.
So now GEX feeling a little bit more comfortable. They still have VP to the north of them, and they still have Danoa that's playing the outlier, building what's going on. New Happy still need to make their way inside the zone. This hill is good for scouting, but it is not quite safe as they are just trying to get an idea on how they want to navigate what's in front of them. They do have Team Liquid playing along this area as well as Na'Vi, and they might lean into a crash in one of those points, depending how they look. It is going to be GNL that has Heaven right now. It's taking some shots at them. It's making it a little bit more difficult. VP is going to regroup north, and I like this. Just lean into the cover and make sure the fact that you've got yourself in position for now, as this is a very brutal circle, all considered.
Things probably slow down a bit. 48 alive, a lot of space. GNL perfectly content with hanging out on top of Heaven or Sky Garden, whatever you want to call it, wherever you're from. They've got a pretty good view of everything going on to their south and off to their east. As New Happy going to hop into 2 vehicles, they're going to have to make their way through. GNL should be able to spot this out pretty soon, and I imagine New Happy's going to have a little bit of a rough time here. There you go. The shot's starting to come out.
This, I don't think, is the approach angle that they wanted to go with. I mean, it's about the best you could get, but as they're getting distance from one squad, they're just going to bump into another. You can see Tires already lost, just trying to roll through into it. I mean, is it just going to be another send into Mansion? I mean, New Happy, they don't have an option. Petrichor is already going to be playing inside of this dip. They were trying to lean into it, hoping that they could get there, and they're just being picked apart. Look at that map right now. It is just... I mean, there are so many lines going in their direction. So New Happy are going to have to get close and stop right on the edge of this new circle where so many teams are about to come into.
Oh my God, that is just a disgusting shift, man. There is nothing, just nothing out there. And GNL just gets to hang out in Heaven. They get to still send shots over at anything that makes a move down to their south. Team Liquid, they've got a great spot over in Alamo, but they've got to be able to repel all comers here at some point. As we already see teams on the move, Ant's going to have to come in from the west. Where are you going to go, though?
I mean, it's the similar path. New Happy just going the exact same direction they went a second ago, hoping that maybe this nade could connect and somehow give them an angle to work with. The roll is pretty good. Meanwhile, Ints just says, screw that. We're just running right into you. Now just squeaking the last one up. They come in with some firepower. And now Petrichor Road has time to reset. Is there going to be a new contender? Because if anybody saw this, they now can make a play for it.
Oh, you can see Dig Poonage trying to creep out there. I think he knows exactly what happened. He's trying to get within grenade range. Preps one, throws it into the smoke. Is it going to find it? No, it's going to hit against Eden US. It's going to do damage, though. Oh, the second one does it.
What you going to do? Just one up. And, I mean, at least there's a ton of cover here now, right? All the vehicles lined up?
Yeah.
Sir, you're a solo, but it's not the worst.
That's nice work by Dignitas, actually. I mean, they've been hanging out in this dip ever since Circle 2. I mean, they got bridge camp. They fought their way through it. They're down to 2 on the rotation. They find a nice dip. They're though actually one of the first ones to take a spot in the open field. They've been holding it quite well as Naradra does not know how close he came to escaping with his life here.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't have a clean angle for it, so that kind of explains why he didn't go for the shot there. But Mad doesn't have a fun approach into the circle. Whenever we're looking at it, they're going to be bumping into a team regardless of how they move. Mansion's getting a little bit more feisty right now as GEX spotted out VP, who's been forced to leave the forest that they've been hanging out in, and go, the duck at the exact right moment, man. That one sucks. That one hurts whenever you see it. And now it's going to be VP that does have Lou go down, but the retaliation shots are going to start coming back into the direction of GEX. They're down to just 2.
Oh my God, I felt that in my soul. Like, I have been in that situation so many times. You think you've lined up the perfect shot at the perfect time, and right as you pull the trigger, a man moves. Unfortunate stuff. That could be a good... That bounced around about 15 times in that burned out car, and VP, they say, I'm not going to stick around long enough for you to hit a second one.
That was just okay, yeah, we get it. We're going to move. We're going to get out of here. Everybody playing edge because that's all you can freaking do at this stage. GEX is going to go ahead and spot out another one. It's going to be Batul when it goes down. VP just trying to leapfrog their way to find somewhere to go, and now everybody is going to have to leave Mansion. So these 3 teams have been stacked up over here, and now everybody's going to send into no man's land. I mean, there's some of like Heaven Sky Garden still in play, but really it's just Team Liquid's position, the only compound that's halfway playable. And while it is Alamo, it's going to be potentially fitting given the amount of teams that are going to be trying to take it.
Oh, this is so brutal. I mean, we'll see where these guys decide to go. I mean, is anybody even going to try to crash Liquid? They know somebody's there. I don't even know what you would try to do in that situation. Donawa, meanwhile, let's see, keeping eyes on VP as all these teams have to move. I mean, this is just mutually assured destruction at this point, as they've got to get their way into the circle. But I feel like none of these teams really have a shot here, as GNL is just kind of overlooking all of this.
Well, GEX knows the fact that they've got a team that's already on the outside. They know that Dana was in that position, and I think it feels like maybe that's what they're trying to do is take the shots into VP, force them into maybe the Danawa line, have them fight, make it a little bit easier, because GX knows the fact that they can't just ignore VP. There's no cover to be had, and Danawa is already waiting for it. Burram and Multi-Circle Gaming are also getting pretty close to each other, and it looks like they're starting to line up as Danawa is very aware of the approach coming in back behind them, but it's going to be the circle that's just forcing all of the action. All of these teams are going to be running out into a no man's land. Throwables coming in. Oh, lands in the most perfect spot. Danawa is going to be coming up big off of this. GEX finding a little bit at least, but I mean, Salute is in the perfect spot just to see everybody coming into it. All right, there you go. GEX is now down. VP's got 1 member up. Knows the moment that they try to leave this building, they're as good as dead. But guess what, Danawa? You're about to have to do the same freaking thing.
Oh, man, talk about an unwinnable position there. I mean, VP doing everything they could. BBL, meanwhile, they're just running around in the open field. They're going to finish off Dignitas, but do they have enough guys left alive to take that spot that Dig was holding?
Yeah, I mean, GNL, so much vision. There you go. Corn's going to connect on the soul, take him down. All right, there is a little bit of a low ground position that maybe Americano can choose into playing, but I don't know. It looks like he's trying to creep out into it. Salute, you already know exactly what's going to happen. Yep, gets spotted out on this. And, I mean, it's everybody just kind of limping into the circle except for GNL and Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, Lou's still alive. 11 first aids. He might actually get in there if he doesn't get spotted out, and it doesn't look like GNL's too busy looking over in that direction anymore either. They're leaving their high ground location to try to make their way down in. I mean, this is just if Liquid gets this circle, I mean that's got to be them winning, right?
I mean, yeah. I mean, there's a high likelihood that they were going to get the circle anyway. That I mean, this is wrong. No matter which way you look at it, they were trying to go for a play into New Happy, thinking maybe you can get kills, and that's going to be a nature of the beast for a lot of these teams now. Going just all right, we're screwed. Let's be real. Let's at least see if we can get some kills out of this deal and get whatever points we can scrap together.
this whole thing has just been ugly. I mean, the circles that end in this wide open field are just you hate to see them because it's just it's survival of the fittest, really. It's survival of the most fortunate. And Liquid, I mean, they get the comp. Now, to Liquid's credit, they've played fantastically all tournament long. Today, it's been a little bit of a rough sledding for them, but you know, if a team has deserved to get to the late game based off of a circle luck and a compound, it's Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, they have been chasing
Americano.
circles for quite a while, to say the least. Looks like Lou could sneak into this, and he is gonna do it.
Sneakiest Lou.
I mean, he's just the snake of
He
snakes.
went through each and every one of those 11 first aids.
Who needs ammo?
He has nothing left.
I was just waiting for Americano just to come over there with you as and just run him over, not even realizing it was going to happen. That would have just been poetic. Now, GNL has to be very careful. They've got something. Say they got somebody right back behind them with nothing to lose, to say the least.
Oh, look at him. Just snaking his way. I mean, GNL has no reason to really look back that direction either. Actually, Toast's going to get knocked. So they got to worry about that as they're trying to figure out, or trying to finish off New Happy. Okay, there you go. Corrin will find Ming. That'll be it for him as they will try to go for this res. Lou, I am Bush.
Become one with nature. Just do a little bit of meditation here. Keep your ears open. Team Liquid has spotted out Multi-Circle Gaming's last member. I mean, Lucas, he's just coming up right back behind them. He's got it prepped. He knows that he can take this, but he has no desire to. He just wants these circles to go. We're still in phase 6, guys. Him revealing himself right now doesn't give him anything. Instead, let Americano just keep walking around. Let GNL defend you until they see you, or they have at least he has an inkling that maybe they have an idea that he's there. Just stay ahead of it. Just keep crawling. This is the way you play. You want to get these survival points, and the longer he goes here means the fact that all these other solos might be spotted out, and he can just net some free points off of it.
God, I wish he had a grenade right now. I wish he had a grenade so bad. He's got the molly, but the grenade would have been so much nicer.
These camera angles, man, are absolutely killing me. Who needs ghillie suits? You just got to have map awareness and know how to play the dips. I mean, GNL are just cleaning out as they move forward. Circle's going to shift, favors Team Liquid and Smash. Again, can't forget about Smash. He's still alive. GNL is going to continue, and every single time somebody gets a kill, Lou is just over here laughing his ass off because it's just paying off for him time and time again.
I'll be completely honest, man. Lou is the most exciting part about this game right now.
He really is.
I mean, everything else is just kind of set up as GNL actually going to make a push.
No, Lou, don't set up.
They gotta go set. No, it's going to be Emmy. Clib. Oh, dear. Well, Lou's down. Smash goes down as well. GNL will take a spot in the circle. And how is Team Liquid going to deal with this? They've sent Jeems out to get an angle onto GNL. If he gets spotted, he could be in a lot of trouble, but that's a good grenade.
It was a little bit far, but doesn't matter. Got the aim to work with it. GNL already has one member down, and now Team Liquid feels like they've got the angles to work with off of this one. They've moved very aggressively. They have the center of the circle as well. GNL pretty close to this, but just narrowly getting into this position. 3-man lineup for Team Liquid right now, just holding this defensive position. It's going to be Mexi back behind this one, seeing maybe he can provide some support and keep an eye on what's going on at range. So, with everything that's going to be going on, it's going to be Jeems that's trying to find a side angle into it. So let's see how this one goes. Corn now down. Jeems looks like he has been spotted out. Nade's going to be thrown back into his direction. Heaven has an idea on where he is. Does manage to get him down, so it gives him a little bit more space. But Team Liquid, they have this one in control. Just rolling through. Mexi goes down. Team Liquid now just 2 up, moving in. It's going to be Heaven trying to make sure that he can get the angles for it, but he's trying to survive all the explosions going off around him, slowing it down for a second, see if maybe he can get this one through, but it looks like Eevee is not going to let it happen. Just pushes around the side, and there we go. Team Liquid finally finding it.
I mean, it seemed like the writing was on the wall for quite some time there for Team Liquid. They held down that Alamo position. The circle, I mean, that is as much circle luck as you're ever going to get for a team there. And to be fair to Liquid, though, they closed out in the way they should. I mean, that was just actually absolutely textbook. They didn't waste any time sitting around in the compound. They took advantage of GNL as soon as they were made their move, got a little bit close, and having Jeems go and make that flank was huge. Great, well played, well finished by Liquid, and definitely a deserved win.
That's all fine. Lou, dude. Lou, I'm still caught up in it. That was where my heart was invested so hard. I mean, like the snake of snake plays, and then it wasn't even GNL that killed him. That's what broke me so hard. I need a break. I need to just mentally reset. Toffees, take it away.
Congratulations to Team Liquid. They moved early, they got the Alamo, and they made their last stand, rewriting history as they came out with the win. Well done to them, and I will give that nod to Lou, who clearly invested in the Welcome to South George hoodie, because nobody could spot that man as he crawled his way into fourth. What a game. Jordan, Clover, you both picked Liquid. So let's start with you, Clover, because a little while ago, it was a question, and now they are in the hunt to go straight to the grand final.
Absolutely, and I said it at the top of the day, you know, Team Liquid will feel really comfortable when we switch things over to Erangel. You heard Koro mention it earlier, that they kind of had a bit of a rough start today compared to the way that they were playing yesterday, but this is the confidence they needed going into the final match moving forward, because as we even talked about going into this match, right? Team Liquid, when they want to go for that win, they're going to chase, and this was the big points they needed. I mean, again, the Alamo, right? Fantastic position to hold. They took that early. You know, that's the Alamo, the name of the compound that they were in throughout that match. And it was really interesting to me, not only that they could hold that as all the teams coming in from the south were trying to rotate either towards their compound or even just kind of wrapping around it, right? We had all that fighting going on to the west, and that just gave them so many opportunities to not only score kill points, but take that control to the very late game.
So let me ask you this, Jordan. What is it about Liquid that makes them so hot and cold? 16th, 11th, 4th, 1st, 12th, 1st, 8th. I mean, it's just up and down. Is it because of the way they handle their macro game?
I think it's just because sometimes they're being chillin' and sometimes they're not, you know? So I guess it depends on where they get inside that circle, as we've been speaking about. They're a team that likes to get a good solid position, and in doing so, that can often obviously lead you to take some pretty tough rotations, and you can potentially lose a player here or there if you're crashing center pretty early on in the piece, or the circle just hard shifts away from you. We've seen that a lot in this tournament as well. PGC has been nothing if not quite a painful one as far as the hard shifts are concerned. But when it all sort of aligns for Team Liquid, and it does happen on a reasonably regular basis, you know, that much has been evidenced over week 2, then yeah, I mean, they're definitely a team that can pull off pretty solid wins. And that one, that looked pretty cruisy for them, to be honest. There was just no problems at all. They didn't really lose any players until right at the end there, trying to get rid of that final GNL player. But ultimately, you know, they're not going to sort of throw that one away. They sort of sorted that one out quite comfortably. So very happy to see that from Team Liquid. And like you said, obviously we both predicted TL as maybe the team to walk away with week 2, and they're actually back into that position now. Off the back of that win, it was a much needed win. We were sort of talking about it for the last couple of games. You know, if it doesn't happen, if Team Liquid doesn't have a win here, they're probably out of the running. But right at the 11th hour, they do manage to just squeeze their way into the discussion again.
Absolutely. Let's talk. And honestly, you know, it's a risk-reward scenario. They take Alamo. If it shifts towards Sky Garden or anywhere else, you know, you don't come out of Alamo. That's sort of why we call it that. But at the end of the day, they get the circle. They play out of it very, very well. We'll take a look at the highlights right now, Clover.
Yeah, and again, starting with this point with GNL, I mean, it was a bit of a worry for me, right? Because they did have that high ground position to play from all the way up till 14 alive, and that made it a bit of a threat. And of course, we have to stop and talk about this for a moment. Lou, it took so much patience not to shoot at Americano. He had so many opportunities, and unfortunately, Ibiza ruined what could have been a really hilarious surprise kill coming out of VP. But Tossie running over Smash did actually secure that top 4 finish for VP, because you know, he died there just a second later. But GNL, I mean, again, we talked about the consistency they had yesterday. My surprise is that we've still seen them maintain a close race for first. I know we've been talking a lot about VP, about Team Liquid, about some of the teams that have been climbing today, but GNL still in the race.
Yeah, I mean, GNL consistent. Sorry.
No, yeah, I agree. I mean, I think for me, the thing about GNL is that they have been a team that they've sort of flown under the radar a little bit today. You know, they've not had a really stellar, you know, standout game, no sort of 10+ kill game, no win, nothing like that. But they've definitely been keeping that scoreboard ticking over, and that's what you want to see for a team who did so well yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, 7 of their 9 games have finished in the top 6. there's little to say other than consistency. I mean, we look back, last time we saw a team do that was KPI, who did the entire run of 10, never outside the top 6. Let's see if it continues. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're crowning a champion, baby.
당신은 눈을 감고 게임을 하고 있습니다. 나 죽인다고 이 게임이 끝날 거라고 생각하나? 너 이 선에 왜 왔어?
Pretty much all the way around. One first, they left for lamp with no helmet, no vest. All these, three nades.
Look at that.
That could be game changing. That could be a game changer. Nate comes forward, finds two instantly. Oh my lord, that is the crate of all crates. Finds the double. Yeah, but that's the roof play, right? You're going to get the kills, but are you going to be able to get the win? That matters more. This is perfect for teams like Liquid, for teams like Sonics. Petrichor Road's basically doing all of the dirty work for them. They're getting all of the kills, but now how do you actually win the game from this position? James! Couple of nades to send Petrichor Road on the road. 3 versus 3. Sonics and another top...
Two cars running into each other. And then Blink of an Eye 17 are out. Fury taking a little bit of damage, a lot of bit of damage because KPI are here to capitalize.
Oh, KPI perfectly timed. They just happen to be...
Kill everybody. It's there on no effort. Game Home starting to make the run into it. Oh, the high ground does have vision as it goes forward. And now we're just going to start to see everything being dropped right up on top of Game Home. Sonic in a similar position. Don't forget back there's a Petrichor Road member there as well. And Space Station Gaming up in a very sneaky spot. Up on top of this, they're just shooting fish in a barrel. They don't even have to worry about it. They're just spraying down. They are just massacring everybody for free. They made it look easy. H-Wind gets a sick angle yet again. Now it is all onto just the Tulans. Can he manage to fight his way through it? Or Sonics, who have been fighting tooth and nail to prove the fact that they deserve to make it to the finals. This is their opportunity. To any form of information. It's just a peekaboo battle back and forth. The Tulans take a lot of damage, but Tickleton's just standing in the open. No fear coming out. Has to make the switch over to a DMR. Running around the outside of it. See if maybe he can tap into it and hits the shot on the other side of it. It's gonna be Batulans and Virtus.
BBL Esports oyuncuları. Ben Mert. Takımımla uzun süredir birlikteyiz. Takım kimyamız çok iyi. Uzun süredir de birlikte olduğumuz için tecrübemiz çok fazla var.
Dünyanın en iyi arenasında bulunmak hepimiz için çok güzel bir duygu. Her oyuncu için çok özel, tatması gereken bir duygu. Bunu tattığımız için tekrardan
Bence şu anda dünyada sadece bir tane takım var önde götüren, o da Virtus Pro Avrupa'dan. Oyuncu olarak direkt bir isim veremiyorum ama takım olarak Virtus Pro.
Batu Lins, burası dünya şampiyonası. Miramar dağlarında gezinmeye benzemez.
Bizi her koşulda destekleyen bütün fanlarımıza çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Aynı zamanda Pikem Challenge üzerinde bize oy vererek güzel skinleri kazanabilirsiniz.
PGC 2021'deki hedefimiz şampiyonluk.
Forza BBL!
We are back. My name is Toffees. I'm joined by Clover and Elfish as we get ready to kick off the final game of the weekend finals. Clover, it's not just about the top. It's still anyone's game because every match matters. It's a collation of all the points.
Yeah, I mean, everybody, you know, that is playing today, those points are going to go overall, in fact, into the weekly survival and ultimately the grand finals. So if you're a team right now that is chasing, even if you can't win today, you want to think about the points that you can accumulate. Team Liquid, just coming off a win, actually doing really well for points. So anything they accumulate right now is just going to look beautiful on top.
Jordan, you called Liquid. Yes or no? Are they going to do it?
Yep, I reckon they are.
Clover, you called Liquid. Yes or no? Are they going the distance?
I think it's very possible. I mean, they're tied for VP right now. Things are close.
VP, that's my call. I think they go too. Let's see what happens. Ladies and gentlemen, the plane is getting ready to go in the air as you take a look at the leaderboard. Yes, everyone on the bottom still matters. They can collate their numbers every week and get to the weekly final, get to the grand final based on their scores. But when it comes down to victory, there are 4 teams within 10 points of taking home the championship and the $30,000. 77 for GNL, 73 for VP and TL, GES at 68. It is anyone's game as these teams are prepared to lay it all on the line. $30,000, a bid to the grand final, the ability to avoid the grand survival and everything else that has to go with it. These are teams who came to play and have left the rubber on the road. It is time to fire up the next match, see which teams will rise to the top, who's the cream of the crop, and who falls apart. MCG, they don't even care. They're just like relaxing and getting ready to go in. You gotta love it. You gotta respect that. They're at 64 points. They only need about 13 to catch up to the leaders, so anyone can take home this win. It's time right now to get into the match. Some call them the meme team, but to me, they're the dream team. Never disconnected. Their casting has been perfected. It's Matchup and the Porosaurus.
Thank you very much, Toffies, and welcome back to PGC 2021, presented by Alienware and Toomey. And yes, we are in our final match of the day for the weekly finals, week 2. Team Liquid finally collecting that ever elusive first win here during the weekly finals. And now it is a very, very tight race for that first place spot, Matchroom, and that free pass to the grand finals.
Oh my God, coming down to this last game. Plain path could be a little bit cruel. We'll have to see how it goes, all considered. But GNL presently at 77, BP 33, tied with it. Team Liquid 73. Back behind this, it's going to be GEX, who's had a little bit of a fall from grace today. They were number 1 at the start, but has been slowly sliding down this leaderboard. MCG, as well as New Happy, even Ints having themselves a big game here, could be the moment for any one of them.
It's so damn close, all the way to the very last game, and this could play out, man, any number of ways. You can only hope that we'll get some kind of circle that's going to be kind and loving and nurturing to all these teams that are fighting for that first place spot. Where are we going to go? Well, or we could get that. That's another one that we could get.
That was unexpected, to say the least, and I think that every single player right now is feeling that. Perfectix, trying to get in some, I guess, pistol practice right now. You never know. Can connect with it. Poro?
Yep.
What the hell is the circle?
I don't know. I forgot the Team Liquid won a game yesterday. Everything is fuzzy at this point. But this circle is so brutal, dude. I mean, it's you gotta imagine, like, okay, you're obviously looking at Quarry and thinking that might be where this thing ends up. But we've seen a lot recently, or at least I guess not recently, but this year, where it cuts to the west of Quarry, and we see the coast kind of getting a lot of play. So, man, your guess is as good as mine. I mean, we saw it end on God Compound the other day. And it was a wild finish.
For Morscat, it's been getting a little bit of love here lately as well. I mean, given the way the nature of the last game went, let's just go ahead and assume that's going to go to Chopsticks. Wide open area, no cover. Because the whole rest of the circle has cover. That's the direction the circle is going to go. I mean, It just feels that way right now. There is still a ton of places teams should be able to rotate pretty cleanly. I mean, the area that's around Quarry itself and the hills to the east of it probably going to be pretty popular. GEX, though, talking about the fact that they were having a little bit of a slide down the leaderboard right now, are going to get themselves some circle favor. Team Liquid, pretty close to the circle as well, shouldn't be too scared of the circle either. I mean, there's so much to watch on this, and I like this coming out from GNL. Just go ahead, try to see if maybe you can get to a position a little bit earlier, get somewhere strong, because you know that you're presently in first, but it's tight.
Yeah. They at least have kind of their pick of where they want to go, and it looks like they're heading right towards that the God Compound. Now, this is, I believe this is where they, no, they didn't get a win. They were one of the top 3 here. This is the last game we saw that ended right here. It was between them. They had MCG kind of working the roadside. They had BBL also coming from the roadside. And I believe VP was coming from the flat top. GNL was just kind of hanging out here. And we saw Americano pull off some craziness with the shotgun. I can't remember if they won that game match, and we've seen so many games going on here recently, but I know that GNL was there.
Yeah, I mean, whenever we're looking at it, this is the pivot point, right? This is your chance to put the coup de grace position. Because remember, there is still money on the table, 30,000 for whoever gets first. But on top of that, now you get a instant berth and get to go straight into the grand finals. Who cares what happens next week? Who cares about your total points that you managed to accumulate so far? You're going to be able to play where the big money is. And so that's what everybody is vying for. I mean, sure, getting points right now, big, regardless, because there's still going to be another 12 spots that are going to be filled out just based off of points and positions as they come through.
Absolutely.
But getting first gives you that ability to kind of breathe and sigh and be like, all right, now, next week, let's see what we can do, but we already know we're in the grand finals, and that's why so many of these teams are moving early, trying to make sure that they get in positions and get in strong points, because this could be their game to get there.
Went back and checked my notes. That was game 1 of this weekend, and GNL finished in 2nd place, but they managed to get 13 kills in the process from that God Compound. We'll see if the circle decides to go that direction as we check in with Team Liquid, making their way into the north side of Quarry. They should be set up pretty nicely here. Is Heroic, are we getting another bridge camp? Oh, just the complete opposite side of the map. And Beamy is going to take the silent shot. I don't think Ents even heard it.
A Georgia Pool bridge camp, kind of. Beamy could be able to pop up there and maybe get a spray into last one up.
Oh!
Yep, gotta pick that one up. Beamy! That was dirty.
I mean, Beamy has been hitting some filthy shots this week, and that is just a culmination right there. Just the last bullet, and that sucks for Ents as they lose one coming down there, and they'll continue to make their wrap down on this western coast. As Heroic, the camp paying off.
Yeah, Dignitas was playing around this area and took their time coming across the bridge. No surprise given what happened last time. Space Station Gaming went no part of a bridge camp, and also no surprise given what happened in the last game. VP is going to be coming back behind Dignitas, but they're in no inherent rush. I think trying to get more information is, again, most teams leaning into Quarry, leaning into the hills around there, maybe playing a little bit along the coast. As GNL looks like they are aware of this, and I mean, this is just like the perfect position, and top of that, getting a crate. That's
a bait crate, man. Oh, that feels like a bait crate. But I was going to mention, look at the split from Petrichor Road. They've got two in the north side of Primorsk right now, and two way off to the east. Ixlift and Mill just kind of holding down the, I don't even know what we call that compound, if that even still has a name. Okay, Corn going to go for that crate. Maybe? He's looking to see if anybody shoots at him.
Yeah. Drive around, see if anybody gets shot, and if you get some shots going at you, then go back. Now, this is kind of weird for him to do all that driving around and then just be like, nah, never mind, I don't want it.
I don't think anybody shot at him either. I mean,
I didn't
GPX
see
is
anything.
kind of looking over in that direction, but I mean, they're out of line of sight.
I don't think they have a clean sight line for it.
No.
Ince is playing along the coast. I mean, it does feel like bait, but you could get it for free right now. The problem with it is
well, we
too
know
many people are
that.
going to be coming in. If you're going to get it, you got to get it fast.
Yeah. Well, SSG going to make their way into Primorsk, and there you see that Petrichor Road split, that big wide split coming out there. Petrichor Road actually going to take some shots at Roth and Keenan, so they're going to go loud even as a duo, as looks like that'll keep SSG at bay for the time being. You got New Happy way off in the distance. VP, they've been taking their time making this cross over to the main island. They got Buriram wrapping behind them, but it looks like they should avoid each other.
Multi-Circle Gaming, oddly enough, one of our most eastern teams right now, playing in the position where you can see it's going to be the silos, and that's peculiar in and of itself. But again, we still have a lot of water in the circle, but this circle can support this many teams, even at this size with this much water in it. So that's why we're not seeing big dust ups. Nobody's getting into a big fight just yet. There's no need to. There's still a lot of different places that you can stop at, and VP does move forward, so Buriram's going to come up back behind them, avoiding the potential of that firefight. Really, it's just Danawa and I think that New Happy are our last big moving pieces that could come into this, but they've got space for days before they even manage to bump into anybody.
Yeah, there's a ton of good places to play, and obviously a lot of ways to kind of break LOS right now, as you see right there. MCG ducking down out of the vision of sparking here. Only one guy lost so far, and that is not kind of how this lobby has been going this weekend. Everybody kind of playing it very close to the vest, the circle allowing them to do that here in the final game, where so much still on the line. You can see that leaderboard on the left. We'll touch on it as we continue throughout this game, but everything's so close.
I mean, it's the last game. Everybody is just so risk averse right now. They're wanting to make sure that they scout everything, get into position. You don't want to lose members early inside this, especially if you're a team that's vying for those top spots, or hell, anybody right now. Everybody knows that every single point is needed because it will carry over and help define who manages to make it in the grand final. So that's where you see a lot of hesitation, especially in the circle like this, because we've seen so many teams playing so centered. You know the fact that every single step, every little bit further you drive in, you're going to potentially bump into somebody, and it just gets scarier and scarier every little bit.
And I mean, if you keep in mind the overall scheme of things here, over half this lobby wasn't in the week one finals, as we see the circle does shift, and it will center up just to the west of Corey. So I mean, this is all points in the grand scheme here. We're trying to get, you know, you still had some that have, you know, this is their second week in it. They're going to add to their overall total. They're going to climb up. Everybody wants to get in that top 12, avoid having to go. You know, if you can get the win and the free pass, that's great. SSG, they're going to be pushing right up onto VP. Not all members of either team here just yet. Oh, wait, VP's
Dignitas also trying to scout this one out a little bit as well. So several teams kind of jockeying for this position. Sharpshot, if he can get an opening knock on this, might opt into going for a play. The rest of SSG seeing if maybe they can support at
New
range.
Happy.
But multiple members in this area. And oh my God, New Happy rolling into this. VP realizing the fact that this is going to be a big problem. Firefight now starting to break out on the opposite side from it. Dignitas wanting nothing to do with this except for the range section of it. They don't want to move in close. VP, good read on what's happening and now trying to reset around it. Grenades are going to come through off it and VP's like, no, we need this game. We are in second place. We do not want to risk it. Instead, they hop into a vehicle. They know a rough idea of where the teams are around them. Instead, just send it in Corey and said, no, we do not want to be pinched here. Oh no! Going for the flip up in that position. They have to be very careful. Batula in a little bit of trouble, but Honey Badger doesn't have a clean sight line. The vehicle's going to come and provide its own level of wall, and VP do get away safely.
Look at the grenade!
No! At range! It's going to be Danawa that gets down Perfectix!
Danawa immediately pushing out here to try to close off the entrance to Quarry to do a little bit more damage. They're going to land the Molotov right where it needs to go. Spiro going to take some damage. He's going to get knocked low. Will he go down? Yes, he will. Leklo will get credit for that one. Lou immediately going for the res onto Perfectix. You can see Dig, Honey Badger has pulled off. He's gone back to the compound, so Dig pulling away from that. But Danawa, you can see, sending more and more guys out here to try to finish this off. What a grenade!
Big throw coming up in dreams for getting first place. Now starting to feel a little dash for VP. Just one up. And Danawa, this is a team that needs points, and VP looks like they're about to provide them. Seeing if maybe they can cook this nade right. It's going to go a little bit too far. Are they going to make the push? Are they going to see the sight line into it, at least getting the flush onto one of them? Nice push coming in from Ben. Danawa knows exactly where they are. Now it's just about prepping utility, get the throwables ready, and VP is trying to stabilize. Oh! Batulin drops it down and spins it back around. Perfectix is down as well. Molotov still coming through. Dignitas now finding an opportunity. Virtus Pro goes down, and there is no chance for first for them, but Dignitas very content, going to step away with their one kill.
Oh, what a 500 IQ grenade from Batulins. I think he knew that they were pushing into the sniper tower. He dropped the grenade, jumped out of the window, and waited for the fuse to blow. And he gets the knocks, but they end up going down. VP, again, 74 points. That's going to be huge, huge for them in terms of the overall thing. But they're not going to get the auto qualification, Matt. But I think on points alone, they can feel pretty comfortable.
They're definitely feeling better about it. You can see Mad coming pretty close to BBL, but I mean, you could see the fact that it was a desperation play. They knew whenever they were pinched a second ago, VP had to just send it somewhere, and that was just the only option that seems remotely viable. And that little bit of a problem with the vehicle coming in just gave enough time for the other teams to cement around. And oh my God,
Navi?
What is this?
That's a brutal shift. Okay, so that's, I mean, it's got to cut north on the next circle, on circle 4. So we'll see how these guys decide to play it. Matt already on the move. They're going to pass Dignitas, take some fire from them, but head towards the hills, see if they can get everybody through. But you can see everybody shooting over in their direction. Salute. Can he land the last one? Oh, Poonage will find Dava. Okay, so Matt gets 3 through, but it's not over yet.
I mean, where are they even going to go? I mean, rotations are still happening around them. They've had to make a damage control stop right on this point. And, I mean, we still have a ton of teams that are going to be rotating around this angle. GNL, looks like the fact that they're getting a little bit of an idea on what's going on. They're going to have to make their move here in just a moment. Petrichor Road, now, just trying to find some type of road to navigate to get in safely. They're going to be positioning around over here, and it looks like they're going to find this compound that is free. While it is pretty north and pretty close to the edge of the zone, it is still a strong compound for this circle.
It sure is. GNL on the move, heading south. But, I mean, like you said, there's just a bunch of teams stacking up in this same area. You got GNL, BBL, MCG, Dignitas holding down the warehouse. You got Petrichor Road. Meanwhile, Buriram, they've got a big wide split going on the eastern side. They see everything. Nobody anywhere near them. So they could be setting up for a pretty nice end game as they avoid most of these early game fights.
Oh man, this is just catastrophe on a string right now and just ready to snap. BBL should be aware that somebody's coming up back behind them. GNL needs to make a push into the safe zone, but there's so few ways that they can go. It looks like they're just going to try to brute force their way into this when Smash already very aware where Americano is going to be making the push from. Feeding that information over to teammates, spots it out. Americano down to about half life, but the Rock is going to save his life. Now, repositions coming out from GNL. It's going to be Smash that finds himself in a little bit more precarious position, has to step away from it. It's going to be Heaven, gets a little bit of damage into what's going on, but neither team wanting to overcommit just yet. Finally, Korn getting the damage into Smash to get him knocked, and grenades are coming in to flush. That is a ton of throwables coming in. GNL very aware of the fact that they need to get the flushes fast as they make this push.
GNL wasting no time to make that push, but you can see MCG, they see the kill feed, they hear the shots, they're going to start pushing over in this direction as well, shooting at him from range. That might put the GNL push on pause, allow BBL enough time to push out, but Dignitas has arrived, and they are going to be doing damage right off the bat.
Multi-Circle Gaming not committing into their firm sin as well, off to the side, and all these teams realizing the fact that this is getting to be a little bit too hectic. We even have Danoa, Rex on the side of this, harassing GNL. GNL has managed to make it very close to the safe zone, but still has to creep forward just a little bit more, and there's just nowhere to go. Look at how dense it is up on that hillside. Circle pops, doesn't even stay here. New Happy is going to be eliminated, but we still have GNL clinging to life, somehow right up against this blue zone, and just having to dance out of it back and forth just to stay alive.
Okay, fights going on all over the place. Team Liquid has just cleared out what was left of New Happy in the quarry. They lose one, but they're still 3 up. They've got 2 of Donawa in front of them. Meanwhile, on the south side, Ents has taken care of most of Heroic. Beamy's still alive. This fight still playing out on the north side. BBL has been taken out. MCG going over there to clean up whatever's left of GNL. Dignitas has pushed back down into their compound. Meanwhile, it's whatever was left of BBL actually just pushed into Petrichor Road. It looks like they're trying to send it.
Look at the amount of teams aware of a weakened GNL and realizing the fact that if they get them down, the doors can come open. VP already out. GNL going out early could provide an opportunity. BBL already going to go ahead and get eliminated at this stage. Tank going for the peaks into this has to be very, very cautious. Multi-Circle Gaming wanting to get a good game of their own and taking down GNL could provide that opportunity, but they got to be careful. They've been hanging out here for a little bit too long, and I think that they're just trying to gatekeep this one and hopefully make sure that they get a clean fight and can instantly run away. But GNL says, no, we're going to lean away from this, go to the opposite side of this, now using the hillside for some type of support, but that's going to be leaning right into where Team Liquid is lined up at.
Evilly spots out Salute, so that's going to do it for Donawa. Team Liquid starting to creep out of that core position, but they do have to be careful because, as you can see clearly, MCG had an angle down onto that. They were able to finish off the last player from Donawa. GNL, meanwhile, looks like MCG just going to pull back away. They're going to go back over to the east, fetch their vehicles, and start making their way into the circle. So Americano and Korn still alive, still in it. But, I mean, look what they've got to push into here.
This is the fight. We have to stay on what's going on right now with Team Liquid being so close to GNL. If they can get these 2 kills, they'll be in such a great position for this, and they're going to feel like they have the capabilities to get that first place. You know, they've already done the math. They know the way that they need to do this. Are going to spout out Americano. It's very, very close. James takes a lot of damage, but does manage to get him down. The flush is going to come in, and you know Team Liquid realizes this is the opportunity. GNL realizes it as well. They're like, no, we cannot risk dying to them of all people. Korn has to retreat away, now leaning back into where he knows Multi-Circle Gaming is going. The blue coming in. Don't be surprised if he just maybe leans in and says, no, I just have to feed this one over. Do not give it to Team Liquid out of anybody.
And you can see they're looking for him. They want to spot him out, but they've got to worry about getting into the circle themselves. There's not really a whole lot for them to play. Ibby already getting sent down into the south part, or just south of Dignitas' compound. He's going to take some big shots, but he's going to make his way through. Meanwhile, Shimboy will find EN from Mad off in the distance. So Dignitas starting to take some pressure here.
Liquid repositioning very aggressively into where we see Dignitas playing from. 2 members down. You can see that now in a little bit more trouble. They do manage to take down Poonage, but with the shift position, it's now just EB up right now, and Multi-Circle Gaming has a read on his position. There's still 4 members up here, and they can just come down this hillside and absolutely destroy Team Liquid. EB, though, trying to navigate this the best that he can. He knows the fact that he's surrounded, just trying to cling to life. Every single kill, every single flush he could get right now could be the thing that turns it around, and he knows it. EB just trying to see if he can get something through this one, trying to see if he can get throwables out, has near on no vision on what's going on. Dignitas making sure that they can keep up the constant pressure at everything that's going on. Meanwhile, Korn just trying to make it inside the safe zone. EB goes for the play into it, takes a ton of damage, and has to retreat into the bathroom. Now, it's going to be Korn coming down, finally finding the safe zone for himself. EB just trying to survive for as long as possible, but could it be Korn that could find out what's going on here and take the shots at what's going on? Summer's already spotted out Honey Badger, and now Dignitas is going to go down off of this point, and EB's going to find himself with the capability to survive.
Ibby just collects 2 points for Team Liquid. That puts them solely in control of first place, but Korn still alive, still in it. Ibby doing the hero's work for Team Liquid here to try to collect that victory in week number 2. Yan Lee gets spotted out by Mad is Lash, and Gex is now out. Still nobody up for Dignitas. Actually, they've been cleaned out. They took so long trying to deal with Ibby that MCG was able to just clean them out, and now it looks like it might be Korn versus Ibby.
This could be a big problem. EB has to be so cautious. There's so many players from Multi-Circle Gaming. He's going to take the run around. Korn, of all people, gets the shot into it, but it's not going to be enough just quietly yet. Team Liquid is in first, but has gone down. GNL is still alive, and every single kill they pick up could ship them into first. A Hail Mary grenade to see if it connects. Nobody even around, but Multi-Circle Gaming is going to hear it.
We spotted. Summer spotted him out. Korn has that wall to work with. Can he find anybody? He's going to take shots at range into SSG. I don't think he spotted out on Quizzy. Quizzy just running in the wide open on the hillside there. Wait, that's on the other side of the hill. I'm an idiot. My bad. As we see, Korn does get spotted out by Summer. The shots will come through, but he's still alive. He's trying to collect that 1 point. That's all they need.
Just trying to creep forward right now. If anybody goes down, he wants to go to flushes.
2 points.
I don't know if he can spot it out just quite yet. Oldless crawling through the smokes on the other side of the hill is not going to provide what he needs. Multi-Circle Gaming, I don't know if they're wanting to commit into this just quite yet. They're having to be a little bit more cautious as it's moving forward. But new note, there is Petrichor Road that's going to be to the east of this. If the circle shifts away, Korn has to walk across an open field, and that is a death sentence. There is no way he can pick up the points if he doesn't spot something soon. If the circle moves away from him, it's just going to be his ultimate demise. He does get spotted out. It's going to be SSG that takes down Korn. So right now, Team Liquid in position, in hold at first.
But they got into placement points, so it's tied 81 to 81. I'm not sure what the first tiebreaker is. I don't have it on. I know normally it's your performance in the most recent match. In that case, it'll be Liquid in first place, which I believe is factored into these updated live leaderboards. So I believe Liquid is in first place. But let's see how this game plays out. There's still MCG that could make a late game hero run.
I mean, they've got the position and there are still targets around them, but it's not probably enough to pick up 16 points. They need to come alive. I don't even know if they realize that this is their opportunity. Meanwhile, we are seeing a much more active SSG on the opposite side of this. Petrichor Road playing it cautiously, does hear what's going on with Multi-Circle Gaming. Now playing a little bit more aggressive into it. SSG still has to go into the new safe zone, but it's going to be Multi-Circle Gaming that's doing a great job at gatekeeping. Keep in mind, with everything that's been going on, we also do have Navi and Buriram to the south, and Tank hits the shot onto Oldless, and that's going to require a little bit more of a reset and even more time before SSG can make their move.
I'm doing a little bit of looking at the updated leaderboard here. If it's in terms of kills, Liquid and GNL are also tied in terms of kills. So it's going to be super close. We have to see what happens here, but we got to see how this one plays out, guys. MCG trying to take the shots over in SSG, but SSG doing their damnedest to avoid the fire from that squad.
Everything's so tied up. So right now you can see it's going to be Petrichor Road, seeing if they can get some more off of it. They are at least going to take down Quizzy. Now, sitting at 4 kills, SSG knows the fact that they're going to have to make their move in just a little while. Multi-Circle Gaming living into it, surviving multiple circles at this point, and still have themselves a little bit of a position they can play, but Petrichor Road could set up and absolutely doom them. To the south, a couple of moves are looking like they're going to be prepped at any given moment. Navi has to move inside the safe zone as well as SSG, and it looks like that's what's starting up right now.
Ooh, taking a breath here, slowing it down a little bit. As Petrichor Road and MCG on the north side, Ixlef going to find an angle onto Summer. The shot's going to come through. He's going to find it. Nicely done from Ixlef. But Navi now has taken out SSG. The fight going on the south as well. And Buriram just in a perfect position to clean up whatever's left.
I mean, multiple members for SSG down. Roth off in the distance, trying to figure out how he's going to make some type of survival play. But Buron playing, again, a little bit more passive than we normally see them. It didn't reward them inside the game a little while ago. Let's see if it pays off this time. Multi-Circle Gaming sending a vehicle out, trying to use the smokes through it, but now going to commit in. They want to at least get Summer back up, but that's going to put them right in Petrichor's crosshairs. Have to be careful. Oh. Grenade's going to connect. Multi-Circle Gaming loses a second one. So now, how do you do? Ling do the last one up. This pretty much cements the top of the leaderboard. He's not going to have the opportunity to get too much out of it, but there is a fight that is starting to break off to the south, as it looks like Buram is starting to get active and does have vision on what's going on with both Na'Vi as well as Space Station Gaming.
And Sharpshot trying to do work for SSG. I think he does get spotted out. Roth still alive, though. Yep, Sharpshot getting spotted out by Buriram. There he goes. He's done. Roth going to hide in the smoke cloud right now. Buriram going to turn their attention over to Na'Vi. Finish off whatever's left there, but Buriram in a beautiful position here. If the circle cuts down towards the south, you got to imagine it will. Petrichor will finish off what's left of MCG, and it's going to be a 4v4 fight between Pero and Buriram for the final victory, you have to imagine.
I don't know. There is the capability. Na'Vi looks like they want to get one, and it's pretty close off of it, so I have to see if maybe they can get some type of hero play. Nawadra getting up close. This is what he does. He's either a million miles away or he's right on top of you, and that time he's going to pick up Na'Vi. Now, let's see if Roth can do anything. Looks like Petrichor Road is going to spot it out, and Petrichor Road is using this opportunity to come in, and yes, it is the 4v4 lineup, but it is a duo situation going on, a 2-2 split coming up for Petrichor as they are the team inside the circle, and Buriram still has to make a move.
Phase 7, Petrichor Road with 8 kills already. Buriram, as we mentioned early on, just playing that eastern side, nobody anywhere near them, and they've just had the whole game play out in front of them. Let's see how they can wrap up this one. Unfortunately for them, Pero was able to do that 2-2 split, and they get into a great position here to kind of get multiple lines of fire down onto Buriram. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Oh, that is just a clean angle. Xlift does take down Edie, is aware of where Nawadra is. Nawadra takes a face full of lead, has to step away from it, and Nawadra is not inside the safe zone. This throw looks like it could line up, be right on top of him. That is a beautiful toss. Petrichor Road finally finding their legs inside of this firefight. Buriram now in a lot of trouble. They can't even step inside the safe zone right now.
Oh, this is rough. Petrichor Road finally displaying that skill that we've been waiting to see from this squad all tournament long. Better late than never, Petrichor Road. Let's see if they can clean this up and get that last victory. Oh my God, got me out down to 2 HP. Mill gonna make that push. He's got the grenade primed and ready to go. That is perfectly placed as Godmeow goes down.
Khan actually the last one up. He knows it's near on doom for him. He has no way to fight this one. Instead, he's just gonna go out, feed it to the blue. Says the fact that he knows the fact that they've been neck and neck between themselves, so instead just gonna go ahead and go down. Petrichor Road comes up with 11, but let's be real, we all have our sights set on that leaderboard, which is defined potentially by maybe not getting a flush, maybe not getting a kill that you could have, as it is so close up there.
There you go. Liquid is going to be your week 2 winner. It came down to one of the several tiebreakers we had. They were tied in points. They were tied in kills. It's going to go all the way down to, I think it was best performance in a single game. We'll have the analyst desk explain it all to you to make sure. But what matters the most is that Team Liquid secures their spot in the grand final.
Oh, and you can see, and feeling the relief, the smiles kicking off in there, just... that was so close. I don't even know if they're aware of how ridiculously close that is. Whenever they're going to get the numbers on it, I would love to see the reaction from. But Team Liquid, just such a stellar performance over the last 2 days to really pick it up and find themselves inside of everything that PGC can present. Now, getting $30,000 for themselves. Let's go ahead and throw it to the analyst desk to walk us through all the numbers on this.
Congratulations to Team Liquid as they make $30,000. Now, let's walk through the process. As we know, the initial tiebreaker is kills. However, the two teams tied on overall kills. So according to Rule 12.2, if teams are tied based on Clause 1, which is kills, a team whose highest match points from all the matches of this event is higher than the other counterpart gets the higher placement. In game, I believe it was 3 and 9, Team Liquid got first place with 10 kills, getting them 20 points. GNL's best game was game 1, where they got second with 13 points, netting them 19 total points. Because of that, Team Liquid, with their 20-point win, takes the win based on the tiebreaker and the $30,000, as well as the pass to the grand final. Jordan, it came down to literally a point.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of it, isn't it? That is exactly the way you want a PUBG finish to go. And to be honest, if we get something similar to that in the grand final, then that's going to be fantastic. I know it's difficult when you're casting. You're trying to do all these mental calculations, arithmetic. I'm trying to get my words out. It's a struggle at this point in time, dude. And like, man, I mean, you can't ask for anything better, to be honest. I think that's really the takeaway for me. A bit speechless, to be honest.
You know what? But you guys were right. Porosaurus, Clover, and you, Jordan. You guys said Team Liquid was going to be our champion this week. Clover, what tipped you off?
Ooh, I mean, finishing on Erangel, we know that Team Liquid always finishes strong. I just felt like, especially with as close as it was today, that was going to be the opportunity that they needed. And we just said, it came down to that tiebreaker. And it wasn't just GNL and Team Liquid we were watching. Up until the very late part of the game, we were also had our eyes on NCG because there was a strong mathematical probability if they had 7 or more kills and won this match that they too would have been in the running for the weekly winner. So there were so many opportunities for a lot of these teams today, but ultimately Team Liquid with the win.
Absolutely. And it's not that anybody else, I mean, didn't come out ahead. Yeah, we saw some great games here, but the reality is that the points carry over, Jordan. So while Team Liquid now has their pass through, GNL, as well as some other teams, have put up some really incredible numbers that are going to have a massive impact on their ability to get through to the overall final. I mean, GNL going into this game was in 4th place overall with 115 points. I mean, if we think 110 is the cutoff, they should be fine, right?
Yeah, I would say so. And I actually do have one thought here for Team Liquid, and that is, you know, going into this final week of weekly survival and weekly finals, do they now go back to contesting Picardo and Pachinki? Because they're obviously already qualified for the grand final. So we don't have 17 there. We don't have Attack All Around there. We don't have Sonics there. So if you get the opportunity, do you just hot drop, try to ruin as many games as possible, deny literally every single Picardo Pachinki team from making it into the grand final, and you get that area of the map for free? I was going to say, for me, one of the great things I've enjoyed about watching Team Liquid this event is that they haven't hot dropped. They've been consistent. They've just moved away. They've said, we don't want to have a bar of it. But now, I actually think the situation changes for them.
Yeah, it should be fascinating. And I mean, at the end of the day, that's what you do is better. You want to do everything you can to have a better chance at winning the grand final, Clover. And that opens the door for Liquid to have lots of options for the next week, both in the winner chicken dinner format, as well as the weekly final if they make it back.
Yeah, and I mean, too, we talked about denial there into Pachinki. There's a lot of opportunities for Team Liquid to deny for anybody, right? If you've got a team that maybe you don't like the way they play, the rotation, or you just, you know, see an opportunity, you don't have to sit there and play for the victory, play for the points. They can hang back and say, you know what, we're gonna do our own thing. But I do want to kind of point out, as we're seeing the stats on the screen, Ike, Slav, Keenan, SSG, and Pero, these were 2 teams that kind of had a disappointing weekend in some regards. SSG started out strong and then kind of fizzled a little bit out today. Pero was a bit of the opposite, right? Yeah. Had a very weak day yesterday and then finally woke up in the last 2 matches of the game a little bit too little too late. But as we talked about, every point is going to matter because some of these teams did not get a chance to play in a final yet. There's a couple teams still been sitting out. And so that's really what we're going to be looking forward as we go to the bottom 16 and then the weekly final this coming week.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Let's give some credit to Space Station Gaming, particularly on that match. They came out, I think, at 3rd, but they got a massive amount, 13 kills. Pero got 1st with 11, but the reality is off the back of those 13 kills, Jordan, SSG is now the highest point total team that is not automatically qualified for the grand final. They're at 128 points over the course of 2 weeks. Ironically enough, 64 points each week to get to that level. So these guys are at a spot where they can kind of almost take the same tact as Liquid. They want to play carefully, but they're pretty comfortable.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I think for the most part, anyone that's above 100 points right now, assuming, well, even for teams that don't make it into week 3 of the finals, there's probably still pretty good chance that you're actually going to make it through to the grand finals. But yeah, for those teams that are 120 plus, you're probably dreaming. You're cruising even 119 for GNL. The one thing that does worry me a little bit is for those teams that like Dignitas, like Mad, maybe that have only played 1 week of the weekly finals and they're still sitting on like 20 to 40 points. It's sort of it kind of means now you really need to have an absolute banger of a final week if you want to make it into that top 12.
Clover, this is a little bit different. Week 2, our winners walked away with 81 total points in first and second place. Last week, our winners had 108 and Ghibli had 101. Do you have any thoughts on why the differential in total points between week 1 and week 2 was so massive?
I mean, obviously, we can see just looking at New Happy, right? 63 points. The closeness between all of these teams and even beyond the top 8 is a big factor. That at the beginning of the day today, we talked about Gex and GNL being in first place, Team Liquid up there, Virtus Pro, MCG. A lot of those teams haven't quite shifted around, even when they were underperforming a bit, because everything had been so close. Every team really did what they could to climb up. You can even see here, BBL, 59 points, Na'Vi, 58. Petrichor Road actually managed to climb themselves up to 56. And that's because each and every match, it was a very different winner, very different style of play for some of those teams. And that's what kept it so
We're going to go now to an interview with Team Liquid. Sorry to cut you off. Let's jump over.
까지 계산하기가 정말 어려웠을 텐데 마지막에 살아 있었던 우리 이비자 선수 우승을 언제 직감하셨나요?
Ibi, so when did you predict that you guys were the first place? You were the last one alive in the last match, and there were a lot of things going on. When did you predict that you guys were the first place for this week?
Honestly, a few minutes, like a minute after I died, we realized that we won because of the rules. I didn't really realize it in the moment, so yeah.
저희가 그 상황 속에서는 저희가 1등인지 정확히 확실하지 않았고 룰북을 다시 체크하면서 확인하면서 그때 이제 마지막에 1등인 걸 확신할 수 있었습니다.
이 마지막 10번째 매치에서 이 팀원들이 초반에 좀 빠르게 탈락을 하고 이비자 선수와 GNL e스포츠의 콘 선수가 대치하는 장면이 있었습니다. 그때는 이비자 선수 좀 어떤 마음으로 경기에 임하고 있었을까요?
In the last match in Game 10, you were the last one alive, Ibi, and you were trying to knock out Korn from GNL. What were some of the thoughts in your mind, and what did you try to do in that game?
After I was in the one story and I was kind of stuck, I killed the last player of Dignitas. We had the info that GNL was somewhere west. I kind of rushed it a little bit too fast, and because I thought that he was outside the west wall, but he was actually a little bit closer, I died to him. So yeah, that was kind of the thought process.
일단 경기를 진행하면서 GNL 선수가 정확히 어디 있었는지 몰랐고 디니타스 선수가 먼저 앞에 보여서 그 선수를 먼저 기절시키고 그런 다음에 이제 계속 서쪽을 바라보다가 좀 성급하게 움직이는 바람에 먼저 죽이지 못했던 것 같습니다.
네, 그리고 이 팀 리퀴드가 이번 2주차 위클리 파이널에서 우승을 할 수 있었던 가장 큰 요인 중에 하나가 랜드마크가 자신의 집으로 돌아왔다라고 저는 느꼈거든요. 그렇기 때문에 그랜드 파이널이 확정된 지금 혹시 포친키 페카도를 뺏기 위해서 다시 한번 도전할 생각이 있는지.
이거 클립 선수한테 좀 여쭤볼까요?
네.
Clip, can you answer the next question? So we have changed our landmark in this week to Pochinki and Picado, and as we are heading to the grand finals, do you expect to choose the same landmark or move out?
So far we're aiming to go Picado and Pochinki again. We have 3 teams who usually go there, but they didn't qualify for both weeks, so we're gonna aim to go there again.
저희는 일단 포치키 피카도를 무조건 지점으로 선정할 거고 같이 선정한 팀들이 아직 올라오지 못했기 때문에 아마 저희가 포친키와 피카도를 먼저 갈 것 같습니다.
자, 그리고 또 팀 리퀴드가 우승할 수 있었던 정말 중요했던 매치, 치킨을 가져갔던 9번째 매치 이야기를 짐즈 선수와 좀 나눠보고 싶은데요. 짐즈 선수의 수류탄이 이 GNL e스포츠와의 마지막 대치에서 없었다면 또 결과가 어떻게 바뀌었을지 굉장히 궁금합니다. GNL e스포츠의 9번째 매치 마지막 대치 상황을 좀 짐즈 선수에게 들어볼까요?
Jims, we would like to ask you a question about match 9 against the nade that you threw against GNL. What were the thought process in your mind, and what were some of the calms that went through in your team?
As we came to the late game, we realized that there was 4 versus 4 with GNL and 1 snake. As soon as we realized, I jumped in a car and went closer to take an angle, and just had to make a play really fast to make sure that we weakened them to make the fight easier.
일단 총 9명의 선수가 남아 있었고 4대 4인 걸 알고 있었는데 차를 타면서 빨리 수류탄을 던짐으로써 저희가 좀 성급하게 먼저 기절시키고 전체적으로 이길 수 있었던 요인 중에 하나였던 것 같습니다.
팀 리퀴드 하면 정말 밸런스가 좋은 팀이다라는 평가를 가지고 있는데요. 이 데이터를 또 보면서 이야기 나눠보겠습니다. 총 2번의 치킨을 가져갔던 이번 팀 리퀴드였습니다. 와, 정말 많은 포인트를 획득했던 팀 리퀴드였는데요. 그 와중에 또 맥시 선수가 정말 좋은 활약을 여러 번 보여줬습니다. 이렇게 좋은 성적을 가져간 거에 대한 기분이 어떤지도 좀 들어보고 싶은데요.
Maxi, could we hear from you how you feel from winning today? You have shown progressive movements over the week.
I feel good.
기분이 매우 좋습니다.
그게 난가요? 좀 기분을 좀 세레머니로 표현해 주신다면 이거 정말 극적인 우승이잖아요.
Could you do a small ceremony for us?
What kind of ceremony?
어떤 세레모니 하면 될까요?
뭐 환호성으로 한번 보여주실까요? 지금의 기분을. 저는 뭐 소리를 지르고 여기서 정말 막 비명을 지를 것 같은데 팀 리퀴드 그랜드 파이널의 직행 티켓을 거머쥐었기에 또 그곳에서 보여줄 경기를 위해서 좀 집착한 것 같습니다. 그랜드 파이널에 직행을 했습니다, 맥시 선수. 그곳에서 어떤 모습을 보여주고 싶으신가요?
We have earned the rights to go to the grand finals. How do you predict to perform in the grand finals?
Good.
매우 잘할 것 같습니다.
좋은 모습을 보여주실 계획이시군요. 굉장히 지금 좀 침묵으로 일관하고 계시기 때문에 플레이로 또 그랜드 파이널에서 어떤 모습을 보여줄지 기대됩니다. 자, 그렇다면 이번 2주차 위클리 파이널 가장 중요했던 활약을 해준 선수죠. 플레이어 오브 더 위크 선수
그렇죠.
확인해 보겠습니다. 짐즈 선수가 플레이어 오브 더 위크로 선정이 됐습니다. 축하드립니다.
Congratulations.
소감이 어떤지 짐즈 선수에게 좀 물어볼까요?
Can we hear from you, James? How do you feel about being the player of the week?
Feels good, man. I don't know what else to say.
기분이 매우 좋습니다. 다른 말 딱히 할 말이 없네요.
자, 선물까지 저희가 준비를 했습니다. 에일리언웨어에서 준비한 PC와 그리고 게이밍 세트를 드리도록 하겠습니다. 축하드립니다. 자, 정말 오늘 기분 좋게 주말을 마무리하실 수 있을 것 같습니다. 클립 선수에게 마지막 질문을 드려볼 텐데요. 자, 이제 PGC 일정이 2주 남았습니다. 3주차 그리고 그랜드 파이널에 임하는 각오를 팬들에게 들려주시죠.
As we are heading to the week 3 and the grand finals, is there any message that you would like to send to your fans and how you will perform as a team in the grand finals and week 3 of it?
Obviously, a huge shout out to all the fans. You guys take us through our worst and through our best, so hopefully we can perform for you this time. It's going to be a better performance than PGI, so look forward to it.
일단 저희가 전반적으로 좋은 경기를 펼칠 거고 저희가 PGIS에서 해내지 못한 우승들 그리고 전반적으로 좀 이뤄내지 못한 것들을 좀 이번 3주차와 그랜드 파이널에서 이뤄내고 싶습니다.
팀 리퀴드의 활약 앞으로도 기대해봐도 좋을 것 같네요.
그렇습니다. 이 육각형의 어떻게 보면 정석적인 이 플레이를 보여준 팀 리퀴드가 이번 그랜드 파이널에 직행을 하면서 정말 좋은 모습을 보여줄 것 같은데 저도 한 명의 팬으로서 기대해보겠습니다.
네, 다시 한번 팀 리퀴드의 우승을 축하드립니다.
Congratulations once again for your win.
Thank you.
자, 이렇게 PGC 2021 2주차 위클리 파이널에서 극적인 우승을 차지한 팀 리퀴드 4명의 선수와 함께 이야기 나눕니다.
Mixie is far from phased by those questions as he sums up the cool, calm, collected, way that Liquid played that with good. And I mean, that's the reality of these players. They came out, they kept themselves measured, and it really did come down to just a kill. They tied with GNL in kills. If you think about it, Lou, the snake in the grass who GNL did not find in the previous game, ended up dying to, I believe it was Ibiza, and that ultimately was the kill that gave them the tie. It's fascinating how inches dictate miles when it comes to this event. Congratulations to Liquid, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look one more time at the leaderboard. Jordan, why don't you walk me through it?
Well, obviously we have KPI and Team Liquid now having both qualified through to the grand finals, but there is still a huge amount of discussion points going into next week in the weekly survival and the weekly finals. And of course, the bottom 16 for this week as well could play a big factor into that. I'd say for the most part, you've got a lot of really, really solid looking teams. Anyone that's at 100 plus points right now or in that near vicinity, probably going all the way so far down to Heroic, is feeling like they're probably in a pretty solid place, but still a little bit more work to do next week. Where I think things do get a little bit more interesting, though, is those teams coming on the other side of this graphic. You know, anyone that's on the top 16, they're in a good spot to potentially springboard themselves into, you know, a solid placing next week. But it's for those teams that are on the bottom side that you have to be a little bit worried, particularly the ones that have not made it to a single week final. So, I mean, when we do jump over there, I think that's where what you really have to start focusing in on those teams like Sonics, for example. You know, we've seen it. They haven't managed to make it through to a final. Who else is the big names there? I guess Unique is definitely one you probably want to touch on. Just so many teams, 0 points. And at that point, you kind of have to say, you pretty much have to win the week. Like, you're just not going to be able to pick up enough points to overtake 12 teams. You know, it's just not possible in 1 week. So you're going to have to be able to turn it around off of the win.
I mean, at the end of the day, that's I guess it's less stress for some of these teams that are maybe 120 plus, Clover. But if you know that you are one of the maybe 20 something teams that have to not only get a chicken dinner next week, but also win the weekly final, that's brutal.
It's absolutely scared. I mean, again, so many big teams that we had our eyes and hopes on coming into this event with Zero FaZe, another one that's up there, and a couple of other teams that have been falling behind. So looking ahead, we've got the bottom 16 coming up. You've got to get the best position you can if you are trailing, because you need the opportunities to get the chicken dinners so you can rack up those points next week.
All right, that is it. We got the bottom 16 coming relatively soon. We've got the last Most Chicken Survival Series. We've got the last weekly final, and then we go to the big show. Before we log out for the night, I want to get your final thoughts. We'll start with you, Jordan. Final thoughts?
Super looking forward to the bottom 16, because I think the final week of weekly survival is going to be a really, really big, important one. So for that bottom 16, I'm keeping my eyes on the likes of Sonics. Whether or not they're going to be able to do a whole lot there, I think is really going to dictate whether or not we see them in the grand finals.
They did it in 1 week last time. Let's see what happens this time around. Clover, final thoughts?
Just same thing. My eyes are on the bottom 16 because I think people really need to give how much credit that's going to hold for the rest of this tournament.
Well, you heard it here first. It's the bottom 16 is going to set the pace for what happens next, so make sure you tune in. Thank you so much for spending your time with us, guys. My name is Toffees. On behalf of Stephanie, Jordan, Porosaurus, Matchroom, and everyone else behind the scenes, we appreciate you spending your day here watching. As Paper would say, PGC 2021. We hope to see you soon, and until we do, play more PUBG.